Section 0 of Anti-Slavery in America, from the Introduction of African Slaves to the Prohibition of the Slave Trade, 1619 to 1808. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Anti-Slavery in America, from the Introduction of African Slaves to the Prohibition of the Slave Trade, 1619 to 1808, by Mary Stoughton Locke. Preface. The investigation which has resulted in the present monograph was undertaken in connection with the Seminary in American History at the Harvard Annex, now Radcliffe College, in 1891 to 1893, under the direction of Professor Albert Bushnell Hart. Most of the material was accumulated at that time, and the main outlines were drawn in reports to the seminary toward the close of the second year. The investigation of various details and the writing and revision of the monograph have been accomplished at long intervals as opportunity occurred. It is hoped, however, that the defects resulting from this intermittent and fragmentary work have been remedied by careful revision. The aim of this investigation have been to trace the early development of anti-slavery sentiment under the influence of religious and ethical principles and of political theories, to indicate its practical outcome in the Revolutionary period and the years immediately following, to discover the relation of early anti-slavery to that which culminated in universal emancipation, and to determine whether the anti-slavery movement may be regarded as a continuous growth. In dealing with certain aspects of the subject, it has been necessary to touch upon the events of the subsequent period, from 1808 to 1830. That important period, however, needs a separate treatment, and it is hoped that a monograph on the subject, which is now in process of preparation by another former student of Radcliffe College, may soon be published. For the study of early anti-slavery, the most important sources are the direct expressions of sentiment by anti-slavery writers. Material of this nature has been found unexpectedly abundant. The Germantown Friends Protest, issued in 1688, Sewall's Selling of Joseph in 1701, and the utterances of James Otis, Benjamin Franklin, George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, and other founders of the Republic are well known. The writings of Ralph Sandiford, Benjamin Lay, Anthony Benezet, and John Woolman are familiar, at least in name, and the dialogue concerning slavery by Dr. Samuel Hopkins is eminent among the early efforts for emancipation. Other writers of the period preceding the Revolution who deserve special notice are George Keith, who protested against slavery in 1693, John Hepburn, whose American Defense of the Christian Golden Rule was published in 1714, William Burling, 1718, and Elihu Coleman, 1729. In the Revolutionary period were important pamphlets by Nathaniel Appleton, Dr. Benjamin Rush, and James Swan. An interesting forensic dispute at Harvard in 1773, and a remarkably vigorous address to the rulers of America, supposed to have been written by John Dickinson. After the close of the Revolution, in connection with movements for emancipation in the States, there were anti-slavery orations by Dr. George Buchanan and William Pinckney in Maryland, Theodore Dwight, Jonathan Edwards, and Zephaniah Swift in Connecticut, and David Rice in Kentucky, while Noah Webster of Connecticut contributed an important essay on the effects of slavery on morals and industry, and Judge Tucker of Virginia prepared an elaborate dissertation on slavery with a plan for its gradual abolition in the state. To the cause of national emancipation, the Quaker philanthropist Warner Mifflin contributed by his words as well as his work. And Thomas Brannigan, the penitential tyrant, and John Parrish, the forerunner of Joshua R. Giddens, uttered significant prophecies and proposed definite remedies. Other important sources of information are the books of travel and the magazine and newspaper articles which appeared during the latter part of the period. Of the latter, the disunionist letters of Pelham and Gustavus in the Connecticut Courant 1796 to 1797 are among the most significant. Among the most important aids in the accumulation of material have been the collections of the state historical societies. Compilations of state and colonial laws, supplemented by colonial records and judicial reports, have also been of service. For the history of the early abolition societies, the historical memoir of the Pennsylvania Society by Edward Needles has been very helpful. Of the less important societies, it has been impossible to find satisfactory accounts, but important sources of information are the minutes of the proceedings of the American Convention of Delegates from the abolition societies, which were published annually from 1794 to 1806, with the exception of the years 1799 and 1802. Copies of these minutes, though very rare, are all in existence, so that it has been possible by consulting various libraries to obtain a complete record of the work of the convention during this period. Most of my material has been found in the Harvard College and Boston Public Libraries. The Massachusetts State Library and the Boston Athenaeum contain some important books and pamphlets not found elsewhere, and the collections of the Massachusetts, New York, and Pennsylvania Historical Societies, of the Philadelphia Library Company, and of Yale University have also been useful. The librarians of all these institutions have been most kind and helpful, and I am glad to have an opportunity to express my thanks. I am especially indebted to the authorities of the Harvard College Library, who have given me the utmost freedom of access to their very valuable special collections. The debts which I owe to those who have already investigated portions of this subject are more difficult to acknowledge, on account of their great number. Recent monographs which have been found particularly useful are those of Professor W.E.B. Du Bois in the Harvard Historical Series, of Mrs. Marion Gleason McDougall in the series of Radcliffe College monographs, and of Dr. Jeffrey R. Brackett and Dr. Stevens B. Weeks in the publications of Johns Hopkins University. The works of Mr. Charles Dean, of the Honorable Emery Washburn, of Mr. George H. Moore, and of Judge William Birney have also furnished many facts and helpful references. For the accomplishment of this work, thanks are due chiefly to Professor Hart, without whose encouragement and assistance it would never have been undertaken or completed. Professor Hart has read both manuscript and proofs and has made many important criticisms and suggestions. Professor Edward Channing has very kindly read the proof sheets of the first 3 chapters, and the proofs of the remaining chapters have been read by Miss Alice D. Adams, who is making a special study of the period from 1808 to 1830. Miss Mary H. Rollins of the Boston Public Library has helped me to make the index. Thanks are due also to other friends who have given their assistance or criticism. To Radcliffe College, which through the instructors in that department inspired me with an interest in historical work and disclosed to me its possibilities, My debt is inestimable. I shall be glad if this monograph proves sufficiently useful to other students to serve in some degree as an adequate expression of my gratitude. Boston, April 1901. End of preface. Read by Andrew Kennedy.
Chapter 1, Section 2 of Anti-Slavery in America, from the Introduction of African Slaves to the Prohibition of the Slave Trade, 1619 to 1808. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Virginia Neville. Anti-Slavery in America, from the Introduction of African Slaves to the Prohibition of the Slave Trade, 1619 to 1808, by Mary Stoughton Locke. Chapter 1, The Religious and Moral Movement, 1637 to 1808, Section 2. The religious principles of the Quakers carried them far beyond the Puritans, and their history shows what might have been accomplished through religious organizations if other denominations had been as uniformly sincere and unworldly and single-minded as the Society of Friends. The personal influence of George Fox was employed against slavery as early as 1671, and his authority is frequently quoted by anti-slavery writers. But he sanctioned a limited term of servitude, only advising emancipation after that service. The real value of his work is in organizing a society upon principles which, if sincerely and consistently held, must result in opposition to slavery. Not that the Quakers had new or peculiar ideas. They simply emphasized a principle as old as Christianity, the principle of human brotherhood, and made the Golden Rule a standing rule to live by. Their opposition to slavery was based mainly on the Scriptures, and many of their arguments are similar to those of the Puritans. Still, there are several differences in the theological attitudes of the two sects, which affected their views with regard to slavery. The Puritans thought more of the Old Testament. The religion of the Quakers is filled with the spirit of the New. The Puritans believed that every event is foreordained, including the action of the human will. The Quakers made the freedom of the human will one of their leading arguments against slavery. The Puritans believed in the equality of human souls, but man, as touching nature, was but a worm of this earth. The Quakers believed in the dignity of man, and in a human brotherhood which included social equality as well as equality before God and the law. They were, in fact, as well as in name, a society of friends. Both Quaker and Puritan had a firm belief in the special interpositions of Providence, but the Quakers, much earlier than the Puritans, came to feel that slavery was the particular offense that called down the avenging wrath. They felt more strongly the inconsistency of slavery with the principles of Christianity, regarding it as so perilous to salvation that for all the riches and honors of this world they would not be guilty of it. They felt more strongly also the evil effects of slavery in promoting pride, idleness, and vanity. Thus, John Hepburn, a native of Great Britain residing in New Jersey and one of the earliest apostles of the anti-slavery cause, writes in 1714 of the slave masters. They can afford to keep themselves with white hands, except at some times they chance to be besparkled with the blood of those poor slaves when they fall to beating them with their twisted hides and horsewhips, to go with fine powdered periwigs and great bunched coats, and likewise keep their wives idle, Jezebel-like, to paint their faces, and puff and powder their hair, and to bring up their sons and daughters in idleness and wantonness, and in all matter of pride and prodigality, in decking and adorning their carcasses, all and much more the miserable effects produced by the slavery of the Negroes. These effects were perhaps not particularly conspicuous in the regions where even the Chief Justice has shared the labor of the hayfield, but not even a Puritan could have been so disturbed by the vanities of life as was John Hepburn. The duty of kindness to all God's creatures, which was a feature of Puritan sentiment, was equally felt by the Quakers. Antipathy to cockfighting and bear-baiting and the disapproval of slavery are closely allied. In their writings, attention is frequently called to the cruel treatment of slaves, to the barbarous punishments, to the severe precautionary measures prompted by the fear of insurrection, and to the vices which resulted from the miserable condition of the slave and the arbitrary power of the master. The demoralization resulting from the lack of employment among the poor whites is also noticed. Economic arguments, although they received considerable attention among the Quakers, were only supplementary. They were used for the sake of convincing others, not because they had any influence upon the mind of the writer. And emancipation was accomplished in spite of economic considerations, not because of them. The chief arguments were that slavery promotes idleness in the rich and hinders the poor from bread, that it prevents the immigration of industrious laboring people, the chief strength and support of a community, and interferes with the prosperity of those who have already come into the country. To the argument that slave labor is necessary, it was replied that poverty does not make robbery lawful, that if a man can work, he can earn a living as well as the Negro, and if he cannot, his neighbors should help him. Man is born to labor, says one, and experience abundantly sheweth that it is for our good. Seed sown with the tears of a confined, oppressed people, says the same writer, harvest cut down by an overborne, discontented reaper, makes bread less sweet to the taste of an honest man than that which is the produce or just reward of such voluntary action, which is one proper part of the business of human creatures. Among the Quaker anti-slavery writers, there were no such scholars as Cotton Mather and John Eliot, Chief Justice Sewell, and Nathaniel Appleton. Their language is often ungrammatical, and their epithets are occasionally coarse. A few of them indulge in wandering and irrelevant remarks which give evidence of untrained, if not ill-balanced minds. But their arguments, though homely, are usually cogent and show keenness of humor and practical good sense. If these Negroes are slaves of slaves, says Ralford Sandiford in 1729, replying to the well-worn argument of the curse of Canaan, whose slaves must their masters be? Elihu Coleman of Nantucket, the same year, meets the argument that the Negroes must be slaves because they are ignorant and wicked by saying, "If that plea would do, I do believe they need not go so far for slaves as now they do." The first distinctly anti-slavery document in America was the protest of the Mennonite exiles who settled in Germantown, Pennsylvania. This protest is typical of the attitude of the Society of Friends of which the Mennonites became members. "Now, they are black," wrote these simple-hearted Protestants in 1688. "We cannot conceive there is more liberty to have them slaves as it is to have other white ones. There is a saying that we shall do to all men like as we will be done to ourselves, making no difference of what generation, descent, or color they are. Here is liberty of conscience, which is right and reasonable. Here ought also to be liberty of ye body." This protest was soon followed by George Keith's Exhortation and Caution to Friends, 1693, in which the author, just a century before the enactment of the first fugitive slave law, summarily disposes of the question of fugitives. Keith is the first to make use of the passage from the Scriptures which was afterwards so effectively quoted by Wendell Phillips. "Thou shalt not deliver unto his master the servant that is escaped from his master unto thee. By which it appeareth," explains Keith, "that those which are at liberty and freed from their bondage should not by us be delivered into bondage again, neither by us should they be oppressed, but being escaped from his master, should have the liberty to dwell amongst us, where it liketh him best." Not long afterwards, John Hepburn published his American Defense of the Christian Golden Rule, 1714. An appendix to this tract by a native of America contains the first elaborate proposals for emancipation. Hepburn was followed almost immediately by William Burling of Long Island, 1718. Then came the tract of Elihu Coleman, 1729, and, from the press of Benjamin Franklin, the more famous productions of Ralph Sandiford, 1729, and Benjamin Lay, 1737. The two last-named authors probably had more influence on anti-slavery sentiment than any others of so early a date. Neither was a native of America, but both had developed an antipathy to slavery before their settlement in Philadelphia, and their opposition to it became the leading interest in their lives. Both were eccentric in their habits and manners and curiously wild and incoherent in their writings. But they enjoyed the friendship of Benjamin Franklin and other eminent men. Their simple sincerity and moral earnestness lent a weight to their words which could not have been given by logic of arrangement or elegance of diction. And their writings are marked by a love for mankind and by a simple, though homely, truthfulness that must have appealed to many of their readers. Their very eccentricities and extravagances served their cause by attracting attention and awakening discussion. Even the violent opposition aroused by Lay is said to have given stimulus to the movement, and he had the satisfaction, before the close of his days, of knowing that the cause he had so much at heart was really advancing. Both Sandiford and Lay wrote mainly from religious motives. Their works are full of quotations from both the Old Testament and the New, and the thought and language throughout is that of men whose education has been chiefly through the study of the Bible. Shall we go to Africa for bread, says Sandiford, and lay the burden which appertains to our bodily support on their shoulders? Is this washing one another's feet, or living by the gospel, or maintaining liberty and property? And again, how then have they forfeited their country and liberty to entitle me to them? And if so, must the children's teeth also be set on edge? Is this just or equal? And to live on another's labor by force and oppression, is this loving mercy? And to keep them slaves to us and our posterity to all eternity, is this walking humbly with thy God? The early Quaker literature teems with sarcasm directed chiefly against the professors of Christianity. John Hepburn devotes several pages of his pamphlet to an imaginary conversation between a Christian Negro master and a Turk, in which the Turk, of course, has much the better of the argument, and to an ironical pro-slavery argument based on the practice of the various Christian sects. The Quakers themselves were not exempt from this form of attack, and Benjamin Lay was particularly severe upon his own sect. All slave keepers apostates is the motto of his book, and the Friends, as the most inconsistent and hypocritical of all, he regards as worse even than the slave traders. Do not we kill, he says, when we receive the plunder and send the villains for more? We appear very religious and demure, preaching against iniquity and vice. They appear to be what they are. How does our demure slave-keepers remember them that are in bonds as bound with them, except as slaves are bound to them? So they to the devil, and stronger, for as death loosens one, it fastens the other in eternal torments, if not repented and forsaken. Even more violent are Lay's attacks upon the preachers, who are represented as a sort of devils, that preach more to hell than they do to heaven, and so they will do forever, as long as they are suffered to reign in the worst and mother of all sins, slave-keeping. He describes the ministers starting off to preach the gospel of glad tidings to all men and liberty to the captives, and giving directions to his slaves before he goes. What do you think of these things, you brave gospel ministers, he says, that keep poor slaves to work for you to maintain you and yours in pride, and much idleness or laziness, and fullness of bread, the sins of Sodom? How do these things become your plain dress, demure appearance, feigned humility, all but hypocrisy, which according to truth's testimony must have the hottest place in hell? To keep those miserable creatures at hard labor continually, so that dogs and cats are much better taken care for, and yet some have had the confidence, or rather impudence, to say their slaves or Negroes live as well as themselves. I could almost wish such hardened, unthinking, sinful, devilish liars were put into their places, at least for a time. In the early Quaker literature, the ideas of natural liberty and equality are not conspicuous. The basis of argument is always distinctly religious rather than political or social. Sandiford, like Sewell, argues in behalf of original rights unforfeited by consent or captivity in war. But his mind, like Sewell's, is fixed on the Old Testament rather than on man in a state of nature. With the approach of the American Revolution, the doctrine of natural rights appears among the Quakers as well as elsewhere. Anthony Benezet, for instance, writes in 1762, "Upon the whole, it must appear to every honest, unprejudiced reader that the Negroes are equally entitled to the common privileges of mankind with the whites, that they have the same rational powers, the same natural affections, and are as susceptible of pain and grief as they, that therefore the bringing and keeping them in bondage is an instance of oppression and injustice of the most grievous nature, such as is scarcely to be paralleled by any example in the present or former ages." John Woolman also believed that liberty was the natural right of all men equally, and that the color of a man avails nothing in matters of right and equity. In this later period, Benezet and Woolman stand foremost, outranking predecessors and contemporaries as representatives of the ideals of their sect. Benezet was a French Huguenot whose parents, soon after his birth in 1713, had fled to Holland and thence had gone to England, where they adopted the religious opinions of the Quakers. After coming to America, Benezet became an instructor in the Friends English School in Philadelphia. Later, becoming interested in the Negroes, he started an evening school for their instruction. He published several works against slavery and the slave trade, the most famous of which, A Short Account of That Part of Africa Inhabited by Negroes, 1762, directed Thomas Clarkson's attention to the subject and led him to write his famous prize essay, Ane liceat invitos in servitutem dare, 1786. There is probably no other man in the period of gradual abolition who did so much for the anti-slavery movement in America as Anthony Benezet. John Woolman's influence was less widely felt. Though he traveled in England as well as in America, his labors were confined to his own sect, and his written works were less widely circulated than those of his contemporary. The gentle charity with which Benezet met even the unreasonableness of mankind was equally characteristic of Woolman, and like Benezet, he felt the generous enthusiasm for a good cause, the unfaltering devotion to what he believed to be right, and the refusal to compromise with sin, though making every allowance for the sinner. In the anti-slavery cause, they were equally zealous, equally fearless and devoted, and at the same time reasonable and tolerant. With a charity which admitted the possibility of sentiments of justice and humanity even in the slaveholder, they took into account the difficulties of emancipation. They combined extreme conscientiousness and courage with friendliness and tact, and their personal influence must have accomplished at least as much as their published works. Benezet, regarding the abolition of the slave trade as the first necessity, made that the chief object of his attention. But he begs those who hold slaves to consider whether the distinction between slavery and the slave trade is not a plea founded more in words than supported by truth. Realizing the unfitness of the slaves for sudden and total emancipation, he yet did more than anyone else toward undermining the favorite arguments against it. His free evening school for Negroes convinced him that the African race had not only a right to freedom, but a capacity for mental and moral improvement which would make it possible for them to become useful citizens. His experience and the educational work to which he devoted life and property went far toward disposing of the argument from the essential inferiority of the African race. John Woolman is one of the most interesting and lovable characters in the history of the anti-slavery movement. His scruples were first aroused on occasion of the conveyancing of a Negro woman sold by his employer, and his modest but firm demeanor and gentle persuasiveness proved very effective in the case of individuals with whom he came in contact in connection with legal business. he soon found a wider field in systematic work in the anti-slavery cause. His journeys as a public friend or traveling preacher extended from Rhode Island to North Carolina, and wherever he went he used his influence in behalf of emancipation. His sympathetic heart beat for both slave and slaveholder. He traveled sometimes on foot that he might have a more lovely feeling of the condition of the oppressed slaves. His description of the aged slaves is very characteristic. When they feel pains and stiffness in their joints and limbs, weakness of appetite, and that a little labor is wearisome, and still behold themselves in the neglected, uncomfortable condition of a slave. For men to be thus treated from one generation to another, who, besides their own distresses, think of the slavery entailed on their posterity, and are grieved, what disagreeable thoughts must they have of the professed followers of Jesus? And how must their groans ascend to that almighty being who will be a refuge for the oppressed? In the southern colonies, especially among those people who lived in ease on the hard labor of their slaves, he felt uneasy, and his gentle admonitions and suggestions to the slaveholders were often kindly received and seriously considered. Like Sandiford and Lay, he would not use the products of slave labor. The discontent of the slaves and the idleness and vices which accompanied the system of slavery seemed to him as a gloom over the land. Luxury and oppression, he says, have the seeds of war and desolation in them, and the shadow of coming events was often heavy on his soul. Through his personal appeals to the reason and conscience of individuals, his addresses at friends' meetings, and his activity in connection with the organized efforts of the society, he did more than any other, except perhaps Benezet, to free his own sect from the burden of responsibility, and the success of the emancipation movement among the Quakers is very largely due to his influence. The Quakers, as a rule, made no proposals for emancipation by law. Probably their objections to magistracy prevented their making any extensive use of this resource. Nevertheless, they continually urged manumission by individual owners, and even so early as 1713, there was a definite scheme for freeing the Negroes and returning them to Africa. It was proposed, 1. That subscriptions be taken of all masters that will set their Negroes free, and of the number of Negroes so to be set free, that they may be sent to their own country. 2. That subscriptions be taken, what each man, Negro master, or others, will give to defray the charge of sending the Negroes home. 3. That such Negroes as had rather serve their masters than go home may be kept still, it being their free act, and it not being safe to have them free in this country. The Negroes were also to be instructed in religion, that they might act as missionaries on their return to Africa. To the Quakers is therefore due the earliest formulation of a definite remedy for the evils of slavery. Nowhere is the duty of emancipation more clearly pointed out than by Benjamin Lay. His plan is entirely typical of the Quaker attitude. Friends, he says, should bring up their Negroes to some learning, reading and writing, and endeavor to the utmost of their power in the sweet love of truth to instruct and teach them the principles of truth and righteousness, and learn them some honest trade or employment, and then set them free. And all the time friends are teaching of them, let them know that they intend to let them go free in a very reasonable time, and that our religious principle will not allow of such severity as to keep them in everlasting bondage and slavery. John Woolman, like most of the Quakers, had no elaborate scheme of emancipation. Yet, though appreciating the difficulties, he believed that they offered no excuse, and that whatever inconveniences might ensue were to be charged upon those who were responsible for the situation and should be borne by them. He argued that the Negroes, even if set free, were still liable to the penalties of our laws, and as likely to have punishment for their crimes as other people, and that, to retain them in perpetual servitude without just cause for it will produce effects, in the event, more grievous than setting them free would do when a real love to truth and equity was the motive to it. The general features of Quaker schemes for emancipation were the prevention of the increase of slavery, the manumission of slaves already purchased after a reasonable term of service, and their moral and religious instruction in the meantime. Anthony Benezet's proposals, 1762, are more elaborate and are exceptional in having recourse to law. These proposals were, first, to put an end to the importation of slaves. Second, to declare free by law those already purchased after a certain period of service. If a slave during his term of service had willfully neglected his duty, he might, through an appeal to a court of justice, be held for a longer term. Benezet did not approve of returning the Negroes to Africa. According to his plan, the freedmen were to reside for a certain time in the country in which they were freed, subject to the inspection of the overseers of the poor. The children were to receive instruction, and, where the nature of the country would permit, a small tract of land was to be given to each family, and the members, unless they obtained employment in other ways, were to be required to work on it. The region west of the Alleghenies might, he thought, under some conditions be suitable for colonization. In the practical work of emancipation, even more than in the expression of sentiment, the Society of Friends is far in advance of other religious denominations. Organized efforts against slavery began very early. The Germantown protest of 1688 was carried from monthly to quarterly meeting and from quarterly to yearly meeting, and though the latter declined to give a positive judgment in the case, it having so general a relation to many other parts, the question was not allowed to rest. George Keith entered his protest at a monthly meeting held in Philadelphia in 1693. In 1696 occurs the first decided action of the yearly meeting in the form of advice against encouraging the importation of Negroes and against neglecting their moral and spiritual welfare. Some efforts in the latter direction were made by William Penn. The early efforts of the Quakers were directed chiefly against the importation and purchase of slaves, and these were so effective that by 1715 the market for slaves in Philadelphia was seriously impaired. The legislature of Pennsylvania is the first to show the influence of anti-slavery sentiment by the imposition of a duty upon slaves which was practically prohibitory. Nor was the movement confined to Pennsylvania. The monthly meeting of Dartmouth, Massachusetts, in 1716 sent to the Rhode Island Quarterly Meeting, of which it was a branch, the query, whether it be agreeable to truth for friends to purchase slaves and keep them term of life. This query was referred to the various monthly meetings for decision. Some gave partial or evasive answers, but the Nantucket meeting decided absolutely in the negative. In 1729, we find the Pennsylvania Friends and those of New England acting together. The Chester Quarterly Meeting, for the fourth time, now reinforced by the Nantucket meeting, addressed the yearly meeting at Philadelphia on the subject of purchasing slaves already imported, and the latter, after some hesitation, advised against the purchase and suggested that offenders be admonished under the discipline of the monthly meetings. This advice was repeated in 1735 and nearly every year from that time till 1743. Reports from the subordinate meetings described the measures taken against the purchase and sale of slaves, and these reports showed that the number of slaveholders was decreasing. In 1743, the yearly meeting issued a query with regard to importation, which was to be regularly answered. So far, little had been done toward emancipation, but already there was considerable agitation on the subject. The Germantown Friends, 1688, and George Keith, 1693, as already noticed, were followed by John Hepburn, 1714, and William Burling, 1718. Elihu Coleman of Nantucket, writing in 1729, says, "There are many sober men that have spoke against this practice, both by writing and in their public assemblies." In the same year appeared Ralph Sandiford's Brief Examination of the Practice of the Times, followed in 1730 by a second edition, The Mystery of Iniquity, and in 1737 appeared Benjamin Lay's All Slave Keepers Apostates. The anti-slavery sentiment of the Puritans, too, although much less conspicuous than that of the Quakers, was felt as far south as Philadelphia. Cotton Mather is quoted by John Hepburn, who also devotes an appendix to Sewell's reprint of the Athenian Oracle. Lay incorporates in his book Sewell's tract on the selling of Joseph. Thus, by the middle of the 18th century, a considerable body of literature had accumulated and must have had an influence upon the community. Then came the writings of Woolman and Benezet, which marked the period of actual emancipation and contributed incalculably towards it. End of Chapter 1, Section 2.
Section 2 of Anti-Slavery in America, from the Introduction of African Slaves to the Prohibition of the Slave Trade, 1619 to 1808. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Anti-Slavery in America, from the Introduction of African Slaves to the Prohibition of the Slave Trade, 1619 to 1808, by Mary Stoughton Locke. Chapter 1, The Religious and Moral Movement, 1637 to 1808, Section 1. Chapter 1, The Religious and Moral Movement, 1637 to 1808. The institution of slavery was connected with a great variety of the interests, prejudices, and principles of mankind, and the objections to it were accordingly based on a great variety of grounds. It might be regarded as a relation inconsistent with moral laws and religious precepts. It might be criticized as a violation of the abstract rights of mankind, an irregularity and anomaly in a philosophical theory of the universe. It might be looked upon as a political weakness and danger, and therefore opposed on the ground of expediency. Or it might be regarded as an economic system of at least doubtful value. Of these four lines of attack, the religious, philosophical, political, and economic, the last undoubtedly had influence in determining or intensifying the sentiment with regard to slavery. But there was no organized movement of importance distinctly based on economic considerations. Some of the chief instances of strong individual opposition on that ground are connected with the plans for founding some of the colonies. There appears to have been no protest against the introduction of slavery into Virginia in 1619, but in 1624, according to the plan proposed by William Uselink for the Swedish Trading Company, slaves were not to be introduced into the Swedish colonies because their labor would be less profitable than that of Europeans. Uselink also questions whether slavery may not be considered contrary to love for one's neighbor, though he refrains from discussing that point. The plan of Uselink was not carried out at that time, and the colony established in 1638 is not directly connected with it. Slavery, though probably prohibited in the original Swedish settlements, was undoubtedly soon introduced. The Free Society of Traders in Pennsylvania, who were to hold their first general court in London in May 1682, in accordance with the plan of William Penn, attempted to provide against perpetual servitude by declaring in their articles that, quote, if the society should receive blacks for servants, they shall make them free at 14 years, and, upon consideration that they shall give into the society's warehouse 2/3 of what they are capable of producing on such a parcel of land as shall be allotted them by the society, end quote. Slaves, however, were soon introduced from the West Indies, and are said to have been tolerated because of the scarcity of laborers. In West Jersey, in the concessions of the proprietors in 1676, it was agreed, quote, that all and every person and persons inhabiting the said province shall, as far as in us lies, be free from oppression and slavery." End quote. This clause, however, can hardly be assumed to apply to the Negro without definite provision to that effect. In Georgia, the exclusion of slavery was more seriously attempted. The position of the colony in the Spanish frontier and the difficulties which South Carolina had already experienced led to the feeling that it was a political necessity to have at this point a people vigorous for attack and strong in their own defense. South Carolina was already conscious of the weakness engendered by a large slave population, and it was believed that only a people who had to work for their own support could possess a vigorous and warlike spirit like that of, quote, "the old Romans," end quote. In this asylum for the distressed, the economic objections to slavery also occupied an important place. It was said that, quote, "slaves starve the poor laborers," end quote. There was a feeling that the labor of slaves was really less profitable than that of whites, and that the whites would be unwilling to work in a country where slave labor existed. It was found also that rice and the other productions of the country could be raised without Negroes, and the importation of white servants from Germany for a term of years was considered preferable. These were purely selfish considerations, but there are occasional gleams of moral sentiment. Thus, in a pamphlet published in 1734, the author pleases himself with the idea that no settlement was ever before established on so humane a plan. Quote, "Slavery, the misfortune if not the dishonor of other plantations," he says, "is absolutely proscribed. Let avarice defend it as it will. There is an honest reluctance in humanity against buying and selling and regarding those of our own species as our wealth and possessions." End quote. General Oglethorpe himself seems to have had no scruples about returning fugitives from South Carolina at the time of a Negro revolt in that colony in 1739. Yet his interest in a learned young African who had been kidnapped by a hostile tribe and sold into slavery in Maryland shows that his humanitarianism was not confined to members of his own race, and it is supposed that his interest in this individual case may have directed his attention more particularly to the subject of slavery and intensified the objections to it which he already felt. At any rate, he refused in 1738 to alter the laws excluding slavery, declaring that he would have nothing to do with the colony if slavery were introduced, and he afterwards speaks of the prohibition of slavery in the colony as having rested on distinctly moral grounds. "Slavery," he says, quote, "is against the gospel as well as fundamental law of England. We refused as trustees to make a law permitting such a horrid crime." End quote. The example of the neighboring colony soon proved more effective than that of, quote, "the old Romans," end quote, and the apparent economic advantages speedily outweighed the political, moral, and economic objections of the founders of the colony. The sentiment of the colonists was, however, by no means unanimous. A petition for slave labor from 121 of the magistrates and freeholders of Savannah, December 9, 1738, was partially offset by protests from the Salzburgers of Ebenezer and the Scottish Highlanders of New Inverness, Darien. These protests were made chiefly on economic grounds, but the political, philosophical, and moral arguments all appear. Quote, "It is shocking to human nature," end quote, write the Scotch of New Inverness to General Oglethorpe, January 3, 1739, quote, "that any race of mankind and their posterity should be sentenced to perpetual slavery. Nor in justice can we think otherwise than that they are thrown amongst us to be our scourge one day or other for our sins. And as freedom to them must be as dear as to us, what a scene of horror must it bring about." End quote. The trustees of the colony emphatically refused, June 20, 1739, to admit the, quote, baneful commodity, end quote, which had already brought their, quote, neighbor colonies to the brink of ruin, end quote. They again refused in 1748, suggesting that it would be of service to the colony for those who persist in declaring that they cannot succeed without Negroes to retire to some other province. The prohibition, however, was evaded by hiring Negroes from South Carolina for a term of years, sometimes for 100 years or for life. Then the magistrates and courts connived at open purchase, and finally slavery, with some restrictions, was allowed, 1749. In early colonial history, the most important anti-slavery movements are those of the Puritans and Quakers. Both were founded upon religious principles. New England, says Mr. George H. Moore, quote, had to outgrow the theology of the Elizabethan Calvinists before it could understand that the Father of Heaven respected neither person nor color, end quote. Still, the New England Puritans were at least as far advanced in this respect as their neighbors, and the anti-slavery sentiment that does appear among them is the direct outcome of Calvinistic theology. To lay the foundations of democracy was not at all what John Calvin had intended, but he built better than he knew, for the doctrine of election did away with distinction of rank and power, and no less with distinctions of color. The Puritan, to be sure, was not inclined to yield social equality to his black brethren, but equality before God he was among the first to admit, and in a theocracy, this was not far distant from equality before the law. The first protest against slavery that appears in the colonies is uttered by Roger Williams. His plea for the captive Pequots in 1637, though limited in its application, shows a sense of the injustice of, quote, perpetual slavery, end quote, which might easily be extended to the case of the Africans. It is not surprising, therefore, to find in the colony of Roger Williams the first positive legislation against Negro slavery. By a statute enacted in 1652, Negroes were to be held in service only for a limited number of years, and then to be set free in the same manner as English servants. This law, however, is said to have been in operation only in Providence and Warwick. Slavery was soon found to be more profitable in Rhode Island than in any other parts of New England, and, quote, the Narragansett planters, end quote, developed an industrial system which may fairly be compared with that of the southern colonies. The Massachusetts Body of Liberties, 1641, is regarded by Mr. Moore as, quote, the first statute establishing slavery in America, end quote. The Honorable Emory Washburn, on the other hand, points to it with pride as indicating a very early hostility to slavery. The act is perhaps the first that recognizes slavery, but its evident intention was to limit that which already existed, not to create or establish the institution. And it may be noticed that no person could legally be born a slave in Massachusetts. The law provides that, quote, there shall never be any bound slavery, villanage, or captivity amongst us unless it be lawful captives taken in just wars, and such strangers as willingly sell themselves or are sold to us. This exempts none from servitude who shall be judged thereto by authority, end quote. The repugnance to enslavement by means which were considered unjust appears a few years later when, quote, the General Court, conceiving themselves bound by the first opportunity to bear witness against heinous and crying sin of man-stealing, end quote, and to make such redress as to deter all others from such vile and odious courses, send back to Guinea all those unlawfully taken, at the charge of the country, together with a letter expressing the indignation of the court. The early objections to slavery itself were directed against its common abuses. harsh treatment of the Negro and the neglect of his spiritual welfare. John Eliot in 1675 memorialized the legislation of the Massachusetts Bay Colony with regard to the sale of Indians into slavery in the West Indies. But his main anxiety was lest they should be deprived of the benefits of the gospel. Quote, "To sell souls for money," he said, "seemeth to me a dangerous merchandise, to sell you away from all means of grace, when Christ hath provided means of grace for you, is the way for us to be active in the destroying their souls, when we are highly obliged to seek their conversion and salvation." End quote. Both John Eliot and Cotton Mather were much concerned that the Negroes were treated as domestic animals and, quote, that so little care was taken of their precious and immortal souls, end quote, which were left, quote, to a destroying ignorance merely for fear of thereby losing the benefit of their vassalage, end quote. Eliot devoted considerable attention to the instruction of the slaves, and Mather published some Rules for the Society of Negroes, apparently urging kind treatment and religious instruction. But neither Mather nor Eliot made any public effort in favor of emancipation. More to the point are the directions to slave owners in the colonies given by Richard Baxter, the eminent English nonconformist who was a contemporary of Mather and Eliot. These directions, which are published in the Christian Directory, must have been often in the hands of his fellow Puritans in America and have had some influence. The address certainly embodies the ideas which the Puritans of his age were making their own and converting into living forces. "Remember," he says in speaking of Negroes and other slaves, quote, "that they are of as good a kind as you, that is, they are reasonable creatures as well as you, and born to as much natural liberty. If their sin have enslaved them to you, yet nature made them your equals." End quote. Slavery he considered justified in the case of crime, and to a certain degree in the case of, quote, "necessitated consent," end quote, of the innocent, or in case of captivity in lawful war, thus occupying a similar position to that of the Massachusetts lawmakers of 1641. On the subject of man-stealing, his language is considerably stronger than that of the general court. "To go as pirates," he says, "and catch us poor Negroes or people of another land that never forfeited life or liberty, and to make them slaves and sell them, is one of the worst kind of thievery in the world. And they that but buy them and use them as beasts for their mere commodity, and betray or destroy or neglect their souls, are fitter to be called incarnate devils than Christians, though they be no Christians whom they so abuse." End quote. Baxter enforces his point by a series of questions and answers in the form of a catechism. Question: "But what if men buy Negroes or other slaves of such as we have just cause to believe did steal them by piracy, or buy them of those that have no power to sell them, and not hire or buy them by their own consent, or by the consent of those that had power to sell them, nor take them captives in a lawful war? What must they do with them afterward?" Answer: 1. It is their heinous sin to buy them, unless it be in charity to deliver them. 2. Having done it, undoubtedly they are presently bound to deliver them, because by right the man is his own, and therefore no man else can have just title to him. Question: "But may I not sell him again and make my money of him, seeing I leave him but as I found him?" Answer: No. Because when you have taken possession of him and a pretended propriety, then the injury that is done him is by you, which before was only by another. Question: "But may I not return him to him that I bought him of?" Answer: No, for that is but injuring him by delivering him to another to continue the injury. God's law bindeth you to love and works of love, and therefore you should do your best to free him. Baxter, like Eliot and Mather, is more concerned for the moral and material welfare of the individual than for the abolition of the institution, but it is a long step in advance when natural liberty and equality are allowed to black as well as white, even in theory, and when so decided a stand is taken against vested rights of property in man. In American literature, the high-water mark of early Puritan sentiment is reached by Chief Justice Sewall. Perhaps for this reason, The Selling of Joseph has achieved greater fame than it would otherwise have done. Sewall's tracts seem bare and cold in comparison with the contemporary Quaker literature. It breathes of the Old Testament rather than the New, of righteousness and justice rather than love for one's neighbor, and the conclusion is decidedly lame. Moreover, it is concerned with the slave trade rather than with slavery, though the arguments applied to the one may generally be applied to the other also. But Sewall's, quote, antipathy against slavery, end quote, which lasted to the end of his days, is evidently beyond that of Cotton Mather or John Eliot. Sewall's argument is based on the proposition that, quote, liberty is in real value next unto life, end quote, and therefore, quote, none ought to part with it themselves or deprive others of it but upon most mature consideration, end quote. This can hardly be considered extreme after Locke's chapters on natural liberty and the right of resistance to encroachments upon it. But Sewall makes one step forward in regarding liberty for its own sake, while Locke is thinking of it as a means of self-preservation. Sewall's position is also in some respect more advanced than Baxter's. The English Puritan countenanced slavery arising from voluntary sale or from captivity in just war. Sewall would permit slavery only as a punishment for crime. The Israelites, he says, were forbidden to enslave one another and, quote, Christians should carry it to all the world, as the Israelites were to carry it one towards another, end quote. As for sale, quote, there is no proportion between 20 pieces of silver and liberty, end quote. Sewall's ideas of liberty and equality rest on a philosophical rather than a practical basis. Quote, originally and naturally, he says, there is no such thing as slavery, because all men, as they are the sons of Adam, are co-heirs, and have equal right unto liberty, and all other outward comforts of life, end quote. But it is not social or even political equality among these children of the common father that Sewall is contending for. Indeed, he has a decided antipathy to his black brethren as a part of the, quote, body politic, end quote. He simply asserts that, quote, these Ethiopians, as black as they are, seeing they are the sons and daughters of the first Adam, the brethren and sisters of the last Adam, and the offspring of God, they ought to be treated with a respect agreeable, end quote. Sewall's tract was the result partly of his religious convictions and partly of the conditions of the time. The immediate occasion was a combination of circumstances which indicate that people's minds were already somewhat exercised on the subject. There was pending, quote, a motion by a Boston committee, end quote, for a law to discourage the importation of Negroes. The plan, perhaps partly under the influence of Sewall's pamphlet, took the form in 1701 of instructions to the representatives of Boston, quote, to promote encouraging the bringing of white servants and to put a period to Negroes being slaves, end quote. No practical results are recorded, and in 1703 an act was passed to restrict manumission, not so much from any objection to manumission in itself as from the reluctance to maintain the aged and infirm at the public cost, a form of thrift which prevailed in the early New England towns. The selling of Joseph brought some, quote, frowns and hard words, end quote, upon its author, and even met with a direct reply. In 1705, under the stimulus of this opposition and of a bill before the General Court, which he regarded as oppressive to the Negroes, Sewall republished an English tract called The Athenian Oracle, which he had happened to see in a bookseller's shop, and which the arguments with regards to slavery and the slave trade are similar to his own, but somewhat warmer in coloring. In 1716, he made an attempt, quote, to prevent Indians and Negroes being rated with horses and hogs, end quote. His Negro servant, Scipio, seems to have received wages and was at one time the possessor of at least 20 pounds, which he gave to his master to keep for him, receiving interest at 5%. But though Sewall's antipathy to slavery affected his personal affairs, he made no direct effort to destroy the institution. He shrank from the logical outcome of his principles and was content with compromises. He would have been glad to see slavery abolished, but he had not the burning zeal which fires men to action. It is not until a generation or two later that a Puritan anti-slavery writer takes an absolutely uncompromising attitude. Nathaniel Appleton, son of the pastor of the First Church in Cambridge, believed not merely that the Ethiopians should, quote, be treated with a respect agreeable, end quote, but that slavery should be abandoned at any cost. The West Indies at the time were a most important source of income to the trading colonies of New England. But if they cannot be cultivated without slave labor, Appleton says, quote, let them sink then, end quote. Though fortunes might be ruined by a change in the industrial system, quote, 'tis more honorable to seek a support by begging than by theft, end quote. As for the purchase of Negroes, he thinks the excuse that they are already enslaved is of no value whatever. He does not, like Baxter, discriminate as to the original cause of enslavement, and the purchaser, he says, is guilty of a baseness and meanness unredeemed by even the brute virtue of courage which was possessed by the man-stealer in Guinea. Though this tract, written several years before its publication in 1767, deals mainly with scriptural arguments, the influence of John Locke is to be discerned here as well as in literature of the Revolutionary period, and the political, economic, and moral arguments are of a more advanced character than those of Chief Justice Sewall. The earlier writers had already considered the unprofitableness of slave labor on account of the comparative cost of importation, the untrustworthy character of the slaves, and the fact that, quote, their continual aspiring after their forbidden liberty renders them unwilling servants, end quote. Mingled with these arguments is the objection to the African race as an element in the population. The Negroes, says Sewall, cannot, quote, be used in the train bands, end quote, or, quote, serve as husbands for our daughters, end quote, while white servants, after their term has expired, can settle on the frontier and serve as a defense to the province. The slave trade, argues Appleton, not only takes riches from the province, quote, if rum may be called so, end quote, but the slaves, as the experience of New York and other colonies have recently proved, quote, instead of being a defense and support of the Commonwealth, are often its terror and sometimes its destruction, end quote. The fact that slavery was discouraging to white labor was noticed in the time of Sewall, but the case is more strongly stated by Appleton. The poor whites, he says, quote, would gladly serve us for a support, but then they must be upon a level with Negro slaves. They, being born free, can't think of such a disgrace as they esteem it, end quote. And pauperism and vagabondage, idleness and vice are the natural consequences. The slaveholders on their part also degenerating in character and becoming imperious and cruel. Puritan anti-slavery sentiment, however, was based mainly on concern for the, quote, precious and immortal soul, end quote, of the slave, on the sentiment of justice, and on regard for all God's creatures. It expended itself in mitigating the evils of slavery by just and kind treatment of the slave and by care for his religious and moral welfare. But economic considerations in New England were not such as to lead man far into temptation, and though the slave trade was actively carried on for the benefit of the injury of other colonies, slavery itself had so weak a hold upon New England that when a new impulse was given by the sentiment of the Revolution, it could easily be uprooted. End of Chapter 1, Section 1. Read by Andrew Kennedy.
Chapter 1, Section 2 of Anti-Slavery in America, from the Introduction of African Slaves to the Prohibition of the Slave Trade, 1619 to 1808. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Virginia Neville. Anti-Slavery in America, from the Introduction of African Slaves to the Prohibition of the Slave Trade, 1619 to 1808, by Mary Stoughton Locke. Chapter 1. The Religious and Moral Movement, 1637 to 1808, Section 2. The religious principles of the Quakers carried them far beyond the Puritans, and their history shows what might have been accomplished through religious organizations if other denominations had been as uniformly sincere and unworldly and single-minded as the Society of Friends. The personal influence of George Fox was employed against slavery as early as 1671, and his authority is frequently quoted by anti-slavery writers. But he sanctioned a limited term of servitude, only advising emancipation after that service. The real value of his work is in organizing a society upon principles which, if sincerely and consistently held, must result in opposition to slavery. Not that the Quakers had new or peculiar ideas. They simply emphasized a principle as old as Christianity, the principle of human brotherhood, and made the Golden Rule a standing rule to live by. Their opposition to slavery was based mainly on the Scriptures, and many of their arguments are similar to those of the Puritans. Still, there are several differences in the theological attitudes of the two sects, which affected their views with regard to slavery. The Puritans thought more of the Old Testament. The religion of the Quakers is filled with the spirit of the New. The Puritans believed that every event is foreordained, including the action of the human will. The Quakers made the freedom of the human will one of their leading arguments against slavery. The Puritans believed in the equality of human souls, but man, as touching nature, was but a worm of this earth. The Quakers believed in the dignity of man, and in a human brotherhood which included social equality as well as equality before God and the law. They were, in fact, as well as in name, a society of friends. Both Quaker and Puritan had a firm belief in the special interpositions of Providence, but the Quakers, much earlier than the Puritans, came to feel that slavery was the particular offense that called down the avenging wrath. They felt more strongly the inconsistency of slavery with the principles of Christianity, regarding it as so perilous to salvation that for all the riches and honors of this world they would not be guilty of it. They felt more strongly also the evil effects of slavery in promoting pride, idleness, and vanity. Thus, John Hepburn, a native of Great Britain residing in New Jersey and one of the earliest apostles of the anti-slavery cause, writes in 1714 of the slave masters. They can afford to keep themselves with white hands, except at sometimes they chance to be besparkled with the blood of those poor slaves when they fall to beating them with their twisted hides and horsewhips, to go with fine powdered periwigs and great bunched coats, and likewise keep their wives idle, Jezebel-like, to paint their faces, and puff and powder their hair, and to bring up their sons and daughters in idleness and wantonness, and in all matter of pride and prodigality, in decking and adorning their carcasses, all and much more the miserable effects produced by the slavery of the Negroes. These effects were perhaps not particularly conspicuous in the regions where even the Chief Justice has shared the labor of the hayfield, but not even a Puritan could have been so disturbed by the vanities of life as was John Hepburn. The duty of kindness to all God's creatures, which was a feature of Puritan sentiment, was equally felt by the Quakers. Antipathy to cockfighting and bear-baiting and the disapproval of slavery are closely allied. In their writings, attention is frequently called to the cruel treatment of slaves, to the barbarous punishments, to the severe precautionary measures prompted by the fear of insurrection, and to the vices which resulted from the miserable condition of the slave and the arbitrary power of the master. The demoralization resulting from the lack of employment among the poor whites is also noticed. Economic arguments, although they received considerable attention among the Quakers, were only supplementary. They were used for the sake of convincing others, not because they had any influence upon the mind of the writer. And emancipation was accomplished in spite of economic considerations, not because of them. The chief arguments were that slavery promotes idleness in the rich and hinders the poor from bread, that it prevents the immigration of industrious laboring people, the chief strength and support of a community, and interferes with the prosperity of those who have already come into the country. To the argument that slave labor is necessary, it was replied that poverty does not make robbery lawful, that if a man can work, he can earn a living as well as the Negro, and if he cannot, his neighbors should help him. Man is born to labor, says one, and experience abundantly sheweth that it is for our good. Seed sown with the tears of a confined, oppressed people, says the same writer, harvest cut down by an overborne, discontented reaper, makes bread less sweet to the taste of an honest man than that which is the produce or just reward of such voluntary action, which is one proper part of the business of human creatures. Among the Quaker anti-slavery writers, there were no such scholars as Cotton Mather and John Eliot, Chief Justice Sewell, and Nathaniel Appleton. Their language is often ungrammatical, and their epithets are occasionally coarse. A few of them indulge in wandering and irrelevant remarks which give evidence of untrained, if not ill-balanced minds. But their arguments, though homely, are usually cogent and show keenness of humor and practical good sense. If these Negroes are slaves of slaves, says Ralford Sandiford in 1729, replying to the well-worn argument of the curse of Canaan, whose slaves must their masters be? Elihu Coleman of Nantucket, the same year, meets the argument that the Negroes must be slaves because they are ignorant and wicked by saying, "If that plea would do, I do believe they need not go so far for slaves as now they do." The first distinctly anti-slavery document in America was the protest of the Mennonite exiles who settled in Germantown, Pennsylvania. This protest is typical of the attitude of the Society of Friends of which the Mennonites became members. "Now, they are black," wrote these simple-hearted Protestants in 1688. "We cannot conceive there is more liberty to have them slaves as it is to have other white ones. There is a saying that we shall do to all men like as we will be done to ourselves, making no difference of what generation, descent, or color they are. Here is liberty of conscience, which is right and reasonable. Here ought also to be liberty of ye body." This protest was soon followed by George Keith's Exhortation and Caution to Friends, 1693, in which the author, just a century before the enactment of the first fugitive slave law, summarily disposes of the question of fugitives. Keith is the first to make use of the passage from the Scriptures which was afterwards so effectively quoted by Wendell Phillips. "Thou shalt not deliver unto his master the servant that is escaped from his master unto thee. By which it appeareth," explains Keith, "that those which are at liberty and freed from their bondage should not by us be delivered into bondage again, neither by us should they be oppressed, but being escaped from his master, should have the liberty to dwell amongst us where it liketh him best." Not long afterwards, John Hepburn published his American Defense of the Christian Golden Rule, 1714. An appendix to this tract by a native of America contains the first elaborate proposals for emancipation. Hepburn was followed almost immediately by William Burling of Long Island, 1718. Then came the tract of Elihu Coleman, 1729, and, from the press of Benjamin Franklin, the more famous productions of Ralph Sandiford, 1729, and Benjamin Lay, 1737. The two last-named authors probably had more influence on anti-slavery sentiment than any others of so early a date. Neither was a native of America, but both had developed an antipathy to slavery before their settlement in Philadelphia, and their opposition to it became the leading interest in their lives. Both were eccentric in their habits and manners, and curiously wild and incoherent in their writings. But they enjoyed the friendship of Benjamin Franklin and other eminent men. Their simple sincerity and moral earnestness lent a weight to their words which could not have been given by logic of arrangement or elegance of diction. And their writings are marked by a love for mankind and by a simple, though homely, truthfulness that must have appealed to many of their readers. Their very eccentricities and extravagances served their cause by attracting attention and awakening discussion. Even the violent opposition aroused by Lay is said to have given stimulus to the movement, and he had the satisfaction, before the close of his days, of knowing that the cause he had so much at heart was really advancing. Both Sandiford and Lay wrote mainly from religious motives. Their works are full of quotations from both the Old Testament and the New, and the thought and language throughout is that of men whose education has been chiefly through the study of the Bible. Shall we go to Africa for bread, says Sandiford, and lay the burden which appertains to our bodily support on their shoulders? Is this washing one another's feet, or living by the gospel, or maintaining liberty and property? And again, how then have they forfeited their country and liberty to entitle me to them? And if so, must the children's teeth also be set on edge? Is this just or equal? And to live on another's labor by force and oppression, is this loving mercy? And to keep them slaves to us and our posterity to all eternity, is this walking humbly with thy God? The early Quaker literature teems with sarcasm directed chiefly against the professors of Christianity. John Hepburn devotes several pages of his pamphlet to an imaginary conversation between a Christian Negro master and a Turk, in which the Turk, of course, has much the better of the argument, and to an ironical pro-slavery argument based on the practice of the various Christian sects. The Quakers themselves were not exempt from this form of attack, and Benjamin Lay was particularly severe upon his own sect. All slave keepers apostates is the motto of his book, and the Friends, as the most inconsistent and hypocritical of all, he regards as worse even than the slave traders. Do not we kill, he says, when we receive the plunder and send the villains for more? We appear very religious and demure, preaching against iniquity and vice. They appear to be what they are. How does our demure slave keepers remember them that are in bonds as bound with them, except as slaves are bound to them? So they to the devil, and stronger, for as death loosens one, it fastens the other in eternal torments, if not repented and forsaken. Even more violent are Lay's attacks upon the preachers, who are represented as a sort of devils, that preach more to hell than they do to heaven, and so they will do forever, as long as they are suffered to reign in the worst and mother of all sins, slave-keeping. He describes the ministers starting off to preach the gospel of glad tidings to all men and liberty to the captives, and giving directions to his slaves before he goes. What do you think of these things, you brave gospel ministers, he says, that keep poor slaves to work for you to maintain you and yours in pride, and much idleness or laziness, and fullness of bread, the sins of Sodom? How do these things become your plain dress, demure appearance, feigned humility, all but hypocrisy, which according to truth's testimony must have the hottest place in hell? to keep those miserable creatures at hard labor continually, so that dogs and cats are much better taken care for, and yet some have had the confidence, or rather impudence, to say their slaves or Negroes live as well as themselves. I could almost wish such hardened, unthinking, sinful, devilish liars were put into their places, at least for a time. In the early Quaker literature, the ideas of natural liberty and equality are not conspicuous. The basis of argument is always distinctly religious rather than political or social. Sandiford, like Sewall, argues in behalf of original rights unforfeited by consent or captivity in war. But his mind, like Sewall's, is fixed on the Old Testament rather than on man in a state of nature. With the approach of the American Revolution, the doctrine of natural rights appears among the Quakers as well as elsewhere. Anthony Benezet, for instance, writes in 1762, "Upon the whole, it must appear to every honest, unprejudiced reader that the Negroes are equally entitled to the common privileges of mankind with the whites, that they have the same rational powers, the same natural affections, and are as susceptible of pain and grief as they, that therefore the bringing and keeping them in bondage is an instance of oppression and injustice of the most grievous nature, such as is scarcely to be paralleled by any example in the present or former ages." John Woolman also believed that liberty was the natural right of all men equally, and that the color of a man avails nothing in matters of right and equity. In this later period, Benezet and Woolman stand foremost, outranking predecessors and contemporaries as representatives of the ideals of their sect. Benezet was a French Huguenot whose parents, soon after his birth in 1713, had fled to Holland and thence had gone to England, where they adopted the religious opinions of the Quakers. After coming to America, Benezet became an instructor in the Friends English School in Philadelphia. Later, becoming interested in the Negroes, he started an evening school for their instruction. He published several works against slavery and the slave trade, the most famous of which, A Short Account of That Part of Africa Inhabited by Negroes, 1762, directed Thomas Clarkson's attention to the subject and led him to write his famous prize essay, Ane liceat invitos in servitutem dare, 1786. There is probably no other man in the period of gradual abolition who did so much for the anti-slavery movement in America as Anthony Benezet. John Woolman's influence was less widely felt. Though he traveled in England as well as in America, his labors were confined to his own sect, and his written works were less widely circulated than those of his contemporary. The gentle charity with which Benezet met even the unreasonableness of mankind was equally characteristic of Woolman, and like Benezet, he felt the generous enthusiasm for a good cause, the unfaltering devotion to what he believed to be right, and the refusal to compromise with sin, though making every allowance for the sinner. In the anti-slavery cause, they were equally zealous, equally fearless and devoted, and at the same time reasonable and tolerant. With a charity which admitted the possibility of sentiments of justice and humanity even in the slaveholder, they took into account the difficulties of emancipation. They combined extreme conscientiousness and courage with friendliness and tact, and their personal influence must have accomplished at least as much as their published works. Benezet, regarding the abolition of the slave trade as the first necessity, made that the chief object of his attention. But he begs those who hold slaves to consider whether the distinction between slavery and the slave trade is not a plea founded more in words than supported by truth. Realizing the unfitness of the slaves for sudden and total emancipation, he yet did more than anyone else toward undermining the favorite arguments against it. His free evening school for Negroes convinced him that the African race had not only a right to freedom, but a capacity for mental and moral improvement which would make it possible for them to become useful citizens. His experience and the educational work to which he devoted life and property went far toward disposing of the argument from the essential inferiority of the African race. John Woolman is one of the most interesting and lovable characters in the history of the anti-slavery movement. His scruples were first aroused on occasion of the conveyancing of a Negro woman sold by his employer, and his modest but firm demeanor and gentle persuasiveness proved very effective in the case of individuals with whom he came in contact in connection with legal business. He soon found a wider field in systematic work in the anti-slavery cause. His journeys as a public friend or traveling preacher extended from Rhode Island to North Carolina, and wherever he went he used his influence in behalf of emancipation. His sympathetic heart beat for both slave and slaveholder. He traveled sometimes on foot that he might have a more lovely feeling of the condition of the oppressed slaves. His description of the aged slaves is very characteristic. When they feel pains and stiffness in their joints and limbs, weakness of appetite, and that a little labor is wearisome, and still behold themselves in the neglected, uncomfortable condition of a slave. For men to be thus treated from one generation to another, who, besides their own distresses, think of the slavery entailed on their posterity, and are grieved, what disagreeable thoughts must they have of the professed followers of Jesus? And how must their groans ascend to that Almighty Being who will be a refuge for the oppressed? In the southern colonies, especially among those people who lived in ease on the hard labor of their slaves, he felt uneasy, and his gentle admonitions and suggestions to the slaveholders were often kindly received and seriously considered. Like Sandiford and Lay, he would not use the products of slave labor. The discontent of the slaves and the idleness and vices which accompanied the system of slavery seemed to him as a gloom over the land. Luxury and oppression, he says, have the seeds of war and desolation in them, and the shadow of coming events was often heavy on his soul. Through his personal appeals to the reason and conscience of individuals, his addresses at friends' meetings, and his activity in connection with the organized efforts of the society, he did more than any other, except perhaps Benezet, to free his own sect from the burden of responsibility, and the success of the emancipation movement among the Quakers is very largely due to his influence. The Quakers, as a rule, made no proposals for emancipation by law. Probably their objections to magistracy prevented their making any extensive use of this resource. Nevertheless, they continually urged manumission by individual owners, and even so early as 1713, there was a definite scheme for freeing the Negroes and returning them to Africa. It was proposed, 1. That subscriptions be taken of all masters that will set their Negroes free, and of the number of Negroes so to be set free, that they may be sent to their own country. 2. That subscriptions be taken, what each man, Negro master, or others, will give to defray the charge of sending the Negroes home. 3. That such Negroes as had rather serve their masters than go home may be kept still, it being their free act, and it not being safe to have them free in this country. The Negroes were also to be instructed in religion, that they might act as missionaries on their return to Africa. To the Quakers is therefore due the earliest formulation of a definite remedy for the evils of slavery. Nowhere is the duty of emancipation more clearly pointed out than by Benjamin Lay. His plan is entirely typical of the Quaker attitude. Friends, he says, should bring up their Negroes to some learning, reading and writing, and endeavor to the utmost of their power in the sweet love of truth to instruct and teach them the principles of truth and righteousness, and learn them some honest trade or employment, and then set them free. And all the time friends are teaching of them, let them know that they intend to let them go free in a very reasonable time, and that our religious principle will not allow of such severity as to keep them in everlasting bondage and slavery. John Woolman, like most of the Quakers, had no elaborate scheme of emancipation. Yet, though appreciating the difficulties, he believed that they offered no excuse, and that whatever inconveniences might ensue were to be charged upon those who were responsible for the situation and should be borne by them. He argued that the Negroes, even if set free, were still liable to the penalties of our laws, and as likely to have punishment for their crimes as other people, and that to retain them in perpetual servitude without just cause for it will produce effects, in the event, more grievous than setting them free would do, when a real love to truth and equity was the motive to it. The general features of Quaker schemes for emancipation were the prevention of the increase of slavery, the manumission of slaves already purchased after a reasonable term of service, and their moral and religious instruction in the meantime. Anthony Benezet's proposals, 1762, are more elaborate and are exceptional in having recourse to law. These proposals were, first, to put an end to the importation of slaves. Second, to declare free by law those already purchased after a certain period of service. If a slave during his term of service had willfully neglected his duty, he might, through an appeal to a court of justice, be held for a longer term. Benezet did not approve of returning the Negroes to Africa. According to his plan, the freedmen were to reside for a certain time in the country in which they were freed, subject to the inspection of the overseers of the poor. The children were to receive instruction, and, where the nature of the country would permit, a small tract of land was to be given to each family, and the members, unless they obtained employment in other ways, were to be required to work on it. The region west of the Alleghenies might, he thought, under some conditions be suitable for colonization. In the practical work of emancipation, even more than in the expression of sentiment, the Society of Friends is far in advance of other religious denominations. Organized efforts against slavery began very early. The Germantown protest of 1688 was carried from monthly to quarterly meeting, and from quarterly to yearly meeting, and though the latter declined to give a positive judgment in the case, it having so general a relation to many other parts, the question was not allowed to rest. George Keith entered his protest at a monthly meeting held in Philadelphia in 1693. In 1696 occurs the first decided action of the yearly meeting, in the form of advice against encouraging the importation of Negroes and against neglecting their moral and spiritual welfare. Some efforts in the latter direction were made by William Penn. The early efforts of the Quakers were directed chiefly against the importation and purchase of slaves, and these were so effective that by 1715 the market for slaves in Philadelphia was seriously impaired. The legislature of Pennsylvania is the first to show the influence of anti-slavery sentiment by the imposition of a duty upon slaves which was practically prohibitory. Nor was the movement confined to Pennsylvania. The monthly meeting of Dartmouth, Massachusetts, in 1716 sent to the Rhode Island Quarterly Meeting, of which it was a branch, the query, whether it be agreeable to truth for friends to purchase slaves and keep them term of life. This query was referred to the various monthly meetings for decision. Some gave partial or evasive answers, but the Nantucket meeting decided absolutely in the negative. In 1729, we find the Pennsylvania Friends and those of New England acting together. The Chester Quarterly Meeting, for the fourth time, now reinforced by the Nantucket meeting, addressed the yearly meeting at Philadelphia on the subject of purchasing slaves already imported, and the latter, after some hesitation, advised against the purchase and suggested that offenders be admonished under the discipline of the monthly meetings. This advice was repeated in 1735 and nearly every year from that time till 1743. Reports from the subordinate meetings described the measures taken against the purchase and sale of slaves, and these reports showed that the number of slaveholders was decreasing. In 1743, the yearly meeting issued a query with regard to importation, which was to be regularly answered. So far, little had been done toward emancipation, but already there was considerable agitation on the subject. The Germantown Friends, 1688, and George Keith, 1693, as already noticed, were followed by John Hepburn, 1714, and William Burling, 1718. Elihu Coleman of Nantucket, writing in 1729, says, "There are many sober men that have spoke against this practice, both by writing and in their public assemblies." In the same year appeared Ralph Sandiford's Brief Examination of the Practice of the Times, followed in 1730 by a second edition, The Mystery of Iniquity, and in 1737 appeared Benjamin Lay's All Slave Keepers Apostates. The anti-slavery sentiment of the Puritans, too, although much less conspicuous than that of the Quakers, was felt as far south as Philadelphia. Cotton Mather is quoted by John Hepburn, who also devotes an appendix to Sewell's reprint of the Athenian Oracle. Lay incorporates in his book Sewell's tract on the selling of Joseph. Thus, by the middle of the 18th century, a considerable body of literature had accumulated and must have had an influence upon the community. Then came the writings of Woolman and Benezet, which marked the period of actual emancipation and contributed incalculably towards it. End of Chapter 1, Section 2. Chapter 1, Section 3 of Anti-Slavery in America, from the Introduction of African Slaves to the Prohibition of the Slave Trade, 1619 to 1608. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Virginia Neville. Anti-Slavery in America, from the Introduction of African Slaves to the Prohibition of the Slave Trade, 1619 to 1808, by Mary Stoughton Locke. Chapter 1, Section 3, The Religious and Moral Movement, 1637 to 1808. In the yearly meeting, however, no important question could be decided until nearly all were of one mind. The practice of individuals was, therefore, far in advance of that of the whole society, and some of the subordinate meetings were more zealous than the general body. The efforts of Woolman and Benezet were now supplemented by circumstances. The French and Indian War, occurring at a time when the public mind was already agitated on the subject of slavery, led to a general feeling that the event was a dispensation of the Almighty sent to warn people of their sins. Under this stimulus, the Friends meeting from Rhode Island to Virginia began to take effective action against slaveholding as well as against the importation and purchase of slaves. And the additional impulse given by the Revolutionary War was sufficient to complete the process of emancipation. The organization and methods of the Society of Friends were well adapted to effective work. The system of queries addressed by the yearly meeting to its subordinates was directed toward the discipline of members by the subordinate meetings, which reported to the general body on their success. Committees were appointed to visit friends who kept slaves and persuade them to abandon the practice. The discipline was at first in the nature of friendly exhortations. In case of persistence in error, members were testified against in open meeting, then partially excluded from the society, and finally disowned. Cases of contumacy were sometimes carried from monthly to quarterly and from quarterly to yearly meeting. But this process seems to have been seldom necessary, and few members were actually disowned. Communication between the meetings in different parts of the country was kept up by addresses from one yearly meeting to another, as well as from the yearly meeting to its subordinates. Traveling elders or public friends also went about from one colony to another. The Quakers of the other colonies were considerably influenced by those of Pennsylvania, and usually followed in their wake. The New England Quakers, however, succeeded in shaking off the incubus of slavery somewhat earlier than those in localities where the conditions were less favorable. The system of committees adopted by the Philadelphia meeting in 1758 was adopted in New England in 1769, in New York in 1771, and in Virginia in 1780. In New England, the work of emancipation was rapidly accomplished. In 1770, the work of committees was followed up by an inquiry of the yearly meeting as to whether all Negroes of suitable age and condition had been set free. For not freeing their slaves, some friends were disowned as early as 1772, 4 years before the adoption of that measure by the Philadelphia meeting. In 1773, the Society passed a resolution that even the aged and impotent should be set free, that we do no more claim property in the human race, as we do in the brutes that perish. Most of the slaves of New England Quakers had been manumitted by 1778. By 1782, all were supposed to have been freed, and the following year arrangements were made for compensating them for past services and for looking after the moral and religious training of free blacks. A similar policy was pursued in other colonies. In 1776, the Philadelphia Yearly Meeting resolved to disown slaveholders, and the New York Yearly Meeting the same year partially disowned them. The work of committees was continued, and the reports show few cases of slaveholding after this time. Thus, before the close of the Revolutionary War, slavery had been practically abandoned by the Quakers of the northern and middle states. Arrangements were generally, or at least frequently, made for compensation for past services and for the assistance and religious instruction of the free blacks and the education of the children. Where slavery was more firmly established, the process was naturally less rapid. A query with regard to the importation and the ill usage of slaves was issued by the Virginia Yearly Meeting as early as 1722, and directions against either importing or holding slaves appear in 1758. During the next 10 years, Friends became nearly free from the importation and purchase of slaves. The latter practice, as well as the former, was now held to be a breach of discipline, and a few years later, 1772, the offender was disowned. By this time, the influence of the impending revolution was beginning to make itself felt. The times seemed to demand that people should free their hands from every species of oppression, lest the vengeance of the Almighty should be visited upon the land. Those who continued to withhold from any their just right to freedom were therefore exhorted to execute manumissions for adults and minors, the latter to take effect at majority. Those continuing to hold slaves were to be admonished. In 1781, they were to be partially disowned, and in 1784, wholly disowned. Quaker emancipation in Maryland and Virginia seems to have been practically completed by 1788. One monthly meeting disowned 13 persons for slaveholding, and some who had sold their slaves were required to redeem them and give them their liberty. Among those who contributed to this movement by their work as well as their words were Robert Pleasance and Warner Mifflin. The father of the former attempted to free his slaves by will in 1771, but the legal restrictions in Virginia prevented the execution of the will until 1800, when several hundred slaves were set at liberty with their children. Robert Pleasance emancipated 80 slaves of his own, placing them on his lands and supporting them for a year while allowing them the full benefit of their labor. He probably also established a school for the children and gave land and money for its endowment. Warner Mifflin was the object of an enthusiastic eulogy by Brissett and of the bitter resentment of slaveholding congressmen in the early days of the Republic. He was born on the eastern shore of Virginia, in a region where Quakers were few and slaveholders many. He himself, in a defense published in 1795, tells the story of his early conversion to anti-slavery principles through a suggestion from one of his father's slaves. His resolution never to own a slave was for a time overcome by the pressure of circumstances, and he tells with modest frankness of his triumph over the desire for wealth and position, over the plausible excuses which soothed the consciences of his neighbors, and even over the fear that his family might come to actual want. The manumission was finally completed about 1775 and included the slaves of his wife, who gave him her sympathy and encouragement. Some slaves who had belonged to his father and had come to him of their own accord were also emancipated. Mifflin made restitution to his former slaves and purchased the release of some who had been sold. During the Revolutionary War, Mifflin became very unpopular on account of his peace policy, and particularly because of his refusal to use bills of credit, the continental currency, on the ground that they were engines of war. It was said that he had freed his slaves in order that they might go over to the enemy, or because they were worthless and he was unwilling to support them. In order to disprove the latter statement, he arranged with his freedmen to give each a piece of ground and an outfit, in return for which they should give him a share of the produce. It was then said that Mifflin made more money off his Negroes than he did when they were slaves, and he determined to give up the attempt to justify himself. Like many others, he felt the hand of God in the revolution, and believed that the Almighty was on the side of the oppressed. But he had no special scheme for emancipation, and believed that it must be a gradual process, not because immediate emancipation would wrong the slaveholder, but because the slave would need some preparation for freedom. In Virginia, the process of emancipation, long retarded by adverse legislation, was at last greatly facilitated by an act in 1782 removing restrictions from voluntary manumission. In North Carolina, the Friends experienced still greater difficulties. The yearly meeting was considerably influenced by that of Virginia and followed in its footsteps. In 1758, it issued an inquiry about the treatment of slaves. 10 years later, it advised against the buying and selling of Negroes and issued queries or recommendations of gradually increasing vigor from year to year. In 1772, it addressed the legislature, urging it to follow the example of the Virginia House of Burgesses in petitioning the Crown against the slave trade. For the next 5 years, the process of emancipation went on rapidly, apparently without regard to the law, which, like that of Virginia, limited manumissions to cases of meritorious service and required a license from the county court. In 1777, however, a new law was enacted, and many of the freedmen were reduced to slavery by the authority of the county courts. An appeal to the Superior Court resulted in a refusal to sanction the retroaction of the new law, but the title to the slaves was confirmed by the General Assembly in 1779, and at least 134 Negroes were returned to bondage. Petitions to the Assembly for a less stringent law resulted only in increasing rigor, and the Society could only protest against being deprived of the right to act in accordance with the dictates of conscience. Within a century of the Germantown protest, the abolition of slavery among the Quakers had been practically accomplished. It was accomplished without great strife or schism or bitterness of feeling by a policy of gentle but persistent pressure, in which the zeal of individuals was supplemented by organized efforts well directed and steadily applied. Individual Quakers, though lovers of peace, were tremendously in earnest and devoted their lives to the cause. The official organizations, though cautious in taking up the work and desirous of unanimity, never gave up a point they had once insisted on, and all worked together for their common end. Having freed their own consciences of slavery, the Friends next applied themselves to influencing those outside their own sect. After the Revolutionary War, they joined in the political movements for the suppression of the slave trade and for emancipation by law. They were also the founders and the leaders of many of the early abolition societies, and continued to hold a place in the literature by which public opinion was educated to anti-slavery views. In these matters, however, they appear not as members of a religious sect, but as members of the body politic, and play a subordinate, though an important part. Their later work will therefore be included in subsequent chapters. In other religious denominations, there was no organized opposition to slavery until near the close of the Revolutionary War. During that period, however, some of the New England clergy used their individual influence for the manumission of Negroes. An unusually earnest champion of universal liberty was Reverend Samuel Hopkins of Newport, Rhode Island, who began preaching against slavery about 1770, and whose church, in the very center of the slave trade, voted in 1784 that the slave trade and the slavery of the Africans, as it has taken place among us, is a gross violation of the righteousness and benevolence which are so much inculcated in the gospel, and therefore we will not tolerate it in this church. Connecticut is similarly represented by Reverend Ezra Stiles, the president of Yale College. Less conspicuous instances are Reverend Samuel Webster of Salisbury, Reverend Nathaniel Niles, and Dr. William Gordon, the pastor of the Third Church in Roxbury. The lack of organized effort in the New England churches may be partly accounted for by the fact that there was no such machinery for the purpose as existed in the Society of Friends. The tendency here was strongly toward individualism, and the influence of individual pastors over the individual members of their own congregations was the natural method. The organized effort necessary for the completion of the work came through political measures which were well suited to the Puritan conception of the relation between church and state. The combined influence of the congregational ministers, however, is seen in a petition to the General Court of Massachusetts by Dr. Belknap and others, which contributed to the passage of the Act Prohibiting the Slave Trade, 1788, and in a similar petition by the clergy of Connecticut the same year, in which Dr. Jonathan Edwards and Dr. Levi Hart were among the leaders. The Methodist Conference at Baltimore in 1780, under the combined influences of John Wesley and the American Revolution, declared that slavery was contrary to the laws of God, man, and nature, visited its disapprobation on all members who kept slaves, advised manumission, and even required it in the case of traveling preachers. At this time, there was a temporary schism in the conference, so that Virginia members were not present. In 1784, the conference voted to suspend both local and traveling preachers in Maryland, Delaware, Pennsylvania, and New Jersey who failed to meet the requirement, but to give the local preachers of Virginia another year's trial. Regulations were also adopted for the discipline of slaveholding members, requiring the execution of deeds for the manumission of all slaves within a brief term of years, the children of such slaves to be free at birth. The rite of communion was to be withheld until the execution of the deed, and recalcitrants were offered a final alternative of voluntary withdrawal or exclusion from the church. These measures were to apply only so far as consistent with the laws of the various states, but anyone who bought or sold slaves was to be immediately expelled unless he had bought them in order to free them. This is the high water mark of American Methodism in its early relation to slavery. The rules were zealously upheld by Bishop Coke, who had been ordained by Wesley to take charge of the church in America, and by his associate, Bishop Asbury. Unfortunate legal obstructions to manumission in the southern states and violent opposition by many of the southern members led to a gradual decline in the movement. The rules were suspended the following year, and when reenacted in 1796 show a considerable weakening. Children of slaves undergoing manumission were now to be freed only at 21 or 25 years of age, according to their sex. Purchasers of slaves, instead of being immediately expelled, were to hold them only for a term of years, the time to be determined at the quarterly meeting. Preachers were to consider the subject with deep attention and to communicate to the conference any important thoughts upon the subject which might occur to them. Some efforts to obtain more favorable legislation were made in Virginia and North Carolina. In the latter state, the request was for the permission to manumit slaves, in the former for immediate or gradual emancipation by the state legislature. It is said also that hundreds of manumissions took place at about this time. In 1800, the Methodist regulations as to slaveholding were again revised. Traveling preachers were now required to manumit their slaves if practicable. The conferences were to draw up addresses to the state legislatures, urging laws for gradual emancipation, and petitions to this effect were to be circulated through the officers of the church. Energy in this work was exhausted by 1804, and the states south of Virginia were now exempted from the rules. The denominational effort for emancipation was finally abandoned in 1808 as interfering with the progress of spiritual salvation. The Methodists, however, continued to be regarded as friendly to emancipation, and this view contributed to their popularity and influence among the Negroes. Anti-slavery sentiment among the Baptists flourished and declined, as among the Methodists. The French traveler La Rochefoucauld-Liancourt mentions them with honorable distinction in company with the Quakers in New Paltz on the Hudson. He says, "The Quakers and the Anabaptists keep no slaves, though others do. Even so far south as Georgia, the Baptists gain some notoriety in this respect, as they are alluded to in one of the early debates in Congress on account of their interference." The Philadelphia Association of Baptist Churches, at the instance of the church in Baltimore, had already, about 1789, expressed its approval of the societies for the gradual abolition of slavery which were then forming, and recommended the cooperation of the churches. The Catoctin Association of Baptist Churches in Virginia, including Fairfax, Loudoun, and other counties, in 1787 appointed a committee to bring in a plan for gradual emancipation, but the opposition proved too strong for them. 2 years later, the General Committee of the Virginia churches, including delegates from the 7 associations, adopted a resolution denouncing slavery and praying that the legislature might be able to accomplish emancipation. The Salem Association, on the upper waters of the James River, lost several members by failing to give a definite answer to the query put by one of the churches. Is it lawful in the sight of God for a member of Christ's church to keep his fellow creature in perpetual slavery? In Kentucky, as was natural in a pioneer state, the agitation against slavery was for some time of considerable importance. Among the Baptists, the most zealous advocated immediate abolition and the refusal of fellowship to slaveholders. Moderate reformers preferred the gradual emancipation of those already in bondage and the immediate freedom of all born after a certain date. Still another class objected to the confusion of political and religious questions by bringing this discussion into the churches. The majority of church members regarded slaveholding as a sin, but did not wish to make it a cause for exclusion from the church. But the more radical minority included some preachers of extraordinary zeal, notably Joshua Carman, Carter Tarrant, and David Barrow. The first church to be established on a distinctly abolitionist basis was organized in 1791 by John Sutton and Carter Tarrant and called the New Hope Church. The question of slavery was considered in connection with the formation of a state constitution in 1792, and the opposition to it received the support of the clergy of various denominations. Though the movement for emancipation by political means failed, many manumissions were executed for religious reasons. It is said that between 1800 and 1810, the number of freedmen was increased 150% as compared with the previous decade, and that the anti-slavery influence was largely due to the Baptists. A crisis occurred in 1805, and the emancipating Baptists seceded from the General Association and formed a distinct organization. They called themselves Friends of Humanity, but did not object to the name of Emancipators. They numbered 12 churches, and the distinctive feature was the refusal of Christian fellowship to slaveholders. A similar position was taken some years earlier by the Miami Association of Baptists in Ohio, 1797, under the influence of Joshua Carman. The Presbyterians took up the slavery question at about the same time as the Methodists and Baptists. The Synod of New York and Philadelphia in 1787 recommended in somewhat cautious language that members give their slaves such good education as to prepare them for a better enjoyment of freedom, that those who are worthy to be given an opportunity to procure their liberty at a moderate rate, and that the most prudent measures be taken to procure eventually the final abolition of slavery in America. The following year, they repeated the recommendation for the abolition of slavery. An explicit statement against slaveholding appears in the Catechism a few years later, 1794, and the question of excluding slaveholders from church membership was brought up in 1795. By this time, the movement had apparently reached its limit. The General Assembly of the Church, which was the national organization, now began to point with pride to its previous utterances on the subject, and apparently considered these sufficient to satisfy the most zealous reformer. But although it professed to view with the deepest concern any vestiges of slavery which may exist in our country, it continued to retain the slaveholders in Christian fellowship. Except in the case of the Quakers, then, the organized efforts of religious societies must be regarded as a failure. Whatever was accomplished among the latter was effected through the strong personal influence of a few individuals, and was partial, local, or incomplete through the lack of a substantial basis of public opinion. If the agitation had been wholly left to the churches, says Professor von Holst, it would have been long before men could have rightly spoken of a slavery question. Among the Quakers, however, the abolition of slavery had been universal and complete, so far as the local legislation permitted. And this brief summary should serve to show that if the churches had been filled with the spirit that pervaded the Friends meeting, there need hardly have been any slavery question at all. End of chapter 1.
Chapter 2, Section 1, of Anti-Slavery in America, from the Introduction of African Slaves to the Prohibition of the Slave Trade, 1619 to 1808, by Mary Stoughton Locke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by the Progressing America Project. Chapter 2, Section 1. The philosophical movement of the Revolutionary period, 1761 to 1783. In the preceding chapter, one slender stream of anti-slavery sentiment was traced from the early settlement of Pennsylvania, all the way down through colonial history to its practical issue in the complete or nearly complete abolition of slavery throughout a whole religious sect. There was comparatively little anti-slavery sentiment, however, outside the Society of Friends, and what there was did not produce any important results. There were also local limitations. The headquarters of the movement were in Pennsylvania, and other colonies had a comparatively small share in it. In the period of the American Revolution, anti-slavery sentiment assumed a new phase. The doctrine of the natural and inalienable rights of man, taken up by the colonists in justification of their own cause, was applied by the most logical or the most benevolent, without distinction of race, color, or condition of servitude. By many, this application was made only in theory. Patrick Henry, for instance, deplored the inconsistency of slaveholding among a people who proclaimed the principles of liberty and equality, realizing, too, the economic disadvantages and seeing before him a gloomy perspective to future times, but he could not make up his mind to the personal sacrifice which a change would involve. Footnote: Henry, Life of Patrick Henry, Volume 1, page 152, also pages 114 through 116. See also Bayard, Voyage d'intérieur des États-Unis, pages 92 and 93. Chistella, Travels in North America, Volume 2, page 197. John Adams, however, had so strong an antipathy to slavery that he never owned a Negro, although he believed that the employment of free labor cost him thousands of dollars which might have been saved by the purchase of slaves. Footnote: John Adams, Works, Volume 10, page 380, published 1856. Thomas Jefferson, too, declared himself ready for the personal sacrifice. Footnote: Jefferson, Writings, Taylor and Morey, published 1853, Volume 2, page 357, and Volume 7, page 58. References to Jefferson's writings are to this edition unless otherwise indicated. And his early manhood was distinguished by several efforts in behalf of the oppressed race, but he objected to their incorporation into the state on account of the real distinctions which nature has made, though at the same time hesitating to degrade a whole race of men from the rank in the scale of beings which their Creator may perhaps have given them. Footnote: cited above, Volume 8, pages 380 to 386. Later, as the glow of revolutionary enthusiasm faded away, and was succeeded by the cold caution of advancing years, he shrank from appearing in so unpopular a cause, or perhaps honestly believed that the effort would be premature, and would only retard real progress. And he finally retired from the combat, feebly hoping that the victory might yet be won by a younger generation. Footnote, cited above, Ford's edition, Volume 4, pages 184 to 185, June 22, 1786. Letter to Edward Coles, August 25, 1814, in Washburn, Sketch of Edward Coles, pages 24 to 28. Washington, like Jefferson, believed that only the extinction of slavery could assure the existence of the Union. Footnote, Bernard, Retrospections of America, pages 90 and 91. And sincerely wished for some practicable plan of emancipation by legislation. Footnote, Washington, Writings, Ford, Volume 11, pages 25 and 30. But he thought it too dangerous to strike too vigorously at a prejudice which had begun to diminish. Hence, believing that time, patience, and information would not fail to vanquish it. Footnote, Brissot, New Travels in America, Volume 1, pages 245 and 246. He never made any active effort toward either national or state emancipation, and he kept and occasionally, with reluctance, bought and sold slaves. Footnote, Washington, Writings, Volume 2, pages 211 and 212. Volume 11, page 62, and note. A letter to Washington from Edward Rushton, a Liverpool philanthropist, in 1796, haranguing him in vigorous terms for inconsistency, was returned without reply. Rushton, Expostulatory Letter to George Washington, and Preface. The practical difficulties were too great to be overcome by abstract theories. Nevertheless, anti-slavery sentiment received an enormous impetus from the principles of the Revolution, and where the difficulties were moderate, or the philosophy of the Revolution was strongly reinforced by other influences, doctrinarianism was transformed into determined purpose, and the results were such as to make it seem probable that the institution of slavery was doomed to an early end. In this period, the movement was not confined to any sect or locality. Pennsylvania still maintained an honorable position, and the fullest and most vigorous expression of sentiment is found in New England. But the philosophy of Locke and Montesquieu was studied in Virginia, as well as in Massachusetts, and philosophers and patriots north and south were in sympathy on the slavery question. Nor was the movement confined to any class of men, although it was led by the scholars and thinkers. The preacher was conspicuous against slavery in New England, where his influence was still great, and the growing opposition to slavery among the clergy was notable in Pennsylvania. Footnote, Rush, Letter to Granville Sharp, in Stewart, Memoir of Granville Sharp, page 21. In all sections of the country, a leading part was played by the lawyers. In Pennsylvania, two men of science, Dr. Rush and Benjamin Franklin, occupied an important place. Those who led in the Revolution led also in the anti-slavery movement, but, at least in New England, the ranks were not far behind the leaders, and orators and essayists were supported by juries and town meetings. The principles of the American Revolution were not particularly American, nor particularly new. They had been in the air, at least ever since the English Revolution against the Stuarts and their exposition by John Locke. The same principles had already been applied to the discussion of slavery by Montesquieu. Footnote, Montesquieu, Spirit of the Laws, Book 15, Chapter 5, Complete Works, Paris, 1875, Chapter 4, page 185. And Montesquieu was much read in America. The Bishop of Gloucester, in 1766, declaimed against holding property in rational beings, in language which shows that the doctrine of natural liberty still flourished on British soil. Footnote, Gracious God, to talk, as in herds of cattle, of property in rational creatures, creatures endowed with all our faculties, possessing all our qualities but that of color. Our brethren, both by nature and grace, shocks all our feelings of humanity, and the dictates of common sense. Nature created man free, and grace invites him to assert his freedom. Extract from a sermon preached by the Bishop of Gloucester before the Society of the Propagation of the Gospel, February 21st, 1766. In Benezet, Potent Enemies of America, pages 80 through 83, and Views of American Slavery Taken a Century Ago, Appendix, page 107 and 108. And Scottish philosophy and law were brought to bear against slavery and the slave trade, distinctly on the ground of the original right of every man to his own liberty. Footnote: Wallace, System of the Principles of the Law of Scotland. Hutcheson, System of Moral Philosophy. Quoted in Benezet, A Short Account of that Part of Africa Inhabited by Negroes, pages 30 to 34. And Potent Enemies of America, pages 74 to 78. Wallace regards the right of liberty as inalienable. Hutcheson says the owner is bound to prove that liberty has been forfeited. In America, however, the ideas of liberty and equality took root and flourished with peculiar vigor, and it is in America that they produced their fairest fruit. It is therefore with special interest that one looks for their effect on the condition of the slave. The herald of the new era was James Otis, and it is a significant fact that the man who sounded the keynote of the Revolution pleaded at the same moment the cause of the slave. Otis's argument against the writs of assistance in 1761, based on the rights of men to life, liberty, and property, included the rights of the black men, which were set forth in vigorous terms and caused even the stout-hearted John Adams to stutter at the conclusions that might be drawn from such premises. Footnote: John Adams, Works, Volume 10, page 315. An abstract of Otis's speech made by Adams is in Frank Moore, American Eloquence, Volume 1, pages 4 to 7. The terms used in the imperfectly reported speech were doubtless similar in nature to some remarks of Otis on the slavery of the Africans, which soon afterward appeared in print. The colonists, says Otis, are by the law of nature freeborn, as indeed all men are, white or black. No better reasons can be given for enslaving those of any color than such as Baron Montesquieu has humorously given, as the foundation of that cruel slavery exercised over the poor Ethiopians, which threatens one day to reduce both Europe and America to the ignorance and barbarity of the darkest ages. Does it follow that it is right to enslave a man because he is black? Will short curled hair, like wool, instead of Christian hair, as it is called by those whose hearts are as hard as the nether millstone, help the argument? Can any logical inference in favor of slavery be drawn from a flat nose, a long or a short face? Footnote: Otis, Rights of British Colonies, pages 43 and 44. Though it had not yet occurred to the ordinary mind that the slavery of the Africans was in any way unjust or immoral, footnote: Noah Webster, Effects of Slavery on Morals and Industry, page 33, note. The seed fell on ground not wholly unprepared. The moral influence of the Quakers had been supplemented by the economic arguments of Benjamin Franklin, who pointed out in his Observations Concerning the Increase of Mankind, in 1751, the evil effects of slavery upon population, industry, and the production and distribution of wealth. Footnote: Franklin, Complete Works, Putnam, 1897, Volume 2, pages 226 to 229. William Vassall, in the Massachusetts Bay Province, was at about this time troubled by conscientious scruples with regard to his West India plantation. Footnote: Dean, Letters and Documents Relating to Slavery in Massachusetts, in the Massachusetts Historical Society Collection, Volume 3, page 385. Petitions were presented to the General Court of Massachusetts Bay between 1755 and 1766, praying that the importation of slaves might be prohibited, and it is probable that the conscience of the Calvinist, as well as that of the Quaker, was awakened by the horrors and dangers of the French and Indian War. Footnote: page 36, cited above. It is not, however, until the passage of the Stamp Act that anti-slavery literature begins to appear to any extent. Among the first to be heard is A Voice from Virginia, in 1767, attacking the institution of slavery on religious and moral, political, and economic grounds, and dwelling with special emphasis on the fact that, as freedom is unquestionably the birthright of all mankind, Africans as well as Europeans, To keep the former in a state of slavery is a constant violation of that right, and therefore of justice. Footnote. Quoted from the Virginia Gazette, March 19, 1767, in Views of American Slavery Taken a Century Ago, pages 109 to 112, and, under the title Lee's Edition in Benezet, Potent Enemies of America, pages 78 and 79. Not long afterward appears an earnest address by Samuel Webster of Salisbury, Massachusetts, in 1769, urging immediate emancipation, in a voice that rings with the coming revolution. What then is to be done, he says. Done, for God's sake! Break every yoke and let these oppressed ones go free without delay. Let them taste the sweets of that liberty which we so highly prize, and are so earnestly supplicating God and man to grant us, nay, which we claim as the natural right of every man. Footnote. Samuel Webster, Earnest Address to My Country on Slavery. Extract in Coffin. Sketch of the History of Newbury, page 338. Also, a sermon preached before the General Court of Samuel Webster, of Salisbury, May 28, 1777, pages 22 and 37 to 38. A Thanksgiving oration on the beauties of liberty, delivered by a British Bostonian in 1772, was not considered complete without a special plea for the rights and liberties of the Africans, which was inserted in a reprint of the original edition by particular desire. Footnote. A British Bostonian, Oration on the Beauties of Liberty, 3rd edition. The printer of this pamphlet, determined even at the hazard of his life to maintain the liberty of the press, grants a refuge in the appendix to the utterance against the slave trade, which had been refused by the newspapers. Footnote, cited above, page 75. Article signed, Conscience, pages 76 to 78. Much has been wrote on this subject, says the British Bostonian, and many begin to listen to the laws of humanity and the force of the argument. Footnote, cited above, page 75. At about this time appeared a pamphlet against the slave trade by James Swan, a Boston merchant, a native of Great Britain, but none the less, he declares, a friend of liberty. Footnote, Swan, Dissuasion from the Slave Trade, 1772, dedication, page 6. Hardly had he arrived in America and seen the slaves, before he wanted to do something to relieve them, and this pamphlet is intended to be a mean of abolishing one great part of slavery here. Footnote, cited above, Preface, page 4. Dedication, page 6. He appeals to the humanity and love of liberty, with which every true Englishman is or ought to be possessed of, urging his readers to declare themselves well-wishers of the British Empire, and consequently enemies to slavery, and reminding them that no country can be called free where there is one slave. Footnote, cited above, page 8. A revised edition of this pamphlet was published, at the earnest desire of the Negroes in Boston, in order that a copy might be sent to each town of the province, with a view of the instruction of the representatives in the General Court. Footnote, cited above, 1773. Preface, pages 9 and 10. The new edition was dedicated to the governor and legislature, and was presented to them at the same time with a petition from the Negroes. Footnote, a British Bostonian, Oration on the Beauties of Liberty, page 78. In Pennsylvania, the awakening was probably as general as in Massachusetts, and the neighboring colonies shared in the movement to some degree. Dr. Benjamin Rush apologizes for his address on slavery in 1773, because so much has already been said on the subject. Footnote, Rush, Address to the Inhabitants of the British Settlements on the Slavery of the Negroes in America, page 1. And writes to Granville Sharp, the same year, of the rapid progress of anti-slavery sentiment in Pennsylvania and other colonies. Anthony Benezet, he says, stood alone a few years ago in opposing Negro slavery in Philadelphia, and now 3/4 of the province, as well as of the city, cry out against it. Footnote, Stewart, Memoir of Granville Sharp, page 21. See also, Letters from Franklin to Dean Woodward, April 10, 1773, and Anthony Benezet, 1772 to 1773, in Franklin, Complete Works, Volume 4, pages 507 and 508. Volume 5, page 128 and page 200. See also Nisbet, Slavery Not Forbidden by Scripture, page 1. Even South Carolina, always the stronghold of slavery, is at last affected. Henry Lawrence feels in 1776 that those who have refused liberty to others can hardly hope for the security of their own. He believes that the prejudices of former days are giving way, and hopes that the time for a general manumission is at hand. You know, my dear son, he writes in 1776, I abhor slavery. I was born in a country where slavery had been established by British kings and parliaments, as well as by the laws of that country ages before my existence. I nevertheless disliked it. In former days there was no combating the prejudices of men supported by interest. The day, I hope, is approaching when from principles of gratitude, as well as justice, every man will strive to be foremost in showing his readiness to comply with the golden rule. I am devising means for manumitting many of them, and for cutting off the entail of slavery. I am not one of those who dare trust in Providence for defense and security of their own liberty, while they enslave and wish to continue in slavery thousands who are as well entitled to freedom as themselves. Footnote: Lawrence, A South Carolina Protest Against Slavery, pages 20 and 21. See also, A Letter from Lawrence, in Pennsylvania Magazine of History and Biography, Volume 16, page 381. The issue indeed could not be evaded. The charge of inconsistency, made by the Loyalists in derision, footnote, quotations in Moore, Notes on Slavery in Massachusetts, page 145, and by the Patriots in earnest appeals for reform, footnote, cited above, pages 144 to 147, also page 176. Extract from the Pennsylvania Chronicle, November 21, 1768, in the Anti-Slavery Examiner, 1838, number 5, page 27, was one which must be fairly faced. On the ground which the colonists had taken, slavery could not be justified, and there seems at this time to have been hardly an attempt to justify it. In a forensic disputation, which formed a part of the commencement exercises of Harvard College in July, 1773, the anti-slavery advocate takes his stand on the natural rights of man, with the air of one who knows his audience is with him on that ground. He is astonished that in this enlightened age and land, where the principles of natural and civil liberty, and consequently the natural rights of mankind are so generally understood, the case of these unhappy Africans should gain no more attention. That those who are so readily disposed to urge the principles of natural equality in defense of their own liberty should, with so little reluctance, continue to exert a power, by the operation of which they are so flagrantly contradicted. Footnote: A Forensic Dispute on the Legality of Enslaving the Africans, page 4. His opponent, with an apologetic air, entreats that even the feelings of humanity may be suspended, while we calmly attend to the voice of reason. He joins in the benevolent wish that the Africans, whom he too is willing to call his brethren, might enjoy the blessings of liberty equally with the European races, but takes his stand on the greatest good of the whole, arguing that the subordination of some is a necessary condition of society, and that the Negroes are better off in a state of limited subjection in America than they would be in a state of freedom in Africa. Footnote, cited above, pages 7 to 16, and pages 23 to 31. As the advocate of the natural right of liberty now leaves his original position to contend with his opponent on this ground, footnote, cited above, pages 31 to 48. The latter is able to close the argument by remarking that his principle has been admitted, and he leaves the audience to judge the facts. Footnote, cited above, page 48. The rights of man are thus neatly shifted into the background, but they are evidently an important feature in the thought of the time. End of Chapter 2, Section 1. Chapter 2, Section 2, of Anti-Slavery in America, From the Introduction of African Slaves to the Prohibition of the Slave Trade, 1619 to 1808, by Mary Stoughton Locke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by the Progressing America Project. Chapter 2, Section 2. The Philosophical Movement of the Revolutionary Period, 1761 to 1783. The idea of mutual benefit and especially of the advantage to the Negro from contact with Christian civilization was a favorite pro-slavery argument and a favorite object of attack by the opposite party. Footnote: among the earlier discussions of this point are those of a native of America, in Hepburn, American Defense of the Christian Golden Rule, pages 27 to 30. The Athenian Oracle, page 4. Appleton, Considerations on Slavery, page 9. Woolman, Works, volume 1, page 57 and 58. The most important discussions in the Revolutionary period are A Forensic Dispute, pages 23 through 48. Franklin, Essay on the Slave Trade, page 7 through 12. Rush, Address on Slavery, pages 15 to 20. It was now more vigorously dealt with than in earlier days. Dr. Rush, in his Address on Slavery, compares the argument from the evangelizing of the Negro to the justification of highway robbery on the ground that part of the money acquired is to be devoted to some religious use. Footnote, cited above, page 16. He declares also that the masters are opposed to the religious instruction of the Negroes, and that they set them an example which is not likely to prejudice them in favor of Christianity. Footnote, cited above, page 17. See also, Franklin, Essay on the Slave Trade, page 9 and 10. Dr. Rush lost part of his medical practice for a time by accepting a pew in a Negro church in Philadelphia, in the erection of which he had been interested. The Anti-Slavery Record, volume 2, page 151. Letter of Dr. Rush to John Nicholson, in the Pennsylvania Magazine of History and Biography, volume 6, page 113. But whatever the very doubtful benefit which the Negroes may receive, in consequence of their importation, whatever the motive of those philanthropists who engage in the traffic, footnote, Essay on the Slave Trade, page 7, and the attitude with regard to their material and moral welfare of those who keep them as slaves, the injustice of the system is now regarded as the main point. By the greatest humanity we can show them, says Dr. Rush, in words which mark the advance of anti-slavery sentiment within the century. We only lessen, but do not remove the crime, for the injustice of it continues the same. All the money you save, or acquire by their labor is stolen from them. And, be assured, that your crime stands registered in the court of heaven as a breach of the 8th commandment. Footnote, Rush, Address on Slavery, pages 19 to 21. Thomas Jefferson indulges in speculation as to the consequences of the doctrine of reciprocal rights, suggesting to the slaveholder the question, whether the religious precepts against the violation of property were not framed for him as well as his slave, and whether the slave may not as justifiably take a little from one who has taken all from him, as he would slay one who would slay him. Footnote, Jefferson, Writings, volume 8, page 385. The fundamental connection between slavery and the slave trade is another favorite anti-slavery argument, especially, as was natural, in the commercial colonies. The Reverend Samuel Hopkins, of Newport, Rhode Island, makes this argument a prominent feature of his Dialogue Concerning the Slavery of the Africans, which he addressed to the Second Continental Congress in 1776. After premising that the slave trade is now generally admitted to be unjustifiable, he argues that slaveholding is equally so, and that it is inconsistent to admit one wrong and endeavor to put a stop to it, while continuing the other. Footnote, Hopkins, Dialogue Concerning the Slavery of the Africans, in Hopkins, Works, volume 2, pages 556 to 562. Arguments drawn from the scriptures, which were very prominent during the earlier period, now assume a subordinate position. Dr. Rush, though claiming that the Old Testament does not necessarily sanction slavery, and that the New is directly opposed to it, goes so far as to say, if it could be proved that no testimony was to be found in the Bible against a practice so pregnant with evils of the most destructive tendency to society, it would be sufficient to overthrow its divine original. Footnote: Rush, Address on Slavery, page 9. On the whole, more emphasis is now laid on the inconsistency of slavery with the general spirit of Christianity, and less on individual texts and precedents. On the other hand, since the doctrine of natural rights was intimately associated with that of natural equality, a great deal of attention was given to the confutation of arguments based on physical distinctions. This subject, as has already been noticed, proved to be too much for Jefferson's philosophy. Footnote: See also, page 50. Jefferson, Writings, Volume 8, pages 380 to 386. In more northern latitudes, where the political situation was less critical, or where the Negroes were living under more favorable conditions, consistency was less difficult. Physical distinctions were even treated with derision, after the manner of Montesquieu. Footnote: Otis, Rights of British Colonies, pages 43 to 44. Franklin, Parody of Shylock, in Essay on the Slave Trade, page 5. In this era of the advancement of science, too, the color of the African came to be regarded as the natural effect of a tropical sun, as not a curse but a blessing, and thus the favorite pro-slavery argument from the curse of Canaan fell to the ground. Footnote: A Forensic Dispute at Harvard, page 5. Rush, Address on Slavery, page 4. In the same way, the mental and moral deficiencies of the Negro were considered to be merely the effects of slavery. The condition of the African in his native land was sometimes regarded as one of ideal innocence and happiness, like that of Adam and Eve before the fall, and the debasing influence of slavery was held responsible for the change. Slavery, says Dr. Rush, is so foreign to the human mind that the moral faculties, as well as those of the understanding, are debased and rendered torpid by it. All the vices which are charged upon the Negroes in the southern colonies and the West Indies, such as idleness, treachery, theft, and the like, are the genuine offspring of slavery, and serve as an argument to prove that they were not intended by Providence for it. Footnote, cited above, pages 2 and 3. See also Appleton, Considerations on Slavery, page 9. The writers of a century before had labored to prove that the Negro as a human being had a right to salvation through the gospel and to religious instruction with a view to that end. The humanity of the Negro now meant a right to personal liberty and to happiness now and here, not merely hereafter. For the earlier view, see Morgan Godwin, The Negroes and Indians Advocate, page 9, also pages 68 to 72. Tryon, Advice to Planters, page 90 and pages 109 to 116, page 214 and page 220. And among the colonists, John Eliot and Cotton Mather, see section 10 above. Thus, the very facts which had been used against emancipation were now turned against slavery itself. But more effective than the picture of the innocent joys of the primitive African was the work of Anthony Benezet. Footnote: A further argument was the literary prowess of Phyllis Wheatley, a Negro poetess, whose productions may at least be said to compare favorably with those of her white contemporaries. She is referred to in Rush, Address on Slavekeeping, page 2, note. See also section 190, below. His timely philanthropy proved, better than any a priori reasoning, not original equality, physical, mental, or moral, but the capacity of the Negro for improvement, and the possibility of his becoming a useful citizen in a free country. If slavery was not entirely responsible for the ignorance and vice of the enslaved blacks, it was at least proved that their ignorance and vice could be remedied, like that of other human beings, by suitable education and training, and that the same incentives to industry and virtue could be applied. The moral effects of slavery were regarded as among the strongest arguments against an institution under which such conditions were produced among the oppressed. The effects upon the oppressor were also touched upon, if not with the scathing satire of Hepburn and Lay, yet with no less earnestness of feeling than theirs. These effects are painted by no one more vividly than by Jefferson. There must doubtless be an unhappy influence on the manners of our people, produced by the existence of slavery among us. The whole commerce between master and slave is a perpetual exercise of the most boisterous passions, the most unremitting despotism on the one part, and degrading submissions on the other. Our children see this, and learn to imitate it. The man must be a prodigy who can retain his manners and morals, undepraved by such circumstances. Footnote: Jefferson, Notes on Virginia, in Jefferson, Writings, Volume 8, page 403. See also Franklin, Observations Concerning the Increase of Mankind, Works, Volume 2, pages 228 and 229. And Franklin, Essay on the Slave Trade, pages 7 through 10. The effect of slavery upon the condition of the laboring whites was another subject for comment. Footnote: Franklin, Works, Volume 2, page 228. Hopkins, Dialogue Concerning Slavery, Works, Volume 2, page 559, note. The first to discuss the slavery question from a purely economic standpoint was probably Benjamin Franklin, and his observations, which had considerable influence both at home and abroad, were followed by more extended arguments along the same lines. Franklin remarked the comparative dearness of slave labor, which must handicap the colonies in competing under that system with British manufacturers. He considered that the economic disadvantages were met to some extent by the fact that slaves could be held at will, while the free laborer was likely to leave his master and set up for himself, but he regarded slavery as retarding the increase of population and industry in the colonies. Footnote: see above, section 54. Franklin, Observations Concerning the Increase of Mankind, Works, Volume 2, pages 226 to 229. The depreciation of lands in the slave states, the decline of industry, and the blighting effects of slavery upon the arts and sciences were subjects of comment among the Virginian writers. Footnote: Henry, Life of Patrick Henry, Volume 1, page 114. Lee's edition, in Views of American Slavery Taken a Century Ago, page 109. Jefferson, Writings, Volume 8, page 404. The problem of the distribution of wealth was already presenting itself, and Dr. Rush and Dr. Hopkins noted the advantages of small farms, owned by the cultivators, and of a system of free labor, under which the general productiveness would be greater and the distribution more nearly equal. The country would thus, it was thought, be filled with virtuous, happy families instead of comparatively few, many of which are a burden to the earth and a disgrace to human nature. Footnote: Hopkins, Dialogue Concerning Slavery, Works, Volume 2, page 559, note. Franklin doubted the necessity and even the advantage of applying slave labor to the production of sugar. Footnote: Franklin, Essay on the Slave Trade, pages 12 and 13. Dr. Rush, though he advocates free labor on economic grounds, refused to regard the question as purely economic. No manufactory, he says, can ever be of consequence enough to society to admit the least violation of the laws of justice or humanity. Footnote: Rush, Address on Slavekeeping, page 5. Dr. Hopkins solves the difficulty by declaring that the regions in which only the blacks can labor should be left to their possession. The whites, he says, should abandon the places where they cannot live, unless it be on the blood of others as good as themselves, and renounce the business which is carried on in the exercise of so much unrighteousness and cruelty. If the blacks only can labor there, the lands are theirs by right, and they ought to be allowed to possess them as free men and enjoy the fruit of their labor. Footnote: Hopkins, Dialogue Concerning Slavery, Works, Volume 2, page 559, note. As the political situation became more complicated, the political aspect of the slavery question became correspondingly important. To other colonies besides South Carolina, slavery was now a terror. Even New York had felt the foe at her heart, and her experience as well as that of the southern colonies was used to point a moral. Footnote: Appleton, Considerations on Slavery, page 13. See also the article, by Conscience, in A British Bostonian, Oration on the Beauties of Liberty, Appendix. For the practical effects of this feeling, see Pennsylvania, Statutes at Large, 1896, Volume 2, page 433. The philosophy of the day emphasized free principles of government as well as individual liberty, and slavery was looked upon as a menace to the free institutions so highly prized. The plant of liberty is of so tender a nature, says Dr. Rush, that it cannot thrive long in the neighborhood of slavery. Footnote, Rush, Address on Slavery, page 28. This point is emphasized by representative writers from every section of the country. No one is more eloquent on the subject than Thomas Jefferson. And with what execration should the statesman be loaded, he says, who, permitting one half the citizens thus to trample on the rights of the other, transforms those into despots and these into enemies, destroys the morals of the one part and the amor patri of the other. For if a slave can have a country in this world, it must be any other in preference to that in which he is born to live and labor for another. And can the liberties of a nation be thought secure when we have removed their only firm basis, a conviction in the minds of the people that these liberties are the gift of God, that they are not to be violated but with His wrath? Indeed, I tremble for my country when I reflect that God is just. Footnote, Jefferson, Notes on Virginia, Writings, Volume 8, pages 403 and 404. See also Lee's edition, In Views of American Slavery Taken a Century Ago, page 109. Hopkins, Dialogue Concerning Slavery, Works, Volume 2, page 559, note. Rush, Address on Slavery, pages 27 and 28. The anti-slavery conscience at this time was greatly stimulated by the critical situation of the colonies. Remember that national crimes require national punishments, says Dr. Rush in 1773. This evil cannot pass with impunity unless God shall cease to be just or merciful. Footnote, cited above, page 30. In the New England colonies, as was natural, the belief that slavery was a God-provoking and wrath-procuring sin was emphatically expressed. Footnote, Coffin, Sketch of the History of Newbury, page 339. Extract from an essay by B. Coleman in the Essex Journal, July 20th, 1774. It seemed that the situation of the colonists had been specially designed to make clear to them the crime of which they were guilty. Footnote, Coffin, Sketch of the History of Newbury, pages 340 to 346. Hopkins, Dialogue Concerning Slavery, Works, Volume 2, pages 549 to 588. 50 Years, An African Slave, in a petition to the General Court of Massachusetts, February, 1782. Her faithful hands have been compelled to ignoble servitude for the benefit of an Isaac Royal, until, as if nations must be agitated, and the world convulsed, for the preservation of that freedom which the Almighty Father intended for all the human race, the present war commenced. Petition of an African Slave, The American Museum, Volume 1, pages 463 to 465. God gave us liberty, and we have enslaved our fellow men, says the Reverend Nathaniel Niles, in a sermon on liberty preached at Newbury, Massachusetts, in 1774. May we not fear that the law of retaliation is about to be executed on us? What reason can we urge why our oppression shall not be repaid in kind? Would we enjoy liberty? Then we must grant it to others. For shame, let us either cease to enslave our fellow men, or else let us cease to complain of those that would enslave us. Let us either wash our hands from blood, or never hope to escape the avenger. Footnote, Niles, Two Discourses on Liberty, Volume 1, pages 37 and 38. An extract is given in Coffin, Sketch of the History of Newbury, page 340. See also an extract from the Norwich Packet, July 7, 1774, in Steiner, History of Slavery in Connecticut, Volume 4, pages 22 and 23. From the same point of view, the Boston Port Bill was regarded as a divine visitation upon the city, for having been, as it was said, the first slave port. Footnote, Coleman, in Coffin, Sketch of the History of Newbury, page 342. The early successes of the war were looked upon as a reward for the non-importation resolutions and the suppression of the slave trade. Footnote, cited above, page 343. Hopkins, Dialogue Concerning Slavery, Works, Volume 2, page 587. Like the feeling among the abolitionists during the Civil War, was the belief that nothing short of general emancipation could appease an angry God and bring the war to a successful issue. Footnote, Volume 2, pages 550 to 552, page 572, and pages 584 to 588. This idea is a prominent motive in the most important anti-slavery effort of the period, Hopkins' Dialogue Concerning the Slavery of the Africans, 1776, which urges upon the Second Continental Congress measures for the total and immediate abolition of slavery. The influence of some of the clergy was probably effective in securing individual manumissions. It is said that Mr. Niles's sermon on liberty induced one of his hearers to free his slave on the following day. Footnote, Coffin, Sketch of the History of Newbury, page 340. And private manumissions become common at this time, particularly in New England. Footnote, Felt, Annals of Salem, Volume 2, page 417. Another sermon against slavery was preached in 1774 at Farmington, Connecticut, before the corporation and freemen, by the Reverend Levi Hart. Steiner, History of Slavery in Connecticut, page 28. An interesting case of manumission is that of Newport Gardner Park, Memoir of Samuel Hopkins, page 155. See also Steiner, History of Slavery in Connecticut, pages 22 and 23, and page 68. After the successful issue of the war, the stimulus to emancipation was removed. As the principle of equality before the law for all white men was no longer in contention, the feeling for the common rights of all men became less intense. Footnote, Luther Martin, Address to the Legislature of Maryland on the Federal Convention, in Frank Moore, American Eloquence, Volume 1, page 391. There were still, however, some whose sense of moral obligation was as strong as ever, and who felt keenly the inconsistency of the American position. A clergyman had been the leading expositor of the principles of 1776. A lawyer had uttered the words which marked the opening of the contest, and a farmer interprets the situation at its close. A serious address to the rulers of America, published in 1783, is supposed to have been written by John Dickinson, and the words come with better grace from one who had been among the foremost in the constitutional struggle for liberty, who had entered with reluctance upon the contest for independence, and when that contest became inevitable, served his country faithfully in field and council. Footnote, Stilla, Life and Times of John Dickinson. It was the claims of universal liberty, he reminds his readers, that were asserted in justification of the war. Now is the time to prove that America was sincere in her professions. Ye rulers of America, beware, he says. Let it appear to future ages, from the records of this day, that you were not only professed to be advocates for freedom, but really were inspired by the love of mankind, and wished to secure the invaluable blessing to all. That, as you disdained to submit to the unlimited control of others, you equally abhorred the crying crime of holding your fellow men, as much entitled to freedom as yourselves, the subjects of your undisputed will and pleasure. Footnote, A Farmer, Serious Address to the Rulers of America, page 7. The treatment of the colonies by the British government, which had been regarded as a sufficient cause for revolution, he thinks, is no more to be equaled, with ours to the Negroes, than a barleycorn is to the globe we inhabit. And the attitude of America towards Great Britain he compares to that of an atrocious pirate, setting in all the solemn pomp of a judge, passing sentence of death on a petty thief. Footnote, cited above, pages 7 and 8. In a series of parallels, he compares the two cases, quoting the declarations of the American Congress in one column, and in the opposite column, adapting them to the case of the Negroes. Footnote, cited above, pages 8 to 15. No words could have been more forcible than those of the revolutionary documents now turned against their authors. There was little need for comment. The statement of the self-evident truths proclaimed as the principles of the infant nation, as its justification in taking arms, left only two courses: the emancipation of the slaves, or a retreat from the principles on which the government was founded. The words of a farmer made the situation perfectly clear, and his pamphlet had a wide circulation. Footnote, a copy of this pamphlet, which belonged to George Washington's library, is now in the possession of the Boston Athenaeum. The movement towards emancipation by law had its beginnings in this period. The Pennsylvania Chronicle, as early as 1768, called for the emancipation of postnaity or even of the whole race. Footnote, extract from the Pennsylvania Chronicle for November 21, 1768, in the Anti-Slavery Examiner, No. 5, page 27. Dr. Rush, in 1773, urged that petitions against the slave trade be sent to King and Parliament, and that slave traders be shunned as the greatest enemies of their country. Also that the young blacks be fitted to support themselves, and that laws be made to limit the time of their servitude, and to entitle them to all the privileges of free-born British subjects, suggesting, however, that the infirm and vicious remained the property of those with whom they became so. Footnote, Rush, Address on Slavery, pages 19 and 20. The revolutionists, as their new government took shape, naturally looked to it for action, and, as naturally, the tendency was towards state rather than national action. The Reverend William Gordon, in 1776, published plans for gradual abolition by state legislation, limiting servitude to a brief term of years, regarding the descendants of Africans born within the state as freeborn, and placing them wholly at their own disposal at the age of 21. Footnote, letter of Dr. William Gordon, quoted in Moore, Notes on Slavery in Massachusetts, pages 176 and 177. The development of these ideas to a practical outcome in the abolition of slavery in all states north of Mason and Dixon's line will be described in a subsequent chapter. National action was more difficult. It went no further than the suppression of the slave trade in 1776, which was accomplished with the cooperation of the state legislatures. Footnote, see below, section 82. Two of the strongest anti-slavery documents of the time, however, were expressly directed towards emancipation by national act, and their attitude deserves attention. The obstacles to universal emancipation, says a farmer, are of our own creating. Must the innocent continue to suffer, he asks, because we have involved ourselves in difficulties? Footnote, a farmer, Serious Address, page 17. These obstacles are discussed in detail by Dr. Hopkins in his Dialogue Concerning the Slavery of the Africans. The chief points considered are the question of property rights, the problem of the free blacks, and the special difficulties involved in taking so momentous a step in the midst of the dangers which already surrounded the infant republic. To the claims of property rights he refuses the last regard. Must they forever be deprived of their right, which is worth more to them than all you possess, he asks, because you have been so foolish and wicked as to buy them? He who refuses to free his Negroes, that he may save his money to lay it up for his children, and retains his slaves for them to tyrannize over, leaves them but a miserable inheritance, infinitely worse than nothing. Footnote, Hopkins, Dialogue Concerning Slavery, Works, Volume 2, page 576. He presents a dilemma to the effect that the slaves have already more than paid for themselves, and therefore have a better right to a part of the estate than the children have, or else they are hardly worth keeping, and in that case may easily be parted with. The problem of the free blacks was met with equally relentless logic. If it be regarded as a justification of slavery, that the manumitted blacks would be worse off than ever, and would have to be maintained, it would follow, he argues, that all vicious and helpless persons should be enslaved. The solution of the problem, he believes, will be found in subjecting them to the same laws and restraints with other freemen, in helping those who need help, supporting the helpless, and giving reasonable wages to those who earn them. To the plea that the times are not convenient, he replies that the times make it a necessity. Only thus, he thinks, can the nation avoid the judgment of God and gain his favor. Moreover, as slaves are now unprofitable on account of the lack of business during the war, they can be more readily dispensed with. And it is questionable, he adds, whether those who would make this objection to freeing their slaves without delay would free them if the times would change, and slave labor would become profitable. Footnote: Hopkins, Dialogue Concerning Slavery, Works, Volume 2, pages 576 to 577, and pages 580 to 584. Time was to prove the truth of his forebodings. The revival of the slave trade with that of other business after the war showed that self-interest was stronger than sentiment, and fastened the institution upon the country more firmly than ever. A farmer's serious address to the rulers of America, though no less bold than Hopkins's dialogue, has the more gloomy tone of one who sees the great opportunity passing and the great work still undone. The author regrets that recommendations were not made to the state legislatures in 1776, that no blacks imported and none born in America after that date should be held as slaves. Footnote: A Farmer, Serious Address, pages 17 and 18. For nearly 10 years, he says, restraints on legislation have been removed and the country has been free to act, and still nothing has been done. A gloomy presage for America. Footnote, cited above, pages 23 and 24. At the time he wrote, Vermont and Pennsylvania had provided for emancipation, but the action of individual states gives him little satisfaction. When a grievance is general, he says, in words which mark him as a forerunner of Joshua Reed Giddings and Charles Sumner, it is but trifling to employ partial means. It is like attempting to destroy a great tree by nibbling at its branches. It is only the supreme power, which pervades the whole, that can take it up by its roots. Footnote, cited above, pages 18 and 19. He therefore makes an urgent appeal to Congress, as the head of the new republic, to put into practice the principles that they professed in the days of their own oppression. If neither the voice of justice, he writes, in paraphrase of the words of the First Continental Congress in 1774, the dictates of humanity, the rights of human nature, and establishment of impartial liberty now in your power, the good of your country, nor the fear of an avenging God, can restrain your hand from this impious practice of holding your fellow men in slavery, making traffic of your brethren, possessed of immortal souls equal with yourselves. Then let justice, humanity, advocates for liberty, and the sacred name of Christians cease to be the boast of American rulers. Footnote, cited above, pages 24. Congress, even if it had wished to do so, was no longer in a position to deal effectively with the slavery question. The Continental Congress with its revolutionary powers might have accomplished something. The Congress of the Confederation, under the articles which served as a constitution from 1781 to 1789, could not even interfere with the slave trade when it revived after the close of the war. The time for national emancipation had not yet come. Throughout the country, however, the right to personal liberty for blacks as well as whites had been at least discussed, and had been advocated by prominent men. The arguments in its favor had developed very considerably, especially on the economic and political sides, and their force had been greatly intensified by the attitude of the colonists towards Great Britain. Efforts for state and national emancipation had begun, and though the principles of 1776 had failed of universal application, yet the ardent professions of Jefferson, the earnest exhortations of Hopkins, and the solemn warning of Dickinson were not altogether without avail. Slavery, says John Parrish in 1806, has become less excusable since the Revolution. The rights of men were then investigated, and the light was set upon the candlestick, that all who were in the House, the United States, might behold things in their proper colors. Footnote, Parrish, Remarks on the Slavery of the Black People, page 40. After this period, The self-evident truths of the Declaration of Independence are quoted by anti-slavery writers even more often than the Golden Rule. Slavery is not only regarded as unjust, impolitic, and unchristian. It is inconsistent with the principles and professions of the Republic. It is a monument of hypocrisy and disgraces the nation in the eyes of the world. Footnote: John Hector St. John de Crevecoeur, Letters from an American Farmer, 1782, in the American Museum, Volume 1, pages 209 to 211. See also a letter by Lieutenant Reeves of the Pennsylvania Line from Williamsburg, North Carolina, March 21, 1782, on seeing a slave auction, in the Pennsylvania Magazine of History and Biography, Volume 21, page 388. See also Section 189, below. The next step must be for those who have felt its injustice and gained least from its practice to use their political power towards its abolition. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3, Section 1, of Anti-Slavery in America, from the Introduction of African Slaves to the Prohibition of the Slave Trade, 1619 to 1808, by Mary Stoughton Locke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by the Progressing America Project. Chapter 3, Section 1, the Political Movement in the Revolutionary Period, 1761 to 1783. It was not merely in literature or in abstract theories that the opposition to slavery showed itself during the Revolutionary period. The philosophical movement as well as the religious had a distinctly practical side. Like that also, it was directed partly against importation and partly against slavery as already existing. The Quakers, with their scruples against magistracy, had trusted to the efforts of their own organization and to the appeals to the individual conscience. The revolutionists, believing as they did that government exists for the good of the governed, endeavored to make use of its machinery in this cause, and the result was that great political agitation which, though it failed to extinguish slavery, made its continued existence a question only of time. Until the close of the war, in 1783, the practical aspect of the movement is less conspicuous than the theoretical, and the events of the period are interesting, not so much on account of any widespread or continuous progress in the actual enfranchisement of the African race, as because they illustrate the working of the principles of the Revolution and give evidence of the gradual development of anti-slavery sentiment. Nevertheless, important beginnings were made both in the suppression of the African slave trade and in the emancipation of slaves within the states, and it is these beginnings that will form the subject of the present chapter. In early colonial history, there had been hardly an attempt at the abolition of slavery by political means. The only conspicuous efforts are the instructions of the Boston Town Meeting, May 26, 1701, to its representatives in the General Court, which were issued soon after the publication of Sewall's Selling of Joseph, footnote, see above, Section 13. Boston Town Records, May 26, 1701. A petition, relating to the enlargement of Negroes, addressed to the Pennsylvania Assembly in 1712 by William Southby, who had written against slavery in 1696, footnote, Bettel, Voices of Negro Slavery, in Pennsylvania Historical Society, Volume 1, page 387, and note. Votes and Proceedings of the House of Representatives of the Province of Pennsylvania, Volume 2, page 110. And another petition, signed by many of the inhabitants of this province, praying the prohibition of Negroes, which appeared before the Pennsylvania Assembly at the same time with Southby's, and led to a bill imposing a prohibitive duty, footnote, cited above. The acts to limit or suppress importation which are frequently found in colonial history were generally prompted by other than humanitarian motives. In the South, as has been noticed in the case of South Carolina, they were due to fear of insurrection, footnote, see above, Section 4. A fear which appears occasionally in the Middle Colonies and New England, Footnote: Du Bois, Suppression of the Slave Trade, page 22 and page 206. Statutes at Large of Pennsylvania, Mitchell and Flanders, 1896, Volume 2, page 433. June 7, 1712. Acts and Resolves of the Province of the Massachusetts Bay, Volume 1, page 698. August 23, 1712. Connecticut Colonial Records, Volume 5, page 516, and pages 534 to 535. July 8, October 1715. In the northern and middle colonies, however, the motives were mainly economic. Many duty acts, especially in New York, were passed for the purpose of revenue, and some were the result of preference for white laborers and of the feeling that slavery discouraged industry and prevented immigration. Footnote: Documents relating to the colonial history of New York, Volume 5, pages 379 to page 380, and page 551. Volume 6, pages 33 to 38. Colonial Laws of New York, Albany, 1896, throughout. Documents relating to the colonial history of New Jersey, Volume 4, page 196, and Volume 9, pages 345 to 348. Acts of the General Assembly of New Jersey Province, Allenson, page 494, and page 315, November 16, 1769. Acts and Resolves of the Province of Massachusetts Bay, Volume 1, page 634, and page 698, February 26, 1709, and August 23, 1712. Du Bois, Suppression of the Slave Trade, Chapter 3. The New England colonies made some attempts to prevent the introduction of slaves, through a system of drawbacks, as has been noticed by Professor Du Bois, shows that there was no intention of prohibiting the trade with other colonies. Footnote, cited above, page 31, pages 35 to 36, and Appendix A. Pennsylvania was the first colony which passed an act to prevent the importation of Negroes, June 7, 1712. Footnote, cited above, page 22 and page 206. Statutes at Large of Pennsylvania, Volume 2, pages 433 to 436. Although at the same time that this measure was brought forward, the Assembly, in response to Southby's petition, announced that it was of the opinion that it is neither just nor convenient to set them at liberty. Footnote, Votes and Proceedings of the House of Representatives of the Province of Pennsylvania, Volume 2, page 110. In Virginia, the policy began to be restrictive as early as 1710, and although no distinct moral protest appeared before 1772, successive duties were laid with obvious restrictive intention. Footnote, Du Bois, Suppression of the Slave Trade, pages 13 and 14. The arraignment of the British government by Jefferson in the proposed instructions to delegates in 1774, and in the original draft of the Declaration of Independence in 1776, the similar charges of the Virginia Constitutional Convention, unanimously adopted June 29, 1776, and the terms of the response to Lord Dunmore's proclamation freeing Negroes capable of bearing arms, all indicate a belief that the previous legislation against the slave trade in Virginia had been influenced by moral sentiment. Footnote, Jefferson, Writings, Taylor and Morey, 1853, Volume 1, page 135 and page 23. Statutes at Large of Virginia, Henning, Volume 9, pages 112 and 113. Force, American Archives, 4th Series, Volume 3, page 1387. With the beginning of the Revolutionary War, the humanitarian sentiment behind slave trade legislation became more conspicuous, and there was from that time a close connection with the idea of abolition. It is significant that the movement towards the facilitation of manumission, which began in Virginia in 1769, was inaugurated by Thomas Jefferson. Footnote, Randall, Life of Jefferson, Volume 1, page 58. The change was especially marked in Massachusetts. In the very year of the Stamp Act, the town of Worcester instructed its representative, that he should use his influence to obtain a law to put an end to that unchristian and impolitic practice of making slaves of the human species, and that he give his vote to none to serve in his Majesty's council who will use his influence against such a law. Footnote. Extract from the Boston Newsletter of June 4, 1765, in Buckingham, Specimens of Newspaper Literature, Volume 1, page 31. Also in Moore, Notes on Slavery in Massachusetts, Volume 1, page 124. See also Resolutions of June 14, 1775, in Lincoln, History of Worcester, page 110. Boston, the following year, May 26, 1766, issued similar instructions with a view to the total abolishing of slavery. Footnote. Boston Town Records, 1758 to 1769, page 183. The result was a bill, March 13, 1767, to prevent the unwarrantable and unusual practice or custom of enslaving mankind in this province, and the importation of slaves into the same. This bill failed to pass beyond the third reading, March 16th, and a bill laying a duty on slaves which was substituted for it failed to obtain the concurrence of both houses, March 20th. Footnote. Journal of the House of Representatives of His Majesty's Province of the Massachusetts Bay, 1766 to 1767, pages 353, 358, 387, 390, 393, 408 to 411, and page 420. General Court Records, 1765 to 1767, page 485. Dean, Letters and Documents Relating to Slavery in Massachusetts, in Massachusetts Historical Society Collection, Volume 3, page 385. The Boston Town Meeting, however, on March 16th, on the question whether the town should adhere to this clause in its instructions, voted in the affirmative, no one contradicting. Footnote. Boston Town Records, 1758 to 1769, page 200. In 1771, a bill to prevent importation was passed on April 24th, but failed to secure the approval of the governor. Footnote. Journal of the House of Representatives, 1770 to 1771, page 228, 234, 236, 240, and 242 to 243. Moore, Notes on Slavery in Massachusetts, pages 130 to 132. 2 years later, a still more vigorous effort was made. On this occasion, the towns of Salem, Sandwich, Medford, and Leicester framed instructions against the importation of slaves. Footnote. Felt, Annals of Salem, Volume 2, pages 416 to 417. Freeman, History of Cape Cod, Volume 2, page 114. Swan, Dissuasion from the Slave Trade, 1773, page 10. Washburn, Historical Sketches of Leicester, pages 442 and 443. The instructions of Salem, Sandwich, and Leicester are found also in Moore, Notes on Slavery in Massachusetts, pages 133 and 134. Sandwich and Leicester also instructed their representatives to endeavor to procure a gradual Emancipation Act, and Leicester proposed that all Negro children born after a certain date should be maintained by the town or province until they became of age. Footnote. Washburn, Leicester, page 443. A similar resolution was passed, December 12, 1774, by the town meeting of Danbury, Connecticut. Steiner, History of Slavery in Connecticut, page 30. At about the same time, several petitions from Negroes were presented to the General Court praying for emancipation. One of these petitions ventures only an expression of the sympathy of the blacks with the struggle for liberty in which the legislature is engaged, and a gentle allusion to the great things which they expect from men who have made such a noble stand against the designs of their fellow men to enslave them. For the rest, they urge the legislature to have the same grand object, civil and religious liberty, in view in their next session, and accompany their letter with a copy of Swan's Dissuasion from the Slave Trade. Footnote: this petition is dated Boston, April 20th, 1773. It is printed in A British Bostonian, Oration on the Beauties of Liberty, 3rd edition, Appendix, page 78. A Negro petition had already appeared, January 8th. Journal of the House of Representatives, 1772 to 1773, page 195. Other petitioners claim that they have in common with other men a natural right to be free and without molestation, to enjoy such property as they may acquire by their industry. Footnote: Dean, Letters and Documents Relating to Slavery in Massachusetts, in Massachusetts Historical Society Collection, Volume 3, pages 395 and 396. Note, page 432. A petition from Felix Holbrook and others, June 25, 1773, prays that the subscribers be freed from bondage and made freemen of the Commonwealth, and also that a portion of the unimproved lands of the province be given them for settlement. Footnote, cited above, pages 387 to 388. Also pages 434 to 435. More, Notes on Slavery in Massachusetts, page 135. Journal of the House of Representatives, 1773 to 1774, pages 85, 94, and 104. Another Negro petition is that of Lancaster Hill and others, in 1777. See below, section 86. Although the tone of these petitions varies considerably, their number and opportuneness, in connection with the instructions from the towns, leads one to suspect a guiding hand behind the scenes, perhaps that of no less a person than that prince of wirepullers, Samuel Adams. In fact, Adams is found taking an active interest in the cause of the petitioners, and is evidently looked upon by them as a mediator or champion. Footnote: Letter of Samuel Adams to John Pickering, Jr., January 8, 1774. In More, Notes on Slavery in Massachusetts, page 136. Appointment of Adams and Pickering on committee, in House Journal, January 26, page 104. Meanwhile, in the General Court, efforts were made to prevent the importation and purchase of slaves, though but little was attempted in the direction of emancipation. 2 bills were introduced in 1773, one of which passed the Council and the other the House. Footnote: House Journal, 1772 to 1773, pages 195, 203, 204, 208, 225, 252, 259, and 287. The bill in response to Felix Holbrook's petition, originating March 2, 1774, in a committee of which Samuel Adams was a member, passed both houses, but like that of 1771, failed to receive Governor Hutchinson's approval, and a similar bill passed in June encountered the same fate. Footnote, cited above, 1773 to 1774, pages 221, 224, 226, 237, and 243, March 2nd to 8, and, cited above, 1774, pages 27 and 41, June 10th to 16th. General Court Records, Volume 30, page 248, 264, and 322. More, Notes on Slavery in Massachusetts, pages 137 to 139. Governor Hutchinson probably regarded these measures as a political movement directed against the government, and it has been remarked that the General Court must have expected a veto, and that if their anti-slavery sentiment had been sincere, they would have adopted measures against the slavery already existing. Footnote, Letter to Lord Hillsborough, in More, Notes on Slavery in Massachusetts, pages 131 to 132. On this point we have the testimony of Samuel Dexter, a member of the General Court who was active in support of the bills. He says that the members of the legislature did expect the veto of the governor, but wished nevertheless to do their duty so far as they could. Footnote, Dean, Letters and Documents Relating to Slavery, in Massachusetts Historical Society Collection, Volume 3, page 395. The objections to the further introduction of slaves were doubtless stronger than the opposition to the slavery already existing, and it may well be supposed that in Massachusetts, as well as in Virginia, it was considered useless to attempt general emancipation so long as importation remained unprohibited. Political considerations, however, undoubtedly had some weight, and the suspicions of Governor Hutchinson were not altogether unfounded. The efforts in New Jersey, 1773 to 1774, and Delaware, 1775, to prevent importation failed in the same manner as in Massachusetts. But Pennsylvania, both persistent and skillful in her policy, succeeded in establishing and maintaining a prohibitive duty, 1761 to 1773. Rhode Island, 1774, and Connecticut, 1774, the only colonies with legislative independence, were the only colonies besides Pennsylvania to succeed in passing prohibitory acts. Footnote: Du Bois, Suppression of the Slave Trade, Chapters 3, 4, and Appendix A. Connecticut Colonial Records, Volume 14, page 329. Rhode Island Colonial Records, Volume 7, page 251 to 253. The statute enacted by the legislature of Rhode Island was far from satisfactory in some of its features, as it provided that an importer should give bonds of £100 for the removal of each Negro imported within 1 year, and laid heavy penalties for importing Negroes in order to free them. But it was preceded by events which show genuine anti-slavery sentiment. Jacob Shoemaker, of Providence, had died intestate without heirs, and his property, including several Negroes, accordingly fell to the town. It was therefore voted in town meeting that it is unbecoming the character of freemen to enslave the said Negroes, and they do hereby give up all claim of right or property in them. The same meeting passed a resolution that, whereas the inhabitants of America are engaged in the preservation of their rights and liberties, and as personal liberty is an essential part of the natural rights of mankind, their deputies should endeavor to obtain an act prohibiting the importation of slaves into the colony and freeing post nati at a certain age. Footnote: Rhode Island Colonial Records, Volume 7, page 280. Staples, Annals of Providence, page 236. The act passed by the Assembly in the following month, June 1774, was introduced by a preamble similar to that of the Providence Town Meeting, but the provision with regard to emancipation was omitted. In 1779, however, an act was passed prohibiting the sale and removal of slaves from the state, as tending to aggravate the condition of slavery, which this General Assembly is disposed rather to alleviate, till some favorable occasion may offer for its total abolition. Footnote: Laws of Rhode Island, Bennett Wheeler, October, 1779, pages 6 and 7. The slave trade clause in the General Articles of Association, adopted by the First Continental Congress in 1774, was adopted in many of the colonies chiefly from political or economic motives. Footnote: An analysis of the action of Congress and of the individual colonies is given in Du Bois, Suppression of the Slave Trade, pages 41 to 48. In the resolutions of some of the counties of Virginia, for instance, slavery was regarded as obstructing the immigration of industrious foreigners, preventing manufactures, and turning the balance of trade against the colony. Footnote: Force, American Archives, 4th Series, Volume 1, page 494, 523, 530, and 641. The Fairfax and Hanover County resolutions protested against the slave trade on moral grounds, but nothing was said against slavery itself. Footnote, cited above, page 600 and page 616. In one of the colonies, however, is expressed the intention of making the measure a preliminary step towards the abolition of slavery. The inhabitants of Darien County in Georgia explicitly declare their disapprobation and abhorrence of the unnatural practice of slavery in America, and desire to prove the sincerity of their love for liberty by taking steps towards manumission as soon as may be practicable. Footnote, cited above, page 1136. The motives of this resolution are somewhat obscure, and there is no reason to suppose that it led to any practical results. But the actuating influence of a genuine anti-slavery sentiment is at least probable, and it may be remembered that when the slavery question was agitating Georgia, 35 years earlier, it was the Scottish immigrants of Darien who entered a protest against the institution, on the ground of justice and humanity. Footnote. See above, Section 6. The resolutions of Darien were adopted 2 weeks later by the Provincial Congress of Georgia. Weeks, Anti-Slavery Sentiment in the South, page 92. The action of the First Continental Congress was supplemented by that of the Second, which, assuming the commercial powers previously vested in the Crown, now resolved, April 6, 1776, that no slaves be imported into any of the 13 United Colonies. Footnote. Force. American Archives, 4th Series, Volume 5, page 1660. Journals of Congress, Volume 2, page 122. This measure was accepted without opposition by the colonies, but since the demand for slaves was then at a minimum on account of the war, no extraordinary credit is due them for acquiescence. Supplementary action, however, was taken by states which vainly struggled to rid themselves of the institution altogether. Delaware and Virginia were now added to the number of states prohibiting importation, the former by an article in her Constitution, 1776, and the latter by statute, 1778. Maryland followed the example of Virginia in 1783. The Constitution of Delaware asserted that no person hereafter imported into this state from Africa ought to be held in slavery under any pretense whatever, and no Negro, Indian, or mulatto slave ought to be brought into this state for sale from any part of the world. Footnote. Poor. Federal and State Constitutions, Volume 1, page 277. Virginia, 1778 and 1785, and Maryland, 1783 and 1796. provided that no Negro thereafter imported should be held in slavery. Footnote. Statutes at Large of Virginia. Henning, Volume 9, page 471. Volume 12, page 182. Laws of Maryland, Kilty, April to June, 1783. Chapter 23. 1796, Chapter 67. See Section 5. Du Bois, Suppression of the Slave Trade, pages 224 to 226. Farther south, no action was taken by state legislatures until after the war, but the economic conditions were such as to make it unnecessary at the time. The slave trade was now more nearly extinct than at any other time before the Civil War, but the combination of opposing forces had a strength which could only be temporary. The efforts for emancipation, though sometimes futile, are more significant. To accomplish this object, 4 methods were adopted. A. The facilitation of voluntary manumission, intended as a preliminary measure. B. Gradual emancipation by act of legislature. C. Direct constitutional provision. And D. The application of the general principles of the state constitution to the case of the Negroes through judicial decisions. Of these methods, the most gentle was the facilitation of voluntary manumission by the owners, which had been rigorously restricted in the Southern states. The difficulties experienced by the Society of Friends in North Carolina illustrate the necessity for such a measure, while the fact that such careful restrictions existed shows how gradual and cautious a policy must be which, with any prospect of success, should encounter the general public sentiment. Footnote. See above, Section 41. It is a significant fact that in Virginia, where all 4 methods were attempted or at least considered, and which nevertheless remained a slave state until 1865, the campaign was begun along this line. The movement was appropriately inaugurated by Thomas Jefferson in his first session as a member of the Virginia Assembly in 1769. Footnote. Randall, Jefferson, Volume 1, page 58. There was, however, a natural feeling that importation must be stopped before effective measures could be taken for emancipation, and Virginia showed herself ready to prohibit the slave trade as soon as opportunity was granted. Footnote. Jefferson, Writings, Volume 1, page 135. See above, sections 76 and 82. Jefferson, Writings, Volume 8, page 334. Tucker, in Dean, Letters and Documents Relating to Slavery, Massachusetts Historical Society Collection, Volume 3, page 380. After that, there was still the problem of the free blacks, and this seemed to the Virginians so serious a difficulty that although the leading patriots were interested in abolishing slavery, and the Quakers were trying to manumit their own slaves, and were urgent in their appeals for favorable legislation, it was not until 1782 that an act was passed permitting voluntary manumission, which had hitherto been allowed only in cases of meritorious service, and by a special license from the county court. Footnote, bracket, Status of the Slave, in Jameson, Essays in Constitutional History, pages 303 and 304. Mifflin, Defense Against Aspersions, pages 17 and 18. Statutes at Large of Virginia, Henning, Volume 11, pages 39 and 40. Laws passed in 1723 and 1748, cited above, Volume 4, page 132, Volume 6, page 112. In Maryland, manumission by will was forbidden, 1752, but slaves under 50 years of age, if sound in mind and body and capable of self-support, could be manumitted by deed. Footnote, Abridgment and Collection of the Acts of Assembly of the Province of Maryland, Bissett, page 282 to 285. Pinckney, Speech in the House of Delegates, page 5. In Delaware, an act passed in 1767 permitting manumission by will or otherwise, provided the owner gave surety for maintenance. Footnote, Laws of the State of Delaware, 1797, Volume 1, page 436. In Virginia, the chief obstacles to manumission were the supposed danger of letting the Negroes loose upon society and the feeling that it was impossible to incorporate them as members of the Commonwealth. Footnote, Jefferson, Writings, Volume 8, pages 380 to 387. In New England, where slaves were comparatively few, and where there was greater difficulty in obtaining a subsistence, the chief problem was the maintenance of the free blacks. Early laws had provided that no one should free his slaves without becoming liable to maintain them, in case they should fail to support themselves. Footnote, Acts and Resolves of the Province of Massachusetts Bay, Volume 1, page 519, July 31, 1703. Connecticut Colonial Records, Volume 4, pages 375 and 376, May, 1702. Volume 5, page 233, May, 1711. Rhode Island Colonial Records, Volume 4, pages 415 and 416, February, 1728. The prudent and thrifty owners shrank from manumitting their slaves on such conditions. But as Virginia, after the practical close of the Revolutionary War with the surrender of Cornwallis, took courage to grapple with her chief domestic problem, so Connecticut, in the very month that marks the relief of New England, by the surrender of Burgoyne at Saratoga, passed an act under which the owner could obtain permission to manumit able-bodied slaves without becoming responsible for their subsequent maintenance. Footnote, Steiner, History of Slavery in Connecticut, pages 24 and 25. Bracket, Status of the Slave, in Jameson, Essays, page 296. The next step in these states must be an attempt to supplement voluntary manumission by legislative emancipation. In Connecticut, such an attempt was made in 1780. A bill providing for gradual emancipation was framed, but disappeared after passing the upper house. Footnote, cited above. In Virginia, a plan for gradual emancipation had been prepared by a committee appointed to revise the laws of the state, 1776 to 1779. Of this committee Jefferson was a member, and the other members, George Wythe and Edmund Pendleton, were also inclined towards abolition. According to their plan, all persons born after a certain date were to be free. The children were to remain with their parents until a certain age, and then to receive a practical education at the public expense. after which they were to be colonized under the protection of the United States. This plan was to have been brought forward as an amendment to the revised legislation on slavery prepared by the committee, but was finally withheld on the supposition that the public mind was not yet prepared for it. Footnote. See footnote section 206 below. Jefferson, Writings, Volume 1, pages 48 and 49. Volume 8, page 380. Madison, Letters, Volume 1, page 200. End of Chapter 3, Section 1. Chapter 3, Section 2, of Anti-Slavery in America, from the Introduction of African Slaves to the Prohibition of the Slave Trade, 1619 to 1808, by Mary Stoughton Locke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by the Progressing America Project. Chapter 3, Section 2, the Political Movement in the Revolutionary Period, 1761 to 1783. The efforts for emancipation by direct act of legislature were more important than those for the facilitation of voluntary manumission. In the northern states, there was a considerable public sentiment which was not inclined to stop short of the more radical measure, while in the far south nothing was likely to be accomplished in either direction. In this movement all the New England states had a share. Rhode Island promptly followed her prohibition of importation by an attempt at a Gradual Emancipation Act in 1775. Footnote. See above, Section 80. Brackett, in Jameson, Essays, page 293. Force, American Archives, 4th Series, Volume 3, page 453. For correspondence between the Reverend Samuel Hopkins and Moses Brown on the subject of slavery, see Park, Memoir of Samuel Hopkins, page 119 to 128. In 1779, though an act was passed prohibiting the sale of slaves from the state, in anticipation of their emancipation, here, as in Connecticut, the complete triumph of anti-slavery sentiment was postponed until after the close of the war. Footnote. See above, Section 80. In Massachusetts and New Hampshire, also, the movement was incomplete. In the former, a petition to the General Court by Lancaster Hill and other Negroes, introduced March 18, 1777, gave rise to a bill, June 9, 1777, for preventing the practice of holding persons in slavery. Footnote. The petition of a great number of Negroes who are detained in a state of slavery, in the bowels of a free and Christian country, humbly showing that your petitioners apprehend that they have, in common with all other men, a natural and unalienable right to that freedom, which the great Parent of the universe hath bestowed equally on all mankind, and which they have never forfeited by any compact or agreement whatever. In imitation of the laudable example of the good people of these states, your petitioners have long and patiently waited the event of petition after petition, by them presented to the legislative body of this state, and cannot but with grief reflect that their success has been but too similar. They cannot but express their astonishment that it has never been considered that every principle from which America has acted in the course of her unhappy difficulties with Great Britain pleads stronger than 1,000 arguments in favor of your petitioners. They therefore beg that their petition be considered, and that an act of the legislature be passed, whereby they may be restored to the enjoyment of that freedom which is the natural right of all men, and their children, who were born in this land of liberty, may not be held as slaves, after they arrive at the age of 21 years, so may the inhabitants of this state, no longer chargeable with the inconsistency of acting themselves, the part which they condemn and oppose in others, be prospered in their present glorious struggles for liberty. Signed by Lancaster Hill, Prince Hall, etc. The names of Judge Sargent and others are inscribed below. Dated January 13, 1777. Massachusetts MS Archives, Volume 212, page 132. Cited in part in Moore, Notes on Slavery in Massachusetts, pages 180 and 181. Journal of the House of Representatives, 1777, page 19. There was an attempt in connection with this matter to send an application to the Continental Congress on the subject, and a letter was prepared and reported, but the majority were not ready to go so far, and the report was ordered to lie. Footnote, cited above, page 25. A petition to the legislature of New Hampshire, November 12, 1779, was signed by 20 slaves and prayed for the enactment of a law giving them their freedom. The petition was considered and was argued by counsel for the petitioners, but the House decided that it was not ripe for a determination. Footnote, Hammond, Slavery in New Hampshire, in the Granite Monthly, Volume 4, pages 108 to 110. So also in New Jersey, the Assembly refused to consider a recommendation from Governor Livingston on the ground that the times were too critical. Footnote, Cooley, A Study of Slavery in New Jersey, page 23. To Pennsylvania, therefore, was left the honor of being the first of the 13 states to set a term to human slavery, March 1, 1780. Footnote, Laws of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, Kerry and Bjorn, Volume 2, pages 246 to 251. In that state, no times were ever too critical for the discussion of the slavery question. In season and out of season, there was always some friend of the Negro to keep the subject alive. 2 petitions for the abolition of slavery, from residents of Pennsylvania, were presented to the Assembly in 1776. Footnote, bracket, Status of the Slave, in Jameson, Essays, page 287. The following year a bill was suggested to the Assembly by the Council, and the subject was urged upon them again in 1778 and 1779. Footnote, cited above. In divesting the state of slaves, says George Bryan, then Vice President of the Council, in a message to the Assembly, November 9, 1778. You will equally serve the cause of humanity and policy, and offer to God one of the most proper and best returns of gratitude for His great deliverance of us and our posterity from thraldom. You will also set up your character for justice and benevolence, in a true point of view to all Europe, who are astonished to see a people, eager for liberty, holding Negroes in bondage. Footnote, Pennsylvania Archives, Volume 7, page 79. Pennsylvania Colonial Records, Volume 11, page 618. Bettel, Notices of Negro Slavery, Appendix, in Pennsylvania Historical Society Memoirs, Volume 1, pages 405 and 406. Honored will that state be in the annals of history, adds President Reed, in a message to the Assembly, February 5, 1779, which shall first abolish this violation of the rights of mankind. Footnote, Pennsylvania Colonial Records, Volume 11, page 688. Pennsylvania Historical Society Memoirs, Volume 1, page 406. The bill, which seems to have been largely the work of George Bryan, encountered some difficulties in its passage. Footnote, cited above, Volume 1, pages 406 to 410. The members of the Assembly were apparently agreed that the abolition of slavery was just and desirable, but 21 out of 55 considered the measure imprudent and premature. Footnote, Needles, Historical Memoirs of the Pennsylvania Society, pages 23 to 25. Bracket, Status of the Slave, in Jameson, Essays, page 288. The Quakers were so unpopular during the war that any organized effort on their part was likely to do more harm than good, but individuals were warmly interested in the bill, and Anthony Benezet is said to have interviewed every member of the Assembly and to have had considerable influence in securing its passage. Footnote, Needles, Historical Memoirs of the Pennsylvania Society, pages 16 and 17. Vaux, Memoirs of Benezet, page 103. While other states still hesitated to follow the example of Pennsylvania, the third means of accomplishing the object, by direct constitutional provision, had also begun to work. This method was used chiefly in the new states, afterward formed from the Northwest Territory, but it had its beginnings in the Revolutionary period and shows most clearly the revolutionary spirit. The Bills of Rights of the various states usually enunciated the principles of natural liberty, but these principles were variously interpreted when they came to be applied to the Negroes. The construction of the clause, "All men are born equally free and independent," in the Virginia Bill of Rights has already been mentioned. Footnote, Introduction, page 2. In Pennsylvania, the same expression furnished a few years later a basis for anti-slavery agitation in the hope of substituting universal and immediate emancipation for the too tardy process under the Act of 1780. But the question does not seem to come up when the Constitution was adopted. Footnote, see below, section 138. In Massachusetts, however, the clause, "All men are born free and equal," adopted in 1780, soon accomplished through the courts what the legislature had failed to effect, and was applied ultimately to blacks as well as whites. Footnote, see below, sections 90 and 91. In New York, Virginia, and Massachusetts, attempts were made for a direct constitutional provision. In the New York Constituent Convention, 1777, the attempt was defeated by members from the Hudson River counties. Footnote, bracket, in Jameson, Essays, page 297. In Virginia, a plan was prepared by Jefferson, in anticipation of a constitutional convention, in accordance with which the General Assembly was not to have power to permit the further importation of slaves into the state, or the continuance of slavery beyond the generation existing on the 31st day of December, 1800, all persons born after that day being declared free by the Constitution. The convention, however, was never called, and Jefferson's plan did not undergo the test of a popular vote. Footnote, Jefferson, Writings, Volume 8, pages 445 and 446. In the Constitution proposed for Massachusetts in 1778, a clause accepting Negroes, Indians, and mulattoes from the franchise was severely criticized for its injustice and inconsistency, and gave an opportunity for the expression of anti-slavery sentiment, which was accepted in both the eastern and the western parts of the state. Footnote, Letter of the Reverend William Gordon to the Freemen of the Massachusetts Bay, dated April 2, 1778, published April 9th in the Continental Journal and Weekly Advertiser. Theophilus Parsons, result of the Convention of Delegates holden at Ipswich, in the county of Essex, page 29. Letter from John Bacon of Stockbridge, enclosing the substance of a speech delivered in the late convention, published in the Independent Chronicle and Universal Advertiser, September 23, 1779. When this constitution failed of ratification and a new one was contemplated, some effort was made to introduce a clause providing directly for emancipation. The town of Pittsfield adopted in its instructions to its representatives the declaration that no man can be deprived of liberty and subjected to perpetual bondage and servitude unless he has forfeited his liberty as a malefactor. Footnote, Joseph Edward Adams Smith, History of Pittsfield, pages 366 and 368. It is thought that Stockbridge and perhaps other towns adopted similar instructions. Cited above. No such provision was adopted, but it is said that the clause, "All men are born free and equal," was inserted with a special view to the liberty of the Negro, and was generally so understood, though some doubted if it was definite enough. Footnote, Belknap, Reply to Queries Respecting the Slavery and Emancipation of Negroes in Massachusetts. Massachusetts Historical Society Collection, Volume 4, page 203. Berry, History of Massachusetts, Volume 3, page 189. The Constitution of 1780 in the original draft reads, "All men are born equally free and independent." Report of a Constitution for Massachusetts, page 7. For a fuller account of this subject, see Moore, Notes on Slavery in Massachusetts, pages 185 to 194. Frederick Emory Haynes, The Struggle for a Constitution in Massachusetts, pages 236 to 241. In Vermont alone, a state which was not yet a member of the Union, the proposition that all men are born equally free and independent, and have certain inalienable rights was carried to its logical conclusion. Therefore, runs the first article of the Vermont Bill of Rights, 1777. No male person, born in this country, or brought from oversea, ought to be holden by law to serve any person as servant, slave, or apprentice, after he arrives to the age of 21 years, nor female, in like manner, after she arrives to the age of 18 years, unless they are bound by their own consent, after they arrive to such age, or bound by law, for the payment of debts, damages, fines, costs, or the like. Footnote: Poor. Federal and State Constitutions, Volume 2, 1859. The census enumerators in 1790 reported 17 slaves and 255 free colored persons. Statistical View of the Population of the United States, 1790 to 1830, pages 36 and 37. The accomplishment of emancipation by judicial process supplementary to the Constitution is the distinctive honor of Massachusetts. In that state, freedom suits had been the fashion ever since 1766. There was one or more nearly every year from that time until 1755, and it was seldom that a jury declared against the Negro. Footnote: For cases in 1766 and 1768, see John Adams, Works, Volume 2, pages 200 and 213. In 1769, Massachusetts Historical Society Collection, Volume 4, pages 202, and cited above, Volume 4, pages 334 and 335. About 1770, Lyman, Free Negroes and Mulattoes, pages 11 and 12. Dean, Letters and Documents, in Massachusetts Historical Society Collection, Volume 3, page 392. 1773, Coffin, Newbury, page 241 and page 339. 1774, etc. Moore, Notes on Slavery in Massachusetts, pages 112 to 120. Letter of John Adams in Dean, Letters and Documents, Massachusetts Historical Society Collection, Volume 3, pages 401 and 402. A case brought before the General Court fared no better than before an ordinary jury. Joseph Prout, of Scarborough, petitioned this body on account of his 2 Negroes, who had been told by Mr. William Vaughan that by an act of court all Negroes were made free. The petition was read and dismissed. Journal of the House of Representatives, 1777, page 86. Moore, Notes on Slavery in Massachusetts, page 185. The master himself seems to have been somewhat indifferent, for such was the temper of the times, that a restless, discontented slave was worth little, and the economic conditions of New England were such that he may not have been sorry sometimes to have this opportunity for manumitting his slaves, without thereby incurring the liability to maintain them afterwards. Footnote: Discussion of Chief Justice Parsons, Winchendon v. Hatfield, Massachusetts Reports, Volume 4, page 127. See also Letter of John Adams in Dean, Letters and Documents, Massachusetts Historical Society Collection, Volume 3, page 402. Dane, General Abridgment and Digest of American Laws, Volume 2, page 426 and 427. In a second series of cases, which arose after the adoption of the Bill of Rights in 1780, the clause, "All men are born free and equal," was regarded as a literal and authoritative expression of the law of nature, superior to any law or custom to the contrary. Footnote: Brief of Levi Lincoln, in Massachusetts Historical Society Collection, Volume 3, pages 438 to 442, and Massachusetts Historical Society Proceedings, 1857, pages 197 to 201. Mr. Nathaniel Jennison, the owner of a slave named Quirk Walker, was the victim, in this instance, of the cause of liberty, and the series of cases in which he was involved is regarded as finally accomplishing the abolition of slavery in Massachusetts. Mr. Jennison lost one suit against his neighbors, the Caldwells, for enticing away his slave on the assurance that he was free under the new Constitution, and he was cast in another suit for damages for assault, brought by Quirk Walker himself. He then appealed to the General Court, stating that he had been deprived of 10 Negroes by judgment of the Supreme Judicial Court, and praying that if that judgment should be approved, he might be freed from his obligation to support them. June 18, 1782. Footnote: Washburn, Extinction of Slavery in Massachusetts, in Massachusetts Historical Society Collection, Volume 4, pages 336 to 339. Moore, Notes on Slavery in Massachusetts, pages 211 to 219. Massachusetts Journal of the House of Representatives, Volume 3, page 99. For other cases, see Moore, Notes on Slavery, pages 210 and 211. Jones, Stockbridge, pages 239 to 241. The House referred the memorial to a committee, and a few days later, June 21st, a bill was introduced with the object of repealing the Act of 1703, which required manumitters to give bonds for the future maintenance of the freedmen. Footnote: Massachusetts Journal of the House of Representatives, Volume 3, page 118. This bill was referred to the next session, when a committee, February 8, 1783, was ordered to bring in a bill declaring that there had never been legal slaves in Massachusetts, but indemnifying masters who now held slaves, and making suitable provision for the support of the Negroes. Footnote, cited above, pages 436, 444, 529, and 537. This bill failed to pass the Senate, but the courts had by this time practically settled the question of slavery, and legislation was no longer necessary. Footnote, Senate Journal, Volume 3, page 413. Most of the slaves were already free. Some had been granted their liberty by their masters. Some had left their masters and were not recalled. And some towns had voted to have no slaves among them, and had released the former owners from the obligation to maintain the aged and infirm. Footnote, Letter of Thomas Pemberton in Dean, Letters and Documents, Massachusetts Historical Society Collection, Volume 3, page 393. No slaves are enumerated in the census of 1790, and 6,001 free colored persons. Statistical View of the Population of the United States, 1790 to 1830, pages 24 and 25. In the New Jersey Supreme Court, between 1775 and 1793, a considerable number of freedom suits was brought. Of these, 20 were decided in favor of the Negro, and 2 against him. Footnote, cases adjudged in the Supreme Court of New Jersey. Side by side with the movement for the emancipation of all the slaves in a state, was at work a practice which set free a class, and thus weakened the whole system. The policy of enlisting Negroes in the Revolutionary Army, with a provision for emancipation in return for service, is an important feature of the period, though its significance in connection with anti-slavery sentiment has perhaps been somewhat overrated. The enlistment of slaves as such was forbidden by the Committee of Safety in Massachusetts in 1775, as inconsistent with the principles of liberty, and the same idea prevailed in most of the other colonies. Footnote, bracket, Status of the Slave, in Jameson, Essays, page 290. Force, American Archives, 4th Series, Volume 2, page 762. In Virginia, slaves were sometimes enlisted as substitutes for free persons, under the supposition that they were themselves free, and those who had performed military service were declared free by act of legislature in 1783. Footnote, bracket, in Jameson, Essays, page 304 and 305. In Maryland, slaves are said to have been received and set free as recruits. Footnote, cited above, page 303. In Rhode Island, the policy of freeing the Negroes on enlistment and compensating the masters was begun in February 1778, but was continued only until June, and less than 90 slaves were so purchased. Footnote, Ryder, Historical Tracts, The Black Regiments of the Revolution, pages 9 through 20. Rhode Island Resolve, February 1778, in Massachusetts Archives of the Revolution, volume 199, pages 82 and 83. For subsequent maintenance of Negroes who had enlisted, see Laws of Rhode Island, February 1785, page 16. A similar measure failed to pass the Massachusetts General Court, but Negro soldiers were placed in the same regiments with the whites. Footnote: Livermore, Historical Research, pages 159 to 162. Thomas Kench, who proposed to enlist Negroes as separate troops and to give them their freedom in return for service, writes, April 7, 1778, that it is justifiable that Negroes should have their freedom, and none amongst us be held as slaves, as freedom and liberty is the grand controversy that we are contending for. Massachusetts Archives, volume 199, pages 80 and 81, and page 84. In Connecticut also, a bill failed to pass, designed to permit Negroes to enlist, provided they could arrange to buy their own freedom. But some slaves were freed for enlistment by individual owners. Footnote: bracket, Status of the Slave, in Jameson, Essays, page 296. Steiner, History of Slavery in Connecticut, page 25. Fowler, Historical Status of the Negro in Connecticut, page 134. In New Hampshire, Negroes who enlisted for 3 years were entitled to the same bounty as the whites. This was given to the masters as the price of their liberty, and the slaves were then manumitted. Footnote: Belknap, Reply to Queries Respecting the Slavery and Emancipation of Negroes in Massachusetts, in Massachusetts Historical Society Collection, Volume 4, page 203. In New York, an act was passed, March 20, 1781, arranging for a grant of unappropriated lands to masters who would offer able-bodied slaves for enlistment, the slaves to be allowed their freedom after service. Footnote: Laws of the State of New York, 1886, Volume 1, page 351. Cited above, printed by Hugh Gaines, Volume 1, pages 64 and 65. Bracket, in Jameson, Essays, page 297. In short, there was in nearly all the states a tendency to enlist Negroes and to grant them liberty in return for their service. Footnote: Livermore, Historical Research, page 164. Moore, Historical Notes on the Employment of Negroes in the Army of the Revolution, pages 5 through 22. Several leading patriots were in favor of a more general enfranchisement for this purpose, and Congress in 1779 recommended enlistments in South Carolina and Georgia, and offered compensation to the owners, but it proved impossible to carry out the project. Footnote: Moore, Historical Notes on the Employment of Negroes in the Army of the Revolution, pages 8 to 16. Livermore, Historical Research, pages 167 to 180. Letter of Hamilton to Jay, March 19, 1779, in Hamilton, History of the Republic, Volume 1, pages 530 and 531. Letter of Madison to Joseph Jones, November 28, 1780, in the Madison Papers, Volume 1, page 68. Letters of Washington to Colonel John Laurens, in Washington, Writings, Volume 7, page 371, and Volume 8, page 48. Another vexatious question arose out of the capture of Negroes by one side or the other during the war. In the Southern states, the Negroes taken from confiscated Tory estates were generally sold, and the same policy was evidently pursued to some extent at the North, the proceeds, as a farmer sarcastically says, being used for the defense of American liberty. Footnote: bracket, Status of the Slave, in Jameson, Essays, page 305 and 310. A Farmer, Serious Address, page 16. In the North, however, there are instances of effective opposition to the sale of captured or confiscated Negroes. In Massachusetts, the capture and advertised sale of 2 Negroes aroused such indignation that the sale was forbidden by a resolution of the General Court, September 14, 1776, although, with the omission of a proposed clause arraigning slavery as a violation of natural rights. Footnote: Moore, Notes on Slavery in Massachusetts, pages 148 to 153. General Court Records, March 13th to September 18th, 1776, pages 581 and 582. Later in the war, some fugitives from South Carolina were carried off by the British and recaptured by Massachusetts vessels. The General Court resolved to return them to their owners on payment of the cost of maintenance, but the judiciary, to whom Governor Hancock referred the matter, caused them to be freed. A specimen of Puritanism, says Governor Garrard of South Carolina, I should not have expected from gentlemen of my profession, but one which is quite in keeping with their action on other occasions. Footnote: Moore, Notes on Slavery in Massachusetts, pages 163 to 174. Another instance of a similar sentiment is connected with the capture at Stony Point of 3 Negroes, who General Wayne and his officers agreed in wishing to set free. Footnote: Cited above, pages 159 and 160. Dawson, Assault on Stony Point, pages 111 and 118. The confiscation of Tory estates in New England gave rise to some interesting petitions in the name of the Negroes attached to them. The slaves of such an estate in Connecticut ventured to petition the legislature for freedom, urging that they were freeborn in their own country and had done nothing to forfeit their liberty. They suggested that the free state of Connecticut, engaged in a war with tyranny, ought not to sell good honest Whigs and friends of the freedom and independence of America, like themselves, in order to support the war, because the Whigs ought to be free, and the Tories should be sold. Footnote: Livermore, Historical Research, pages 149 and 150. Steiner, History of Slavery in Connecticut, pages 27 and 28. Another petition is that of Belinda, the slave of Colonel Isaac Royal, a Massachusetts Tory, dated February 1782. Belinda's master has now fled to a land where lawless dominion sits enthroned, pouring blood and vengeance to all who dare to be free. And Belinda petitions the general court not for liberty, which is taken for granted, but for a maintenance from the royal estate, a part whereof hath been accumulated by her own industry, and the whole augmented by her servitude. Footnote: Petition of an African Slave, in the American Museum, Volume 1, pages 463 to 465. The house of Colonel Royal, with the neighboring slave quarters still standing, is in Medford, Massachusetts, and is now in the care of the Sarah Bradley Fulton chapter of the Daughters of the American Revolution. In New York, the slaves on confiscated estates, if unable to support themselves, were to be maintained by the commissioners out of the revenues of the estates. A later act provided that they should be manumitted, and in case of infirmity should be provided for at the public expense. Footnote: Laws of the State of New York, 1886, Volume 2, page 316, 9th Session, Chapter 58. Cited above, printed by Hugh Gaines, Volume 1, 174 and 325. May 19, 1784, and May 1, 1786. The years immediately following the Revolutionary War were years of hope and promise to some of the emancipationists, of gloom and disappointment to others. There was an expectation that the slave trade would in due time be permanently abolished, and the prospect of emancipation by one state after another seemed to them more sanguine not far distant. Footnote: Du Bois, Suppression of the Slave Trade, pages 50 to 52. Cited above, Campbell, Oration in Philadelphia, July 4, 1787, in the American Museum, Volume 3, page 21. The crisis through which the country had just passed might well have prevented further progress during the years of the conflict, and time had not yet proved the truth of Dr. Hopkins's warnings. Footnote: See above, section 72. The principles of the Revolution were still in active force, and prosperity had not yet dulled the sense of natural rights. How strong was the feeling that the Revolution was antagonistic to slavery may be seen from a celebration of the close of the war, July 4, 1783, at Woodbridge, New Jersey. On this occasion, Dr. Bloomfield, afterwards president of the New Jersey Abolition Society, mounted the platform, followed by his 14 slaves. As a nation, he said, we are free and independent. All men are created equal, and why should these, my fellow citizens, my equals, be held in bondage? From this day they are emancipated, and I here declare them free and absolved from all servitude to me or my posterity. Footnote: quoted from the Newark Eagle in the American Anti-Slavery Almanac for 1844, page 34. Biographical note, cited above. Dr. Bloomfield's son, as Attorney General, also distinguished himself in the cause of the slave. See below, section 102. On the other hand, there was the spirit of procrastination, the desire to put off the act of emancipation till a more convenient season. The war was followed by hard times, and as neither the legislators nor their constituents could make up their minds to part with their property, they contented themselves, even in those sections where anti-slavery principles were most prevalent, with acts which left slavery to linger on for more than half a century. The states south of Virginia had made no effort toward emancipation, and had shown no disposition to do so. Thus, anti-slavery sentiment at the close of the war had become distinctly sectional. National emancipation under the Articles of Confederation was impossible to accomplish, and the increased demand for slaves which accompanied the revival of industry after the war gave little occasion for the hope that slavery would die a natural death at the South. Footnote: Du Bois, Suppression of the Slave Trade, pages 49 and 50. This condition was well described by Thomas Jefferson, at this time the leading Southern opponent of slavery. In acknowledging the receipt of a pamphlet on slavery by Dr. Price, an English philanthropist, Jefferson writes in 1785, "Southward of the Chesapeake, it will find but few readers concurring with it in sentiment on the subject of slavery. From the mouth to the head of the Chesapeake, the bulk of the people will approve it in theory, and it will find a respectable minority ready to adopt it in practice, a minority which, for weight and worth of character, preponderates against the greater number, who have not the courage to divest their families of a property, which, however, keeps their consciences unquiet. Northward of the Chesapeake, you may find here and there an opponent to your doctrine, as you may find here and there a robber and murderer, but in no greater number." Footnote: Jefferson, Writings, Volume 1, page 376 to 378. Nevertheless, although the policy of national emancipation had failed of adoption, although state emancipation was partial and incomplete, freedom had secured a foothold in the country, which it was never to lose. Sectionalism gave occasion for strife and disruption, but the continual friction served to keep warm the sentiment which had been kindled by the national struggle for liberty. It was Pennsylvania, the state nearest the border, that was to preserve its anti-slavery spirit when others became indifferent. In the same way, the policy of gradual emancipation left acts of slavery to linger on, even in some northern states, far into the next century. But the very necessity for continued effort, in order to get rid of it, at last served to keep alive the organizations which had been formed to hasten the process, and to protect the freedman and the slave. End of Chapter 3, Section 2.
Chapter 4, Section 1 of Anti-Slavery in America, from the Introduction of African Slaves to the Prohibition of the Slave Trade, 1619 to 1808. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Anti-Slavery in America, from the Introduction of African Slaves to the Prohibition of the Slave Trade, 1619 to 1808, by Mary Stoughton Locke. Chapter 4, Section 1, Abolitionists and Abolition Societies, 1783 to 1808. In early colonial history, opposition to the slave trade did not necessarily or even generally signify antipathy to slavery or a desire for emancipation. The early years of the Revolutionary period were characterized by a double movement, directed partly against the slave trade and partly toward emancipation. In the period following the Revolutionary War, 1783 to 1808, There is a conscious effort to distinguish between the two. But even when there is no direct connection, the attacks upon the slave trade are prompted to a great extent by anti-slavery motives. The attempt to suppress the slave trade after its revival at the close of the war becomes an essential part of the history of the anti-slavery movement. Not because opposition to the slave trade always meant opposition to slavery, but because the opponents of slavery often found their most hopeful course in the direction of attacks upon the trade. In this period also, with the development of national consciousness, there is an increasing tendency to appeal to the general government, and the action of the national legislature becomes an important element in the problem. Enfranchisement by the states goes on along the lines laid down in the Revolutionary period, but a national domain comes into existence, and the contest between slavery and freedom for the possession of that soil begins to be one of the great national issues. Localization of anti-slavery sentiment becomes more apparent, and sectional bitterness as its natural consequence. But to the end of the period, slavery is still almost universally regarded as an evil or a misfortune which all would gladly shake off if circumstances permitted. The period from 1783 to 1808 appears in three aspects: A. Emancipation by state legislation and by national regulation of the territories, chapters 5 and 7. B. Attempts at the suppression of the slave trade by the states and by the nation, culminating in the prohibition of the African trade in 1807, chapter 6. C. What may be called the out-of-door sentiment, which was not in court or council hall, but was behind them, and may be studied in the literature of the period, chapter 8. In the practical work of this epoch, which will be considered under the first two heads, three agencies may be distinguished: the state governments of the North and of the South, and the national government, swayed by both. The Northern states in the course of a few years embarked upon a policy of emancipation. The South, after more or less vigorous efforts on the part of the border states, relapsed into the old policy and became more and more conservative. Congress, meanwhile, wavered between the two. In the case of the slave trade, a combination of the North and a part of the South produced a result favorable to the anti-slavery cause, while on the question of the national territory, the South gained a decided advantage. In the progress of emancipation during the years after the Revolutionary War, which is an important feature of this period, the means of arousing public sentiment, as well as the agencies employed to give that sentiment practical effect, became more numerous and more complex than in the earlier period. The work of individuals was supplemented by that of organized abolition societies, and the societies themselves combined their efforts by means of national conventions. By petitions or memorials to the state and national legislatures, by printed appeals to the public, by orations delivered under their auspices, and by correspondence among themselves and with persons of authority, the early abolition societies accomplished a vast amount of work, intensifying, extending, and perpetuating the anti-slavery sentiment, which without their aid might have died out after the influence of the Revolution had spent its strength, or would have lingered only in the hearts of a few individuals. By this time, the efforts of Thomas Jefferson against slavery were practically over, and no one else so conspicuous in national affairs took an equal interest in the work of emancipation. Still, there were a few prominent Virginians who had personal objections to slavery, and who were willing to use their influence at least to mitigate the evil. To the northward, in almost every state, there were individuals conspicuous for either political or literary activity in the anti-slavery cause. Men whose fame is less worldwide than those of revolutionary times, but who were equally far-sighted and earnest. Dr. Samuel Hopkins continued to use his pen and his personal influence in this work until the close of the century, and Ezra Stiles, the president of Yale College, 1778 to 1795, did in Connecticut a work similar to that of Dr. Hopkins in Rhode Island. Other prominent theologians were Dr. Jonathan Edwards of New Haven, the famous son of a more famous father, and Dr. Jeremy Belknap of Boston. Some of the Presbyterian and Baptist clergy also exerted an important influence. The anti-slavery attitude of Dr. McLeod has already been mentioned. James Gilliland, pastor of a Presbyterian church in South Carolina, also preached against slavery to his congregation, and on being required by the Synod to content himself with private efforts in behalf of the Negro, finally gave up his charge and went to Ohio, 1804 to 1805, where he became a leader among the abolitionists of that day. There was also Reverend David Rice, who, removed from Virginia to Kentucky in 1783, is said to have organized there the first grammar school in the West, and was noted as a preacher of abolition, and especially for his speech in the Constitutional Convention in Kentucky in 1792. The Emancipating Baptists of Kentucky were led by Joshua Carman and David Barrow, John Sutton and Carter Tarrant, and the influence of these men was largely responsible for the schism in the church, which has been mentioned in a previous chapter. Dr. Stiles, as president of Yale College, must have had at least an indirect influence in cultivating an anti-slavery sentiment among his students. Another college president of this period, Samuel Stanhope Smith of Princeton, is said to have taught that slavery was a moral wrong and a political evil, though he thought that the only remedy was involuntary manumission. Of greater value to the anti-slavery cause were the teachings of George Wythe and St. George Tucker, professors of law at William and Mary University. The former was associated with Jefferson in his plans for emancipation by law, and afterward manumitted his own slaves, furnishing them with means of support until they learned to maintain themselves. The latter is noted for a dissertation on slavery, which had formed a part of a course of lectures given at the university, and by means of which Judge Tucker hoped to stimulate the legislature to accomplish gradual emancipation in the state. Among educators may be mentioned also William Rogers, professor of English literature in the College of Philadelphia, and its successor, the University of Pennsylvania, and at one time the vice president of the Pennsylvania Abolition Society. The widest influence of all was perhaps that of Reverend Jedediah Morse, the father of American geography, who omits no opportunity in his instructive pages to point a moral with regard to slavery. As his works for 30 years enjoyed almost a monopoly of this department of literature, they must have had a wide circulation, and their maxims must have sunk deep in the minds of ingenuous youth. In the Revolutionary period, the influence of the legal profession was particularly conspicuous. not only in the contest for the independence of the white race, but also in the effort to extend liberty to the blacks. So also in the years immediately following, the leading anti-slavery men of Virginia were nearly all of them interested in the law. In Pennsylvania, if we accept the body of the Quakers, we find the greatest activity among the lawyers, not only in connection with the Emancipation Act of 1780, but also in cases of fugitive slaves or the kidnapping of free Negroes. Among those who gave their services in these directions are James Pemberton, William Lewis, William Rawle, and Myers Fisher, and in New Jersey the names of Joseph Bloomfield and Elias Boudinot are frequently found in connection with pleas for the Negro in the freedom suits which were so numerous in that state at this time. In Maryland, the leading effort for the promotion of emancipation was made by William Pinckney, and the attempt at a national prohibition of the slave trade was inaugurated by a Maryland lawyer, Luther Martin. Governor Morris and John Jay in New York were interested in the abolition of slavery by state legislation, and desired to limit it as far as possible in national affairs. In New England, the rapid disappearance of slavery in the northern states led to a cessation of activity. But in Connecticut, where even the children born after the passage of a general Emancipation Act were still to be held in servitude, several young lawyers cooperated with the theologians in the endeavor to hasten or complete the process of emancipation. Zephaniah Swift, afterwards Chief Justice of Connecticut, was prominent in this anti-slavery movement. Noah Webster, the great lexicographer, at that time engaged in the practice of law, devoted some of his talent for research to the production of an important essay on the moral and economic effects of slavery, and Theodore Dwight, also a lawyer, was one of the most uncompromising of abolitionists, a forerunner of Garrison and Phillips. Massachusetts, too, though free from slavery herself, sent Rufus King and Nathan Dane to win the freedom of the Northwest. The influence of Benjamin Franklin and Dr. Rush was in this period as conspicuous as in the Revolutionary epoch. Dr. Rush succeeded Franklin as president of the Pennsylvania Abolition Society, and Caspar Wistar, also a physician, succeeded Dr. Rush in that office. A member of the same profession in Maryland, George Buchanan, is noted for one of the most important anti-slavery orations of this period. In the Federal Convention and in Congress, there was further opportunity for individual influence, and here a noticeably large proportion of those who favored the cause of the Negro were from Pennsylvania and Massachusetts. Messrs. Wilson, Bard, Findley, Gallatin, Scott, Smiley, Swanwick, and Waln of Pennsylvania, and Messrs. Barker, Bidwell, Dexter, Hastings, Quincy, Sedgwick, Thatcher, and Varnum of Massachusetts compete for the honor of the most constant and vigorous effort. The honors of the two states are pretty evenly divided, but for undaunted effort in season and out of season, for caustic language and refusal of compromise, the palm must be awarded to George Thatcher of Massachusetts. The declining anti-slavery sentiment of Virginia was represented by Messrs. Madison, Mason, Nicholas, Page, and Parker. Delaware may glory in James A. Bayard, New Jersey in Elias Boudinot, Mr. Southard, and Mr. Sloan, and Mr. S. L. Mitchell represented the anti-slavery sentiment of New York. Connecticut sent Theodore Dwight to redeem the compromising policy of her other members, and Mr. Bradley of Vermont had the honor of introducing the bill for the prohibition of the African slave trade. Several of the prominent Pennsylvanians already mentioned as interested in the anti-slavery movement were members of the Society of Friends. Other members of the society conspicuous during this period were Isaac Tatum Hopper and Warner Mifflin. The former, at the age of 9, impressed by the story of an old colored man, made a solemn vow to himself that he would be the friend of the oppressed Africans during his whole life. While serving his apprenticeship to the tailor's trade in Philadelphia, at 16 or 17 years of age, he assisted a fugitive slave, and after becoming a member of the Abolition Society, about 1796, he became widely known as a friend and advisor of the colored race, teaching 2 or 3 evenings a week in Benezet's school, and giving frequent assistance to fugitives and kidnapped Negroes. On being accused of having robbed many people of their slaves, he once said, "Thou art mistaken. I only prevent Southern marauders from robbing people of their liberty." Warner Mifflin presents a different but no less characteristic phase of the Quaker attitude. His manumission of his own slaves has been described in a previous chapter. He was one of the founders of the Delaware Abolition Society. Like John Woolman, he traveled from state to state, preaching anti-slavery principles among the Friends, and in the course of his life he visited all the yearly meetings in America. He also made earnest efforts for state and national legislation against slavery. In 1782 he appeared before the Assembly of Virginia, and his influence is said to have helped to secure the passage of the Manumission Act of that year. In 1783 he presented a memorial to Congress with regard to the African slave trade, and he afterwards visited the legislatures of Pennsylvania, Maryland, and Delaware. He had great hopes from the National Declaration in 1776 of principles which he had already been preaching for years, and after the organization of government under the Constitution, his efforts to secure legislation to the utmost constitutional limit made him the bête noire of Southern congressmen. The first act of Congress limiting the foreign slave trade, 1794, is drawn on lines suggested by him to a House committee and embodied in the committee report, March 5, 1790, and, with modifications, in the ensuing resolutions of Congress. This legislation, however, was so long delayed that Mifflin felt the need of another effort. A petition from him was presented, November 26, 1792, urging upon Congress some action in regard to the African slave trade. This petition was the occasion for a violent attack on the petitioner, to whom it was returned, though without expunging its entry from the journal, as was proposed by an indignant opponent. To this treatment, Mifflin responded with a vigorous expression of his views on the whole question. Quote, "I profess freely," he says, in an expostulation with the members of the House, "and am willing my profession was known over the world, that I feel the calls of humanity as strong towards an African in America as to an American in Algiers, both being my brethren, especially as I am informed the Algerine treats his slave with more humanity, and I believe the sin of oppression on the part of the American is greatest in the sight of the Father of the family of mankind." End quote. Mifflin's opponents regarded him as a fanatic whose efforts were of a most mischievous tendency, and his petition in 1792 was not defended even by those who ordinarily stood as champions for the appeals of the Quakers. Yet a contemporary wrote of him in 1790 that he was not only distinguished by his extensive philanthropy, but by a sound judgment, and that his prudence and good temper were equal to his zeal. And Brissot de Warville wrote of him, after meeting him in 1788, "What humanity and what charity! It seems that to love mankind and to search to do them good constitutes his only pleasure, his only existence. The attachment of an angel like Warner Mifflin to the sect of Quakers is the fairest apology for that society." Though the Quakers were now frequently found acting in combination with philanthropists of other sects, they also continued their efforts as a distinct organization. An occasional memorial from the Society of Friends appeared before Congress, sometimes alone, sometimes reinforcing similar appeals from the abolition societies. The language of these memorials was temperate, and their demands were studiously moderate and strictly within the constitutional powers of Congress. The furious antagonism which they aroused was evidently not on account of the terms of the petitions, so much as because of the determined opposition to the whole institution of slavery, which was known to lie behind their quiet language. Their opponents, however, were in the minority, and the petitions were uniformly received and read, and in the House were referred to a committee. In the case of the slave trade, 3 or 4 successive memorials, with terms gradually narrowed down to meet the conditions in a practical way, were among the influences which brought about the limitation of the foreign slave trade in 1794. Several years later, an effort was made by the Society to obtain relief for the re-enslaved freedmen of North Carolina, November 30th, 1797, and soon after the annexation of Louisiana, the Society appealed to Congress to prevent the introduction of slavery into the Western Territory, January 21st, 1805. It has been remarked that the influence of individuals at this time was supplemented by the work of abolition societies. Although this title is regarded by Professor von Holst as misleading, it is the name that they themselves adopted, and abolition was their avowed object. This object, according to their view, was to be accomplished by moral force rather than through a definite political program. But the failure to accomplish it was due to external conditions rather than to the character of the societies, to the undreamed of rise and growth of the slavocracy, to the overwhelming force of self-interest, the paralyzing weight of general indifference, and the slow growth of a higher public sentiment, slow partly because of the defective means of communication then at command. That these societies, under such unfavorable conditions, did a great and necessary work will, it is hoped, be shown in the following pages. Though the institution of slavery, rather than the opposition to slavery, seems to be strengthening through the years of their existence, and though the slave power continued to strengthen until it culminated in the Dred Scott decision, yet in the earlier period, as well as in the later, a process of public education was going on which must in time have a decisive influence upon the issue. To these earlier societies, as to the later ones, the progress of educated public opinion was very largely due. The first Abolition Society, as might be expected, was organized in Pennsylvania, April 14, 1775. Its original object was merely the relief of free Negroes unlawfully held in bondage. The manumission of slaves by the Quakers, and those who came under their influence, had brought into existence a large class of free Negroes, and of Negroes whose bondage was limited to a term of years. The practice of kidnapping began almost at once, and as the efforts of benevolent individuals proved inadequate to prevent it, those most interested combined for more effective action. The society at first consisted chiefly or entirely of Quakers. Its work was suspended during the Revolutionary War, though individual members continued to be active in a quiet way, protecting the free blacks and promoting the passage of the Emancipation Act of 1780. In 1784 they renewed their meetings, and the membership now included men of other religious denominations. 3 years later, the society was reorganized under the title of the Pennsylvania Society for Promoting the Abolition of Slavery, the Relief of Free Negroes Unlawfully Held in Bondage, and for improving the condition of the African race. Of this society, Benjamin Franklin was elected president, and a new constitution was adopted, which was excellently adapted to its purpose, and served as a model for the organization of other societies which soon sprang up in the neighboring states. The society at once became more vigorous and influential than in its earlier form. It distributed copies of its Constitution and of the Emancipation Act of Pennsylvania, and also tracts and pictorial representations, apparently much after the manner of the societies formed half a century later. It reprinted foreign publications of kindred nature, such as Clarkson's Essay on the Slave Trade and Brissot's Oration upon the Necessity of Establishing at Paris a society to cooperate with those of America and London. It entered into correspondence with other societies at home and abroad, and addressed letters to the governors of the various states and petitions to the state legislatures. In the opening year of its new existence, it addressed a memorial to the Federal Convention, then in session in Philadelphia. 3 years later, when the work of the Federal Convention had been completed, Congress, then in its first session, was addressed by the Pennsylvania Society in a memorial which is remarkable for being one of the few attempts to procure direct national legislation against slavery. In the meantime, other abolition societies were organizing, so that by 1791 there were as many as 12, representing all the states from Massachusetts to Virginia, with the exception of New Jersey, where a society was formed the following year. That of New York, formed in 1785 with John Jay as president, took the name of Manumission Society, limiting its aims at first to promoting manumission and protecting the free blacks. After the reorganization of the Pennsylvania Society on a broader basis in 1787, other societies were organized with similar titles and objects, though with some variations of detail. Those of Connecticut and Rhode Island, formed after the passage of acts for gradual emancipation, were mainly for the purpose of preventing the slave trade and the deportation of Negroes from the state, and of looking after the execution of the provisions for emancipation, but aimed also at the more remote object of general abolition. Those of New York and New Jersey organized before the passage of state emancipation acts, though primarily for the relief of free Negroes unlawfully held in bondage, also undertook to promote emancipation by state legislation, and the societies of Delaware, Maryland, and Virginia made efforts in the same direction. An important feature in all the societies was the relief of free Negroes unlawfully held in bondage. Pennsylvania, especially, as a free state surrounded by slavery, was in continual difficulty on account of fugitives and kidnappers, and the society was very active in aiding individuals and in appeals to the legislature for more satisfactory laws. In Delaware, where slavery was declining without direct legislation, the conditions and the work were somewhat similar. Another common purpose of the societies was the improvement of the condition of the free blacks by mental and moral training and by teaching and helping them to support themselves. This work they regarded as a matter of justice to the Negro, as well as a social necessity, and they were deeply impressed with the importance of success in this direction as an encouragement to further emancipation. End of Chapter 4, Section 1. Chapter 4, Section 2 of Anti-Slavery in America, from the Introduction of African Slaves to the Prohibition of the Slave Trade, 1619 to 1808. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Anti-Slavery in America, from the Introduction of African Slaves to the Prohibition of the Slave Trade, 1619 to 1808, by Mary Stoughton Locke. Chapter 4, Section 2, Abolitionists and Abolition Societies, 1783 to 1808. The favorite form of organization was that of the Pennsylvania Society. Here, besides the usual officers, including 2 secretaries whose duties were to promulgate the views and promote the objects of the society by correspondence with individuals and with other societies, there were 4 counselors, who were to explain the state laws and constitution so far as they related to emancipation, and to urge claims to freedom, when legal, before the proper authorities. There was also an executive committee to transact business during the recess of the society, and on the activity of this committee the society depended greatly for its efficiency. As the work increased, new committees were formed for special purposes. 1. A committee of inspection, advice, and protection. 2. A committee of guardianship to look after the children and set them to trades or other occupations. 3. A committee of education to superintend school instruction and to influence the Negroes to attend the classes. And 4. A committee of employment. Special committees for various purposes were also appointed on occasion. In this society, and also in the Providence Society, slaveholders were excluded from membership. A similar restriction in the Maryland and Chestertown, Maryland, constitutions was modified by permitting the societies to appoint counselors who were slaveholders. In the Alexandria Society, slaveholders were even admitted to membership, and this laxity was afterwards regarded as one of the causes of the failure of the society. Although the abolition societies were formed mainly for local purposes, their activity extended to national affairs, and for effective work in that direction, it was soon found necessary to combine their efforts. The original occasion of this combination was a common effort to obtain congressional limitation of the African slave trade, in accordance with the resolutions passed by Congress March 23, 1790. As no further action was taken in that or the following session of Congress, 9 of the societies prepared petitions for such action, which were presented December 8, 1791. The petitions were referred to a special committee, but were heard of no more in Congress, nor was anything further accomplished toward a restriction of the slave trade during that or the following session. In 1793, therefore, the New York Manumission Society suggested a convention of delegates from all the abolition societies to meet in Philadelphia, to deliberate on the means of attaining their object, and to unite in an address to Congress. Early in 1794, the delegates came together, representing 9 societies, decided upon a plan of action, prepared memorials to Congress and to some of the state legislatures, and addresses to the abolition societies and the citizens of the United States, and instituted a system of annual meetings in General Convention. The object of the American Convention was twofold. It was to increase the zeal and efficiency of the individual societies by its advice and encouragement, stimulating them to effort by requiring annual reports of progress and by laying out new lines of work, and it was also to take upon itself the chief responsibility in regard to national affairs. This did not necessarily preclude the action of individual societies, and that of Pennsylvania still felt an occasional call for its services, especially in later years, when but few societies were represented in the convention, and the moral force of the latter was accordingly diminished. But in 1794, the convention, in the buoyancy of youth and hope, was a real force, as is shown by the success which crowned its first great effort, directed toward the national restriction of the foreign slave trade. One of the chief defects of the new association was its looseness of organization. The most distant societies were seldom represented at the meetings, though the absent societies occasionally sent reports in writing. There was no written constitution until 1801. The officers were at first only a president and a secretary. Even after a treasurer was added to the list of officers, the funds were very inadequate, and the dependence was still to some extent upon individual societies. A committee was appointed at each session to digest the annual reports of the various societies and to prepare a plan of action for the following year. There were also committees for preparing memorials and addresses and for their publication and distribution, but the latter work was left mainly to the societies. The policy of the abolition societies was somewhat different from that of the later anti-slavery organizations. The intention here was merely to persuade by appeals to the reason and conscience, and by the gradual education of public opinion, and every effort was made to avoid arousing suspicion or antagonism. the purpose to bring about total abolition was indeed avowed, and the delegates of the societies in their first annual convention declare their hope that, quote, their labors will never cease while there exists a single slave in the United States, end quote. But they tried to disarm hostility by explaining that there was no intention of violating the laws or infringing on nominal rights of property, although those rights may only be traced to our statute books, and they were inclined to abate their efforts in the face of extreme opposition. For the ultimate object of abolition, the first step must be the education of public sentiment. With this end in view, information with regard to slavery in the various states was collected by the local societies, including copies of laws and minutes of judicial decisions, with the intention of compiling a history of slavery in the United States. By some of the societies, a series of orations on slavery was undertaken. The Connecticut Society, founded in 1790, provided a series of addresses for several years, and the Rhode Island, New York, and Maryland societies instituted a similar custom. Some of these orations, by Edwards, Webster, and Dwight in Connecticut, and by Buchanan in Maryland, are among the most valuable contributions to the anti-slavery literature of the period. The publication and distribution of anti-slavery essays and other literature on the subject was undertaken by some of the societies at the suggestion of the Convention of Delegates. Addresses to the citizens of the United States were occasionally published by the Convention. One of these addresses, intended to be published in one or more newspapers of each state, 1794, stated some of the arguments against slavery and recommended exertions against the slave trade and the formation of societies for the abolition of slavery, the relief of Negroes unlawfully held in bondage, and the general improvement of the condition of the African race. Another address, of which 5,000 copies were sent to the societies for distribution, 1801, deplored the recent insurrection in Virginia, explained the attitude of the societies, and urged gradual emancipation. A third, published in pamphlet form, 1804, soon after the open renewal of the slave trade by South Carolina, called attention to the fact that slavery was increasing instead of diminishing, and urged the cooperation of every friend of justice and lover of his country, especially in the effort to prevent kidnapping and the clandestine slave trade. A more direct influence than that of orations and pamphlets was exerted by the societies through their applications to court and legislature. Efforts to influence state legislatures were most vigorous and extensive in the early years of the Convention. In 1794 and 1795, addresses were sent to all states which had not prohibited importation or had not abolished domestic slavery. States which had already begun the process of emancipation were urged to carry the work still further. The Southern states were addressed chiefly on the subject of the slave trade, foreign and domestic, as a necessary preliminary to the extirpation of slavery. Next in importance was the alleviation of the condition of the slaves. Until a radical abolition of slavery, it was urged, by exploding the general opinion that the color of a man is evidence of his deprivation of the rights of man, it may reasonably be expected that the Negro shall receive protection through special prohibitions and penalties. The necessity for education, in order to prepare them for that state in society upon which depends our political happiness, was also emphasized. The encouragement of voluntary manumission with a view to gradual emancipation is suggested, and the hope expressed that the freedmen may participate in civil rights and privileges as fast as they are qualified by education. The custom of petitioning Congress, inaugurated by the Pennsylvania Abolition Society in 1790, and confirmed by the action of 8 other societies in 1791, was, after the establishment of the American Convention of Delegates, left almost entirely to that organization, although a petition from a single society occasionally appears. During this period, the energy of the convention was directed chiefly towards securing restrictive legislation on the foreign slave trade, and this was accomplished in 1794 to such an extent that the act, when considered by the convention with a view to its amendment, was thought to go as far as the Constitution permitted. The societies, however, watched over the execution of the law, complained of evasions, and finally petitioned Congress for further legislation. Another opportunity for national legislation had meanwhile arisen in the purchase of Louisiana Territory, and the American Convention rose to the occasion in a memorial to Congress urging the exclusion of slavery from this territory, January 23, 1804, which may be regarded as the first step in the Free Soil movement. A third method by which the abolition societies endeavored to extend liberty to the Negro was through application to the courts. This work was necessarily confined to the states where favorable legislation had already been obtained, and included the enforcement and amendment of Emancipation and Manumission Acts, and the prevention of kidnapping and sale from a free to a slave state. It also included the prosecution of offenders against state or national laws restricting or prohibiting the slave trade. The latter work was especially urged upon the societies by the Convention of Delegates in 1797, and information against offenders was sought from the governor of Sierra Leone. Efforts in this direction were continued throughout the period. A Rhode Island slave trader was successfully prosecuted by the New York Manumission Society, and prosecutions were reported by the societies of New Jersey and Pennsylvania. The relief of Negroes unlawfully held in bondage, which was the primary object of the individual societies, was, during these most critical years of the process of gradual emancipation, carried on with considerable vigor. This work was the subject of special reports from the abolition societies to the Convention of Delegates in 1797. The New York Society reported 90 complaints, 36 persons freed, 21 cases still in suit, and 19 under consideration. From New Jersey, the report was not definite, and Pennsylvania simply reported the liberation of many hundreds. Through the agency of the Wilmington, Delaware Society, 80 had been liberated. The Choptank, Maryland Society reported more than 60 liberations and only 1 failure in court. The Alexandria Society had received 26 complaints, 6 persons had been liberated, 5 more releases were probable, and suits were still pending for the rest, 2 of these at the Society's expense. The Virginia Society had suits for 20 or 30 persons still pending. Additional cases were reported from year to year. In addition to the ultimate object of the abolition of slavery and the immediate one of liberation of Negroes unlawfully held in bondage, the abolition societies had a third object which, throughout this period of gradual emancipation, remained their constant care. This was the improvement of the condition of the free blacks by attention to their material welfare, by systematic education, and by urging and aiding them to self-support, self-respect, and usefulness in the community. The local societies were expected to report to the Convention of Delegates on the number of free blacks in their state and on their property, employment, and conduct. Addresses to these people were issued by the Convention from time to time, advising them with regard to religion and morality, education and industry, and the acquisition and use of property, and especially urging them to good conduct as the best aid they could give toward the liberation of their brethren in bondage. In one instance, the Pennsylvania Society took charge of 126 Negroes on board vessels arrested for illegal slave trade, gave them assistance and protection, and found them employment. Education was regarded as of great importance, especially in Philadelphia, where the large number of Negroes who took refuge there strained the powers of the enterprising Abolition Society to the utmost. 7 schools are reported there in 1797, and the educational work continued to flourish under the Society until, at their suggestion in 1820, the education of the colored children became a part of the public school system. The New York Society had several flourishing schools. An academy was established by the Maryland Society, and some efforts for education were made in Rhode Island, Delaware, New Jersey, and Virginia. In addition to this educational work was the supervisory work of the committees of inspection and advice, guardianship and employment, which had been organized by the Pennsylvania Society in 1789 and later by other societies. Under such supervision, the Negroes were reported to have shown themselves as capable of improvement as the whites, and an argument against slavery was drawn from the difference between those who were under the care of the society and those who were not. It is noticeable that the abolition societies of Connecticut and Rhode Island played but a small part in the work outlined by the American Convention of Delegates in their minutes of proceedings. At the annual meetings from 1794 to 1796, one or both of these societies were represented, but after 1798, neither sent delegates. The Providence Society reported in 1805 that slavery was so nearly extinct in that locality that it had but little to do, and excused itself from attendance on account of the length of the journey and the inclemency of the season. The Southern societies had also fallen away by 1803, so that the only ones represented at the later meetings of this period were those of New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and Delaware. The lack of zeal in the New England societies was at least partly due to the local conditions, which made diligent effort at home no longer necessary, and to the apparent impracticability of any interference with slavery in the Southern states. The decline of those in the Southern states was largely due to the difficulties encountered in carrying on their work. The early successes of these societies had aroused an opposition which tended to discourage further effort. The Maryland Society, for instance, was at one time so powerful that it was said to be useless to defend a suit which it brought. But its activity excited so much hostility that it narrowly escaped a vote of censure from the state legislature and considered it expedient to suspend its efforts. In Virginia, the activity of the society was seriously checked by a statute imposing a penalty of $100 on any person who assisted a slave in asserting a claim to freedom, provided he should fail to establish the claim. Another legislative provision that no member of an abolition society should serve as a juror in a freedom suit made the prospect of establishing such a claim far from brilliant. Under such conditions, it is not surprising that the society relaxed its efforts in the courts, and its failure to obtain more favorable legislation left it without any resource except the persistent aggressiveness of a garrison or an ignominious death. A few years after the insurrection of Gabriel in 1800, the Alexandria Society is reported dissolved, and the Maryland and Virginia societies, which were still apparently flourishing in 1797, are not even heard from. A committee appointed by the Convention of Delegates in 1804 to draw up a plan for the gradual abolition of slavery in the United States confesses itself inadequate to the task. Even the Pennsylvania Society, always the mainstay of the movement, becomes for once weak and discouraged, and inquires whether any material injury would arise from a temporary suspension of its functions. The convention, although it preserves a courageous attitude in its addresses, decides upon triennial instead of annual meetings, 1806. The local work of the societies in the Middle States was still continued. After the second absorbing contest with England was over, the work of the convention, which, although never abandoned, had become comparatively unimportant, was renewed with a vigor equal to that of earlier years, and continued without interruption until the administration of Andrew Jackson. And although in that darkest period before the dawn, the Pennsylvania Society noted with discouragement the falling away of its companions, there was still a steadfast band to extend the hand of welcome to the new societies as they sprang into existence under the inspiration of William Lloyd Garrison. The younger societies, in the awful magnitude of the task before them, recognized but faintly that anything had as yet been accomplished. Nevertheless, the soil had been prepared for them by the quiet but persistent labors of their predecessors. The chief points of attack had been noted, the chief lines of action marked out, precedents had been set, arguments and examples furnished, conditions ameliorated, and public opinion considerably educated. End of Chapter 4, Section 2.
Chapter 5 of Anti-Slavery in America, from the Introduction of African Slaves to the Prohibition of the Slave Trade, 1619 to 1808. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Anti-Slavery in America, From the Introduction of African Slaves to the Prohibition of the Slave Trade, 1619 to 1808, by Mary Stoughton Locke. Chapter 5, Gradual Emancipation in the States, 1783 to 1808, Section 1. The political movement toward the abolition of slavery, which had begun during the Revolutionary era, will be considered in the period from 1783 to 1808 under three distinct aspects, according to the specific objects which its promoters had in view: gradual emancipation by state legislation, Chapter 5, the suppression of the African slave trade by state and national action, Chapter 6, and the attempt to prevent slavery from extending itself into the territories of the United States, Chapter 7. Of these three movements, the first and second, which had made a promising beginning before the close of the Revolutionary War, were practically completed during this period, and, though not entirely successful, left no very threatening prospect of disaster. The third, on the contrary, beginning at the close of the Revolutionary War with the existence of a national domain, was so far unsuccessful that it left an opening for the growth of slavery, which threatened to lead to the destruction of both liberty and union. The principal means for arousing public sentiment have been described in the preceding chapter, and an account has been given of some of the methods which were employed to stimulate it to action. It is necessary next to consider in what directions anti-slavery effort, from whatever source, could be applied with most efficiency. The persuasion of individual slave owners to manumit their own slaves was a slow and toilsome process of achieving the liberation of a race. The action of organized religious bodies, with the exception of the Society of Friends, was very limited, partial, or abortive, and in the case of the Methodists, its continuation was regarded as threatening the spiritual efficiency of the sect. Abolition societies, to be of any real value, must exclude slaveholders from membership, and could gain numbers and power only where the local conditions were fairly favorable to their growth. The only organizations through which really important results could now be reached were a. the constitutional conventions held for the formation of new states calling for admission to the Union, b. the state legislatures, and c. the National Congress. Of these, the constitutional conventions might provide for the total prohibition of slavery, as had been done in the Revolutionary period by Vermont. Or they might state a general principle which the courts could interpret in such a way as to accomplish the same result as was done in Massachusetts. They might provide for gradual emancipation by pronouncing free all persons born after a certain date, as had been proposed by Jefferson in Virginia, or they might give expression to the general principle, enjoining upon the legislature to find the most suitable method of carrying it out, as was proposed in Kentucky by Reverend David Rice. To a constitutional convention, all things were possible, and it was here that the hope for the border states of the West would chiefly lie. Then, too, the Federal Convention, on whose decisions hung the very existence of the infant nation, provided an opportunity for the zealous abolitionist. Not for general and immediate or even gradual emancipation. Local interests and institutions were now too sacred for that thought to enter the mind of any but the most ardent radical. But the suppression of the African slave trade, it was thought, might surely be made a subject for their deliberations, and thus facilitate the gradual extinction of slavery itself. In the older states, where constitutions had already been adopted and would not be easily changed, the only hope was in the state legislatures or the courts of law. Here was the opportunity for interpreting liberally the broad principles of the state bills of rights, either by judicial decision or, failing there, by declaratory statute, and the precedent set by Massachusetts might inspire hope for such an enterprise. There was still, after the Revolutionary War, the necessity for guarding against the revival of the slave trade, or for the suppression of it when revived. There was ample occasion in most of the states for more liberal provisions with regard to manumission, and at the beginning of this period, only one state legislature, that of Pennsylvania, had passed a Gradual Emancipation Act. As for Congress, the feeble legislative body of the Confederation could hardly be expected to accomplish much, and perhaps no one but the ever-active Quaker would attempt to urge it. Yet the Congress of the Union, with its wider sphere of action, could limit, regulate, and in time suppress the foreign slave trade. It could regulate commerce among the several states, and that would include the domestic slave trade. It could, as even the Congress of the Confederation did in part, prohibit slavery in the national domain. It could hold up to public view a continual avowal of sentiment which might modify without directly interfering with local legislation. The results of anti-slavery agitation with regard to the slave trade and the national domain will be related in the following chapters. Emancipation in the states, the present subject for consideration, was attempted almost exclusively within the states themselves. The direct interference of Congress with the existence of slavery in the states was, however, twice solicited. It is interesting to find that the first instance, occurring in the very first year after the Constitution went into operation, February 3, 1790, was authorized by one of the members of the Federal Convention, no less a person than Benjamin Franklin, at that time president of the Pennsylvania Abolition Society, which presented the memorial to Congress. The application is based upon the preamble of the Constitution. Certain powers, declare the memorialists, were vested in Congress for promoting the welfare and securing the blessings of liberty to the people of the United States, and as they conceive that these blessings ought rightfully to be administered, without distinction of color, to all descriptions of people, so they indulge themselves in the pleasing expectation that nothing which can be done for the relief of the unhappy objects of their care will be either omitted or delayed. They therefore urge that Congress will turn its attention to the subject of slavery, that it will be pleased to countenance the restoration of liberty to these unhappy men, and that it will devise means for removing this inconsistency from the character of the American people. Congress, after an excited discussion, referred the memorial to a committee, which reported on this point that Congress had no authority to interfere in the internal regulations of particular states. March 5, 1790. The subject, however, was brought up again 10 years later, when Absalom Jones and others, free blacks of Philadelphia, in petitioning for the revision of the laws concerning the slave trade and fugitives from justice, begged also for the adoption of measures leading to the gradual emancipation of their race. This clause of the petition provoked violent opposition in the House. During the debate, significant allusions were made to the several plans which had been proposed and to a certain society, evidently the Society of Friends, which had been in the habit of presenting petitions every year and was expected to keep on doing so. A Southern congressman became much excited over the spread of the newfangled French philosophy of liberty and equality among the blacks, and talked of entering wedges, and of the necessity of yielding the slave trade as a peace offering to the philanthropists. In vain did a representative from Massachusetts endeavor to propitiate the slaveholders by declaring that the aspect of a certain petition was very dangerous and unpleasant, and that those who did not possess this species of property had better leave the regulation of it to those who were cursed with it. The member from South Carolina gives warning that there is one alternative, that is, that we are able to take care of ourselves, and if driven to it, we will take care of ourselves. One staunch champion, Mr. Thatcher of Massachusetts, rose to defend the obnoxious clause, declaring that slavery was a cancer of immense magnitude, that would some time destroy the body politic, except a proper legislation should prevent the evil, and suggesting that slavery might be abolished without injury to the slave owners, and that an appropriation should be made for the purpose. The House, however, though referring the rest of the petition to a committee, voted 85-1 that this section ought to receive no encouragement or countenance from this House. Emancipation, therefore, was left to the states, and so far as accomplished at all, was the work of constitutional conventions and state legislatures. Abolition by state constitution, attempted in New York, accomplished in Vermont, and finally effective in Massachusetts, was applied in only one other state of the original 13. In New Hampshire, it is not certain that there was a direct intention of abolishing slavery by this means. The Bill of Rights, like that of Pennsylvania, simply states that all men are born equally free and independent. The logical application of the principle is not directly stated, as in Vermont, but the activity of public opinion, added to the influence of conditions in the neighboring states, was such that slavery disappeared without direct legislation or judicial action. After the adoption of the Constitution, a few Negroes were still held as slaves, and although the legislature in 1789 struck off male and female servants from the list of taxable property, the obligation to maintain the aged and infirm still rested with the masters. Footnote: in 1775, Negroes and slaves for life were reported as numbering 657. In 1790, the number was reduced to 158, in 1800 to 8, and in 1810, none were reported. New Hampshire State Papers, Volume 9, page 897, note. End of footnote. Many, however, remained with their former masters in the capacity of servants. There were no sales of slaves, and if anyone chose to leave his master, the public authority was not used for his recovery. Negroes who remained with their masters were treated like the other servants, and the black children went to the same schools as the white. No better plan could be adopted, says La Rochefoucauld-Liancourt, who visited America in 1795, by a people who stopped short of total emancipation. The most favorable opportunity to apply a constitutional restriction was when the new states began to come into the Union from the country west of the Alleghenies, and the question of slavery came up in connection with the formation of each state. Here, the influence of territorial conditions was decisive. Ohio, the only state formed from the Northwest Territory before 1808, adopted the prohibition contained in the Ordinance of 1787 as a part of her constitution. Not, however, incorporated in the Bill of Rights, as was done in Vermont, but in a separate article, and without the significant therefore. Kentucky and Tennessee, to which slavery had already been admitted, failed to pass any provision against it now, though there was an attempt to do so in Kentucky. At the Constitutional Convention, the 6 clerical members are said to have been unanimously against the recognition of slavery, and a vote to expunge a clause forbidding emancipation without consent of the owners had a strong minority of 16 to 26. The most important leader in the anti-slavery movement in Kentucky at this time was Reverend David Rice, and his address to the convention is one of the most earnest and forceful productions of the period. In this address, he points to the anomaly of a free moral agent legally deprived of free agency and obliged to act according to the will of another, while still accountable to the Creator for his actions, and sarcastically declares that the legislature, in order to be consistent, should make the master accountable in both here and hereafter. He regards liberty as inalienable by the legislature except for vicious conduct, and claims to property in slaves as invalid. 1,000 laws, he says, can never make that innocent which the divine law has made criminal. On the question of expediency, he replies to the argument that slaveholders would be prevented from emigrating to Kentucky by saying that 5 useful citizens would come for every slaveholder that was lost, and that if slavery was permitted, free labor would seek other regions. The alleged unfitness of the slave for freedom is met by the question whether we shall continue to maim souls because a maimed soul is unfit for society. But he considers that present conditions should be taken into account and that gradual emancipation is the only practicable plan. His proposal is that the Constitution shall declare against slavery as a matter of principle, leaving the legislature to find the most suitable means of abolishing it. Emancipation by some means he regards as a political necessity, and he closes with a prophecy of the calamities which will attend the continuance of slavery and an earnest appeal that the new state may not be stained with this sin at its birth. The slavery of the Negroes, he says, began in iniquity. A curse has attended it, and a curse will follow it. National vices will be punished with national calamities. Let us avoid these vices, that we may avoid the punishment which they deserve. Kentucky failed to respond to his appeal, but a few years later, 1797-1798, an attempt was made to amend the Constitution on this point. It is said that the prohibition of slavery was even probable at that time, and that it was only the reaction of political sentiment caused by the passage of the Alien and Sedition Acts at this inopportune moment that prevented Kentucky from becoming a free state. The anti-slavery feeling continued to be strong for some time and showed itself in the schism of the Baptist churches of Kentucky in 1805 and the formation of abolition societies. Nevertheless, except the permission of voluntary manumission, nothing further was accomplished south of the Ohio River. Emancipation by act of legislature was the only remaining weapon, and it was successfully wielded in 4 states of the Union besides Pennsylvania. In most cases, it was connected with efforts to procure the removal of restraints on manumission, which had already been provided for in Connecticut 1777 and Virginia 1782. Soon after the Revolutionary War, efforts in this direction were made in every state north of the Potomac in which there was occasion for them. In Maryland and Delaware, attempts at gradual emancipation acts soon gave way to the milder measure of facilitating manumission. The Quakers seem to have been the chief agents in both states. In Delaware, a bill for the gradual abolition of slavery was introduced in January 1786 and supported by a petition from 204 friends, praying that such relief should be given to the slaves of the state as the rights of mankind and religion required. After consideration, it was replaced by a bill for furthering manumission, and this bill was postponed until the following June and finally dropped. The following year, however, an act was passed permitting manumission by will or other written instrument without security furnished by the master in the case of slaves between 18 and 35 years of age, sound in mind and body, and capable of self-support, February 3, 1787. Under the new law, many manumissions were made by will, and though many Negroes were kidnapped, the abolition societies were active in procuring their liberation. The number of slaves in 1790 was 8,887, in 1800, 6,153, and in 1810 had diminished to 4,177, while the number of free colored persons rose from 3,899 in 1790 to 13,136 in 1810. Further efforts toward a gradual Emancipation Act, however, met with no success. In Maryland, the question was still more sharply contested. Petitions from citizens of several counties praying for immediate or gradual abolition were presented to the House of Delegates in December 1785. These were rejected by a vote of 32 to 22. In 1787, a petition from the yearly meeting of Friends in Baltimore for the emancipation of slaves was refused by a vote of 30 to 17. 2 years later, an effort was made to facilitate voluntary manumission by owners, with a view to bringing about gradual emancipation by that means. Both the Society of Friends and the Maryland Abolition Society were behind this movement, and it had a strong support in the legislature. Petitions from both societies had been addressed to the House, and a committee reported in their favor. William Pinckney, who had already distinguished himself as a champion of this cause by a speech in the previous session, now marked the occasion by a fervid address on the rights of man and the inconsistency and impolicy of slaveholding. He attempted to grapple with the 2 chief arguments of the pro-slavery party, the problem of the free blacks and the rights of property. In reply to the former, he declared that free Negroes would be no more dangerous to society than slaves, that the blacks were no worse than the whites would be under the same conditions, and that all they needed to disprove their inferiority was an equal chance with the more favored race. To the argument in behalf of property rights, he replied that the impoverishment of families was of no consequence in such a case, and that he should glory in the cause of their distress, while wishing them a more honest patrimony. A bill for the gradual abolition of slavery was introduced in the Senate, and the House was invited to confer, but refused to do so. An attempt in the following session was equally unsuccessful. On this occasion, a petition from the Maryland Abolition Society was received by the Senate and referred to the House, and by the House was referred to a committee. a vote that the committee be instructed to express disapprobation of that part of the petition which related to gradual abolition was lost by 2 votes, but the whole subject was allowed to drop. An act simply removing restraints on manumission was finally passed in 1796. This act was similar to that of Delaware, except that the maximum age limit was 45 years and no minimum was mentioned. Manumission acts were passed also in New Jersey, 1786, 1798, New York, 1785, 1788, Kentucky, 1798, 1800, and Tennessee, 1801. Rhode Island in 1784 included in her Gradual Emancipation Act a clause providing for voluntary manumission, and in Connecticut the process, already permitted 1777, was further facilitated in 1784 and 1792. The chief feature of these acts, as in the case of Delaware and Maryland, is the endeavor to prevent the freedmen from becoming a public charge. In Rhode Island, the manumitter was still liable for maintenance unless the slave manumitted was between 18 or 21 and 40 years of age and otherwise capable of self-support. In New Jersey, 1786, the age limits were 21 and 35 years. Outside those limits, bonds were required, but even if not manumitted according to the prescribed legal methods, the slave secured his liberty, though the master was liable for his maintenance. In New York, under similar conditions, 1785, a slave might be manumitted without security until 50 years of age. In Connecticut, novel conditions were introduced. The good character of the slave, the real advantage to himself, and his own desire for emancipation. Thus, the liberality in the provisions for emancipation varied with the latitude, and, as might be expected, the provisions in both Kentucky and Tennessee were much more stringent. In both these states, a bond for maintenance was required in all cases, and in the latter, owing, as the preamble of the Act stated, to the large number of petitions for permission to execute manumissions, the owner could free his slave only on the presentation of a petition to the court showing reasons which, in the opinion of 2/3 of that body, were consistent with the interest and policy of the state. In the states south of Virginia, the tendency was toward increasing the restrictions on manumission rather than diminishing them. Thus, North Carolina in 1788 undertook to amend the Act of 1777, and whereas, runs the preamble of the new act, diverse persons from religious motives, in violation of the said law, continue to liberate their slaves, who are now going at large to the terror of the people of this state, and whereas the mode prescribed for apprehending such slave or slaves by freeholders only is found by experience not to answer the good purposes by the said act intended, information with regard to illegal manumissions may now be given to the justice of the peace by any freeman, and the justice is required immediately to issue a warrant for the Negro's apprehension. The act, however, still allowed manumission for meritorious service to be adjudged by the county courts. In South Carolina and Georgia, the restrictions were even more severe. In the former state, no manumissions could take place except by deed executed according to certain regulations, by obtaining the approval of a justice of the quorum and 5 freeholders, December 20th, 1800. In the latter state, after 1801, manumission could be accomplished only by special legislative act, an example followed in 1820 by South Carolina. Footnote: the Constitution of Georgia, as revised in 1798, prohibits the legislature from passing laws for the emancipation of slaves without the consent of each of their respective owners. The Constitution of Kentucky, 1792, has a similar provision, but includes pecuniary compensation. End of footnote. In Rhode Island, the attempt to facilitate manumission in response to a petition from the Society of Friends, 1783, developed into a Gradual Emancipation Act, 1784, thus reversing the process of Delaware and Maryland. Gradual emancipation in Connecticut was inaugurated the same year. In New York and New Jersey, there was a longer interval between the removal of restraints on manumission and an Emancipation Act. New York attempted such an act in 1785, but the bill was rejected by the Council of Revision on account of a provision prohibiting Negro suffrage. It then passed the Senate over the veto, but failed in the House. The subject came up again in 1796 in response to a petition from the Manumission Society, but the action was postponed. In 1798, an act was passed declaring valid the previous manumissions of slaves by the Quakers, even when the process had not been strictly legal, though holding the manumitter liable for maintenance in cases enjoined by the laws. A Gradual Emancipation Act was finally passed in 1799, and an immediate act followed in 1817. In New Jersey, the situation was complicated by the fact that the western part of the state was inhabited largely by Quakers, and the eastern by the descendants of the thrifty Dutch. The tendency, however, was in the direction of emancipation. In the same year that manumission was facilitated, 1786, the legislature, in setting free the Negro prime for services during the Revolutionary War, expressed itself as desirous of extending the blessings of liberty. In 1788, an act preliminary to emancipation was passed, giving Negroes equal rights in the criminal courts, making instruction in reading compulsory upon the masters, and forbidding the removal of the slave to another state without his own consent. The state Supreme Court, in numerous cases which came before it between 1775 and 1795, was almost without exception favorable to the Negro. A Gradual Emancipation Act introduced in 1795 failed by one vote. Action was postponed in 1796, and it was not until 1804 that the New Jersey Abolition Society could triumphantly announce its success. End of Chapter 5, Section 1. Recording by Colleen McMahon. Chapter 5 of Anti-Slavery in America, from the Introduction of African Slaves to the Prohibition of the Slave Trade, 1619 to 1808. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Anti-Slavery in America, from the Introduction of African Slaves to the Prohibition of the Slave Trade, 1619 to 1808, by Mary Stoughton Locke. Chapter 5, Gradual Emancipation in the States, 1783 to 1808, Section 2. Gradual emancipation is defined as the extinction of slavery by depriving it of its hereditary quality. In distinction from the clauses in the constitutions of Vermont, Massachusetts, and New Hampshire, which directly or indirectly affected the condition of slavery as already existing, the Gradual Emancipation Acts left this condition unchanged and affected only the children born after the passage of the Act, or after a fixed date. Most of these acts followed that of Pennsylvania in providing that the children of a slave mother should remain with her owner as servants until they reached a certain age of from 21 to 28 years, as stated in the various enactments. In Pennsylvania, however, they were to be regarded as free. In Connecticut, on the other hand, they were to be held in servitude until 25 years of age, and after that to be free. The most liberal policy was that of Rhode Island, where the children were pronounced free, but were to be supported by the town and educated in reading, writing, and arithmetic, morality, and religion. The latter clauses, however, were repealed the following year, leaving the children to be supported by the owner of the mother until 21 years of age, and only if he abandoned his claims to the mother to become a charge of the town. In New York and New Jersey, they were to remain as servants until a certain age, but were regarded as free, and liberal opportunities were given the master for the abandonment of his claims, the children in such cases to be supported at the common charge. The Manumission and Emancipation Acts were naturally followed, as in the case of the constitutional provision in Vermont, by the attempts of some of the slave owners to dispose of their property outside the state. Amendments to the laws were found necessary, and the abolition societies found plenty of occasion for their exertions in protecting free blacks from seizure and illegal sale, and in looking after the execution and amendment of the laws. The process of gradual emancipation was also unsatisfactory on account of the length of time it would require. and in Pennsylvania and Connecticut, attempts were made to obtain acts for immediate emancipation. The effort in Connecticut, prepared for by a series of addresses on the subject of slavery pronounced before the Abolition Society and published by it for distribution, culminated in 1794. To this undertaking, Theodore Dwight contributed an oration before the Abolition Society, which marks him as one of the most eager and uncompromising advocates of immediate and total abolition to be found before the days of Garrison. The orator contends that slavery is absolutely unjustifiable, and that those who defend it on the plea of political expediency are specious enemies to the freedom and happiness of mankind. The claim of the slave to liberty and that of the master to compensation he declares to be distinct questions. The state should grant the former at any rate, and the latter may be dealt with separately. But he insists that in abolishing African slavery, no injury is done to private property because it is impossible in any situation or under the authority of any laws to acquire a property in a human being. Moreover, he argues, the laws of Connecticut not only do not sanction slavery, but are positively opposed to it, and even if they did authorize it, no such laws could apply to the slave since he was not a party to the original compact. On the part of the slaves, he says, it is a question of right, and on that of the state, a question of justice. It is also, he urges, a question of expediency. Since the mighty and majestic course of freedom has begun, nothing but the arm of omnipotence can prevent it from reaching the miserable Africans, and to attempt to oppose it will only bring war and devastation. A bill which was the practical expression of this effort succeeded in passing the House, but was negatived by a small majority of the Council, and nothing further was accomplished except that in 1797 the age limit until which Negro children should be held in servitude was lowered from 25 to 21 years. In Pennsylvania, attempts to procure the total abolition of slavery were made in connection with the judicial courts as well as with the legislature, the action in both cases being based on the clause in the Bill of Rights in the state constitution, all men are born equally free and independent. Albert Gallatin, while a member of the legislature in 1793, was the author of a committee report declaring that in the opinion of the committee, slavery is inconsistent with every principle of humanity, justice, and right, and repugnant to the spirit and express letter of the Constitution of this Commonwealth, and submitting a resolution that slavery be abolished in the Commonwealth, and that a committee be appointed to bring in a bill for the purpose. Further efforts in the same direction were made from time to time, but failed to produce either a declaratory act interpreting the Constitution in their favor or an amendment of the Gradual Emancipation Act. The Pennsylvania Abolition Society, at about the same time, 1795 to 1802, attempted to obtain a Supreme Court decision in regard to the interpretation of the disputed clause. The question was argued on behalf of the Negro by Jared Ingersoll, William Lewis, and William Raleigh, but the judges, unlike the juries of Massachusetts, unanimously decided that slavery was consistent with the Constitution. In 1801, a measure was introduced in the legislature proposing to create a fund for the purchase and liberation of slaves by a special tax on the free blacks. Against this preposterous measure, the Society earnestly protested, and they succeeded in defeating it. In 1804, a more satisfactory bill was under consideration in the Senate, and the Society addressed the legislature in its favor. But the bill was lost, and an attempt to procure immediate and total abolition in 1820 was equally unsuccessful. New York, therefore, is the only state that followed up the granting of liberty to the yet unborn by an act which effected ante nati. By the Act of 1817, children born after July 4, 1799, the date fixed by the original Emancipation Act, were definitely pronounced free, but required to serve out the term already allotted in the capacity of servants. A briefer term, 21 years instead of 28 and 25, was allotted to those born after July 4, 1817, and all Negroes born in the state before July 4, 1799, were to be free after July 4, 1827. It was said that at the North, few masters would hesitate to manumit their slaves were it not for the obligation to maintain them if they failed to support themselves. In the South, the difficulties were much more serious. Even voluntary manumission was hardly to be accomplished south of Virginia. The unsuccessful efforts of the Quakers in North Carolina have already been mentioned. In South Carolina and Georgia, there is still less evidence of any attempt at emancipation. Addresses from the American Convention of Delegates of the Abolition Societies to the legislatures of the Southern states received no response and apparently no attention. It was said that the most elevated and liberal Carolinians abhor slavery and will not debase themselves by attempting to vindicate it, but their voices are never heard against it unless in a deprecatory tone in the halls of Congress, and the resolutions of Darien County, Georgia, sank into oblivion without a sign. In Virginia, however, anti-slavery sentiment was not yet dead. More than 10,000 slaves are said to have been set at liberty within 10 years after the Manumission Act of 1782. Laws were made giving better protection to the life and liberty of the Negro. In 1785, an act was passed limiting slavery to the slaves already within the state and the descendants of the females of them, and this clause was reenacted in 1792. Finally came an attempt at gradual emancipation, of which the most important feature is the Dissertation on Slavery by Judge Tucker. This document had been carefully prepared after a correspondence with Dr. Jeremy Belknap of Massachusetts for the purpose of learning by what means emancipation had taken place in the sister state in order to profit by her experience. The purpose of the author was to take into account every possible obstacle and objection, to eliminate, so far as possible, the opposing elements of prejudice, timidity, and love of possession, and in short, to present a plan of emancipation as practicable as the circumstances would permit. A plan less alarming could hardly have been devised. The language is temperate and inoffensive, and the point of view is that of the slaveholder. The scheme provided that only the females born after a certain date were to be free. These were to transmit freedom to their descendants, but the latter were to be held in service until such an age as to have paid for their rearing by their labor. The free blacks, moreover, were to be bound to compulsory service, and to be incapable of owning land, holding office, or bearing arms. The process of emancipation was to be so gradual that slavery would actually increase for 30 years, would not diminish for 10 years more, and would require more than a century for its extinction. Moreover, life was to be made so unpleasant for the free blacks that there should be every inducement for their voluntary emigration. The dissertation was simply laid on the table by the House of Delegates, and from the Senate the author received merely a civil acknowledgment. The Virginia Abolition Society, at about the same time, prepared a memorial signed by a considerable number of citizens, urging a gradual Emancipation Act which should free all males born after that time at 21 years of age, and females at 18. The memorial was read in the House of Delegates, but further consideration was negatived by 2 votes. The cause was now regarded as hopeless, and from this time Virginia is found drifting farther and farther into a distinctly pro-slavery attitude. The problem of the free blacks was still preeminent. After the insurrection of Gabriel in 1800, schemes for colonization were discussed, and it was thought that here might be an opening for emancipation. But these schemes dwindled away, and the apprehensions with regard to free blacks were finally met by a law, January 25, 1806, which forbade manumitted Negroes to remain in the state for more than 1 year on penalty of reenslavement. The unsuccessful efforts for gradual emancipation in Maryland and Delaware have already been mentioned in connection with Manumission Acts. In the year 1808, then, slavery no longer existed in Vermont, New Hampshire, Massachusetts, or Ohio. Its abolition was nearly complete in Rhode Island, Connecticut, and Pennsylvania. Its doom had been sealed in New York and New Jersey, and its foothold in Delaware was but slight. In the border states, however, notwithstanding considerable efforts, no legislation had been secured except for the removal of restraints on manumission. Delaware and Maryland, Virginia, Kentucky, and Tennessee reached their limit in these measures, and in the far South, where a larger black population existed, even voluntary manumission was not permitted. Even in the border states, it was regarded as a dangerous experiment, and men sometimes felt that they had no right to indulge in private manumissions when they might thereby endanger the lives of the community. There were, perhaps, many who, like Jefferson, would have been equal to the personal sacrifice, but who felt, like him, that it was necessary to hold the tiger by the throat. The sectional division of the country brought about by the accomplishment of emancipation at the North and its failure at the South led to the rise of another question, which was destined to become one of the chief factors in bringing on the final contest: the public obligation to return fugitives, which had already been provided for in several Indian treaties, 1781 through 1786, was established in the Northwest Territory in 1787 in connection with the prohibition of slavery in that region. The same provision was incorporated in the federal Constitution, and the first fugitive slave law was enacted for the execution of this provision. This act originated in an attempt to obtain the arrest of some kidnappers who had taken a free Negro from Pennsylvania to Virginia, and included fugitives from justice and from the service of their masters. Its provisions, however, were more severe toward the Negro than toward the criminal. It allowed no trial by jury, and required conviction on oral testimony of the claimant or on affidavit certified by a magistrate of the state from which the Negro was alleged to have fled. Though less severe than the Act of 1850, it was sufficiently so to arouse a sense of injustice and was not accepted without a protest. The Maryland Abolition Society immediately published a letter addressed to it by the English philanthropist Granville Sharp in behalf of fugitive slaves, with a preface by the Society protesting against the recent act. A debate on the execution of the British Treaty in 1796 furnished occasion for some remarks from Mr. Hillhouse of Connecticut against the principle of surrendering fugitive slaves. A more elaborate protest is that of John Parrish, a Quaker of Maryland, who argues that the act is unjust in its provisions and contrary to the scriptural law of the Old Testament and the New, that it is contrary to the principles of the Declaration of Independence and to the pledges of the Constitution as expressed in the preamble, and that it shows the inconsistency of Congress, which professed to have too much regard for the Constitution to interfere for the relief of the slave, but has been willing to pervert its purpose and misconstrue its phrases for the purposes of this law. He denies also that any service or labor can be due from a person deprived of his natural rights. The escape of fugitives into the free states had already been connived at. The master who attempts to recover a slave, says Brissot de Warville in 1788, meets little respect and finds little assistance, and the optimistic French traveler thinks that this fact lessens the value of the slave, leads to milder treatment, and will finally convince people of the superiority of free labor. It is said that the Quakers of Rhode Island encouraged slaves to escape over the border into Massachusetts, and became particularly odious to the slaveholders on that account. After the passage of the Fugitive Slave Act, but little seems to have been done to execute it. Public sentiment in Massachusetts is said to have been so strong against it that it would be very rarely that a slave could not escape his master's pursuit. On the first attempt to enforce the law in Boston, the constables were overthrown, and the slave escaped through the opening ranks of the audience, without waiting to hear the end of the speech which his counsel Josiah Quincy was making in his defense. An attempt at prosecution for failure to enforce the act was disregarded, and the fugitive slave law was from this time practically void in Massachusetts. Public sentiment in New Hampshire was equally effective. A fugitive from the estate of George Washington was found at Portsmouth in 1796, but could not be returned without danger of serious disturbance, perhaps a mob or a riot, and this the owner was unwilling to occasion. The difficulties were felt most keenly in the border states. Here, fugitives and kidnappers were both to be found, and appeals for more satisfactory laws or for a stricter execution of those already existing were made by both parties. There was a certain tailor in Philadelphia who used to sit at his window with his work, and whenever he saw on the street a Negro who had the appearance of a fugitive, he would rush out to offer his protection and aid him in finding employment. Footnote: Sutcliffe travels in some parts of North America, page 76. This tailor he found to be Thomas Harrison, who was a prominent member of the Pennsylvania Abolition Society. End of footnote. When Philadelphia became the national capital, a bill was brought forward in the Pennsylvania Assembly to enable officers of the United States to hold slaves in the state, but the Pennsylvania Abolition Society vigorously opposed it, and it was finally suppressed. A Southern congressman during this period alludes bitterly to attempts in the Quaker City to beguile servants away from their masters. Ohio also had its share of fugitives, more than 1,000 of whom are reported to have been forwarded to Canada before 1817. The abolition societies, which were active in securing the liberation of free Negroes unlawfully held in bondage, would be inclined to give the Negro the benefit of every doubt, and the contest over fugitives and kidnapping must have served more than anything else to keep up the anti-slavery sentiment along the border. End of Chapter 5, Section 2. Recording by Colleen McMahon.
Section 13, Chapter 6, Part 1 of 2, of Anti-Slavery in America, from the Introduction of African Slaves to the Prohibition of the Slave Trade, 1619 through 1808. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Anti-Slavery in America, from the Introduction of African Slaves to the Prohibition of the Slave Trade, 1619 through 1808, by Mary Stoughton Locke. Section 13, Chapter 6, Part 1 of 2, The Victory over the Slave Trade, 1783 through 1808. In the peace negotiations with Great Britain at the close of the Revolutionary War, John Jay proposed that British subjects should not be permitted to import slaves into the United States from any part of the world, it being the intention of the said states entirely to prohibit the importation thereof. The same year, a memorial on the African slave trade was presented to Congress by the Quakers, but although the Christian rectitude of the concern was generally acknowledged, the Congress of the Confederation did not consider itself competent to legislate upon it. Meanwhile, the revival of industry at the close of the war led to a great demand for slaves in the Southern market, and Northern traders were not slow to avail themselves of the opportunity. The trade flourished for several years. Massachusetts, among the first to extend the blessings of liberty over her own soil, did not prohibit the slave trade until 1788. Note, the occasion which directly led to this act was the kidnapping of 3 free citizens of Boston, who were taken to the West Indies, but were recovered through the efforts of Governor Hancock. The Congregational ministers, led by Dr. Belknap, and the Negroes, led by Prince Hall, took advantage of the public sentiment aroused on this occasion, and the Act of 1788 was the result. End note. And supplementary legislation was required in Pennsylvania, Connecticut, and Rhode Island at about the same time. Note, the Quakers used their influence in Connecticut, Rhode Island, and Massachusetts, as well as in Pennsylvania. End note. Notwithstanding the inefficiency, both moral and constitutional, of the Congress of the Confederation, and the urgent demand for labor and for wealth in a community whose resources had been exhausted by war, the states were gradually falling into line on the question of the slave trade, and there was fair promise of its permanent cessation. New Hampshire had never had either slavery or the slave trade to any extent. New York, 1785, 1788, and New Jersey, 1786, prohibited the importation of slaves. Delaware, Maryland, and Virginia had already done so. North Carolina laid a prohibitive duty, 1786. Note, North Carolina repealed this act in 1790, but another passed in 1794. End note. And South Carolina, 1787, 1788, passed acts prohibiting importation for a term of years. In Rhode Island, Pennsylvania, New York, and Delaware, as already in Virginia and Maryland, Negroes illegally brought in were to be freed. Acts to limit or prevent exportation from the state became necessary during the process of gradual emancipation, which was now going on to the north of Mason and Dixon's line, and provision against such removal was made in Rhode Island, 1779, Vermont, 1786, Delaware, 1787, 1789, Connecticut, 1788, New York, 1788, Pennsylvania, 1788, and New Jersey, 1788. Massachusetts also provided against kidnapping, 1788. Note, the laws of Delaware limiting importation were tested in the case of Joseph Sawyer, a slave belonging to Abraham Saunders of Maryland, who was hired and brought into Delaware by a resident of the latter state with the knowledge of the owner. In a suit brought in behalf of the Negro, the court decided, May term, 1790, in favor of the plaintiff, in accordance with the provision, February 3, 1787, that any Negro or mulatto slave brought into the state for sale or otherwise was declared free. End note. Thus, the tendency of state legislation during the period of the Confederation was toward a speedy and complete suppression of the slave trade so far as it related to importation, and in all but the 3 southern states, the intention of limiting or abolishing the institution of slavery was clearly indicated. The only threatening features were the temporary character of the prohibitory acts of South Carolina and the failure of Georgia to pass any restrictive act whatever. Side by side with state legislation, the movement toward the national suppression of the slave trade had begun. The Federal Convention in 1787 gave a possible opportunity for the insertion of another anti-slavery wedge, and on this occasion, an anti-slavery society appears for the first time in the arena of national politics. A memorial imploring the convention to make the subject of the slave trade a part of their important deliberations was prepared by the Pennsylvania Abolition Society and given to Benjamin Franklin, the president of the society, to present. It was finally withheld, however, on account of the expectation that the subject was to be considered in any case, and the fear that the address might do more harm than good by exciting the suspicions of Southern members. With what results the subject was considered by the convention, it is hardly necessary to state here. The threats of South Carolina and Georgia, the truckling avarice of New England, the fear of a rupture at this critical moment, and the illusory hope that years would bring a more convenient season all contributed to the fatal adjustment. A committee appointed at the suggestion of Governor Morris to arrange a compromise on the commercial clauses proposed that the importation of slaves should not be prohibited by Congress before 1800, and that a tax might be laid on importation. The date was changed to 1808, partly by the vote of the New England states, and the clause requiring the assent of 2/3 of the members present in each house for the passage of navigation acts was struck out as a reward for their complaisance. People flattered themselves that even by this measure slavery was doomed. It was remarked that the temporary reservation of the power of Congress was equivalent to an admission that after 1807 the power should be exercised. The importation of slaves from any foreign country, says Tench Cox, is by a clear implication held up to the world as equally inconsistent with the dispositions and the duties of the people of America. A solid foundation is laid for exploding the principles of Negro slavery. Southern defenders of the Constitution took an essentially different view of the clause, and at the North there was enough apprehension to excite considerable opposition, especially in Massachusetts and Pennsylvania. But the urgent need for political unity finally overrode all other considerations. In Congress, the attempts to limit or suppress the African slave trade appeared in several distinct forms. 1. The simplest and most apparent mode of attack was that suggested in the Constitution, the limitation by a tax not exceeding $10 on each person imported. 2. There was also a general attack with the purpose of inducing Congress to take any measures against slavery which should not be inconsistent with the Constitution. 3. The only feasible method which appeared as the outcome of this movement was the opposition to the supply of foreign ports by United States citizens or by vessels fitted out in the United States ports. Later, with the organization of the Mississippi Territory and the annexation and organization of Louisiana, came 4. The attempt to prohibit importation into the territories. Finally, when the prescribed interval had expired, Congress enacted 5. The Prohibition of Importation from Africa. An attempt to limit importation by a tax on each Negro imported was made before Congress had been many days in session. In the House Committee of the Whole on the Impost Bill, May 13, 1789, after looking-glasses and brushes had been added to the list of dutiable articles, Mr. Parker of Virginia moved that a tax of $10 a head should be laid on the importation of slaves. The debate was a warm one. Mr. Jackson of Georgia was the only man who attempted to defend either slavery or the slave trade, but there was considerable opposition to the tax on the ground that it was partial in its operation, and therefore oppressive to particular states, and that the act of taxation would give an appearance of countenancing the traffic, and would degrade human beings by classing them as merchandise. The advocates of the measure argued that this degradation of human beings was the result not of the tax, but of the trade. The tax, they said, had been intended by the framers of the Constitution, and would now be regarded as an expression of national disapprobation, and of a desire to limit the trade as far as possible. It was unfortunate that the trade had been allowed, but this act would, at any rate, tend to diminish it, and was better than no action at all. The national character, they argue, was at stake on this question, and it was necessary to do all that was possible to restore to human nature its inherent privileges, to give evidence of the sincerity of their recent professions, and to wipe off the stigma that rested upon the Republic. The national prosperity, too, they continued, was involved in the issue. An expression of disapprobation now, by helping to destroy the trade, would save posterity from the imbecility ever attendant on a country filled with slaves. It would be a benefit even to the states which now opposed the tax, for every addition they received to their number of slaves tended to weaken and render them less capable of self-defense, was a means of inviting attack in foreign war, and a danger to themselves and to the Union. The strongest expressions of anti-slavery sentiment came from Virginia, and the representatives of New England, although avowing a virtuous detestation of slavery, sided with their political ally in the South in opposition to the tax. Mr. Parker's resolution was finally dropped in deference to those who had expressed their abhorrence of ranking human beings as merchandise, and Mr. Parker was placed on a committee to bring in a separate bill. The bill, however, was not brought in until late in the session, was then postponed until the next session of Congress, and was never heard of again. Anti-slavery sentiment in the national councils may next be considered in connection with the memorials presented to Congress February 11 and 12, 1790. Two of these memorials, from the yearly meetings of Friends in Philadelphia and New York, confined themselves strictly to the subject of the slave trade. The third, from the Pennsylvania Abolition Society, although suggesting national legislation against slavery itself, was especially directed against the slave trade. All, however, were regarded by Southern members as attacks upon slavery and the slave states, and upon the palladium of the property of our country. The opposition was much more violent than in the case of the resolution for an impost duty. Mr. Jackson of Georgia declared that the abolition of the slave trade by a national act would show a disposition toward a total emancipation, and undertook to defend slavery on scriptural grounds. Mr. Smith of South Carolina also defended slavery at some length, asserting its necessity and depicting the evils of emancipation. Both violently attacked the Quakers. The Friends, as well as the opponents of the memorials, were inclined to consider their broader significance. Mr. Scott of Pennsylvania said that the legislature might be able to go no further than to impose a tax of $10. But if he were one of the judges of the United States and the Negroes came before him to claim their liberty, he did not know how far he might go, but was certain he should go as far as he could. Mr. Boudinot of New Jersey made a vigorous anti-slavery speech, illustrating his remarks by the story of the Israelites in Egypt, and exclaiming that the almighty power that accomplished their deliverance is the same yesterday, today, and forever. He pleaded the principles of the Revolution and the genius of the government, as well as the spirit and precepts of Christianity. Mr. Gerry of Massachusetts suggested the possibility of emancipation by the purchase of the Southern slaves from the proceeds of the Western land sales. The memorials were committed February 12, 1790, and were reported by the committee March 5th. Warner Mifflin, the Quaker philanthropist, was at that time in New York for the purpose of supporting the memorial of the Philadelphia yearly meeting, and the report of the committee was in accordance with suggestions offered by him. By the adoption of this report, March 23, 1790, Congress declared that they had a right to regulate or interdict the African slave trade when carried on by the United States citizens for the supply of foreigners, and also that they had authority to prohibit foreigners from fitting out vessels in United States ports for transporting persons from Africa to foreign ports. It was, therefore, toward the suppression of these features of the African slave trade that the anti-slavery party next turned its attention. The results appear in the memorials of the abolition societies, presented December 8, 1791. These memorials were based on the resolutions on the slave trade which had been adopted the previous year, and united in praying that Congress would exercise its powers by putting these resolutions into effect. Several of the memorialists took advantage of the opportunity to express their sentiments with regard to slavery. Nearly all of them alluded to the principles of the American Revolution and to the incongruity of slavery in a land which based her own liberty on the rights of man. The Connecticut Society also expressed the desire that Congress should do all it consistently could to check the progress of slavery and to alleviate the condition of the slaves while the institution existed. The memorials were referred to a committee, December 8, 1791, appointed by Nathaniel Macon of North Carolina, then Speaker of the House, and composed of men either indifferent or hostile to the purpose of the petitioners. They were never reported by the committee, but their influence did not end here. They were published by the Pennsylvania Society in 1792 and were followed up by a second memorial from the Society of Massachusetts and Rhode Island, the Providence Society, which was laid on the table February 22, 1793. A correspondence then arose among the societies which resulted in the appointment of delegates for a convention at Philadelphia. This convention met primarily for the purpose of preparing a joint address to Congress on the neglected subject of the foreign slave trade, and through it at once announced its interest in the abolition of slavery. The memorial to Congress was rigidly limited to the trade to foreign ports and the equipment of foreign vessels in the ports of the United States. A petition on the same subject from the New England Yearly Meeting of the Society of Friends had been coldly received in the Senate, January 21, but in the House was referred to a select committee, January 20 through 21. That of the convention of delegates from the abolition societies and a separate address from the Providence Society, which had not been represented at the convention, were referred to the same committee, January 28. In Congress during these years, some of the Southern members had been greatly exasperated by the presentation of such memorials. The cautious but persistent conduct of the abolition societies, however, now won a more friendly response. A bill providing against the slave trade to foreign ports and the equipment of foreign vessels for the slave trade in United States ports was passed by the House March 7 and subsequently by the Senate March 19. The movement against the foreign slave trade differs in several respects from the attempt to restrict importation by a tax. Both were intended to express the national disapprobation of the trade as an infringement of the rights of man and the principles of the federal government, as inconsistent and unchristian, unjust and impolitic. There are the same attempts to distinguish between slavery and the slave trade, with occasional lapses which show how intimately the two were connected. The same suspicions on the part of the slaveholders that every attempt to limit the trade is part of a deep-laid scheme for total abolition. But the prohibition of the foreign trade while it touched more slightly the interests or the sensibilities of the Southern element, appealed more powerfully to the sensibilities of the anti-slavery party than did the limitation by a $10 tax. Those who felt or professed a reluctance to stain the national coffers with the price of human liberty could have nothing to say in favor of the sacrifice of liberty involved in the West India trade. This was a cause, too, which involved no moral compromise, and perhaps it was for this reason that Quakers and abolition societies ignored the right of Congress to lay a tax on importation and concentrated their efforts upon the foreign trade. The attempt at limitation by a tax was therefore carried on chiefly or solely within the halls of Congress, while the movement against the foreign trade originated and developed outside that body. The latter, from the beginning to end, was carried on by means of petitions and memorials addressed to Congress. The American Convention and the various societies of which it was composed, the Quakers, and a little later the Free Blacks, all had a part in it. The anti-slavery men in Congress, on the other hand, seem to have had comparatively little to say on the subject. The act limiting the foreign slave trade was apparently carried through with little difficulty, and diatribes against slavery were perhaps withheld from motives of prudence. It was not long before a new national question loomed upon the view. This was the territorial question, more closely connected with slavery than with the slave trade, but appearing also in connection with importation. The prohibition from importing foreign slaves directly into the territories was regarded with special favor by South Carolina, though importation into the territories from within the United States by way of South Carolina and Georgia was a different matter. March 26, 1798, while the bill for the organization of the Mississippi Territory was under consideration, Mr. Harper of South Carolina introduced an amendment against importing slaves from any place without the limits of the United States. Mr. Thatcher of Massachusetts moved to strike out the words "without the limits of the United States," but his motion was not seconded, and the bill passed with Mr. Harper's amendment March 27. Meanwhile, the temporary prohibitions of South Carolina, although evaded, were renewed from time to time. Note: Mr. Lowndes of South Carolina defended the repeal of the State Prohibitory Act in 1803 on the ground that South Carolina had been unable to enforce the law and had had no help from Congress. End note. Georgia prohibited importation in 1793, and her Constitution, adopted in 1798, contained a provision against the further importation of slaves from places outside the United States. For a few years, the increase of slavery by foreign importation was apparently at an end. By this time, however, Virginia began to show interest in the interstate trade. Her opposition to the foreign trade had been for some years open to suspicion. By an act passed January 21, 1801, the illegally imported Negro, instead of being freed, was to be removed from the state, if possible, at the expense of the importer or of the holder of the slave. Otherwise, he was to be sold to pay the cost of his removal from the state. A few years later, the law went one step farther, the Negro being forfeited to the overseers of the poor by whom he was to be sold, the proceeds going to lessen the poor rates. January 25, 1806. The prohibitory acts of the other states, North and South, were continually evaded, and the annexation of Louisiana, led to the reopening of the ports of South Carolina, December 17, 1803, and the practical nullification of the anti-slave trade clause in the Georgia Constitution. It was now evident that the slave trade would continue long if it were left to state legislation to suppress it. Efforts for national action, however, were steadily continued. The Act of 1794 was evaded, and the American Convention of Delegates, in letters to the Secretaries of State and of the Treasury, urged a more rigorous execution of the law. January 2, 1800, was presented to Congress a petition on this subject from the Free Blacks of Philadelphia, praying for the revision of the laws on the slave trade and on fugitives. This petition aroused a discussion even more lively than was usual on such occasions, but a committee had already been appointed to consider the revision of the Act of 1794, and to this committee the part of the petition regarding the slave trade was finally referred. The result was an act which considerably strengthened the former act, though the abolition societies still found occasion for activity and continued to make exertion for the capture and trial of offenders. Some years later, a memorial was presented to Congress by the American Convention, February 7 and 13, 1806, requesting still further amendment. This was referred to a committee, but the time for a possible prohibition of the trade was now so near that the subject was allowed to drop. After the failure of Mr. Parker's resolution, the impost measure slept for nearly 15 years, but the challenge sent forth by South Carolina in reopening her ports to the trade in 1803 met with a prompt response. This time, January 6, 1804, it was Mr. Bard of Pennsylvania who offered the resolution, and its chief supporters were not from Virginia, but from the Middle States. New England took little part in the debate. Mr. Bard's resolution was adopted after considerable discussion, and a bill was brought in February 16 and referred to the Committee of the Whole House, but its passage was postponed until March by a vote of 56 to 50 in order to give South Carolina an opportunity to repeal her recent act, and so the measure quietly dropped out of sight. The subject, however, was revived in the next session, February 8, 1805, by Mr. Southard of New Jersey, and the following session, December 10, 1805, by Mr. Sloan of the same state. Delay was still urged in order that South Carolina might take advantage of the long-neglected opportunity for repeal. Mr. Sloan's resolution reached the stage of a bill January 27, 1806, and even a third reading, but then disappeared by recommitment. Mr. Southard's had not even gone through the form of a debate. The debates on the resolutions of Mr. Bard and Mr. Sloan were similar to those of 1789. The chief objects of the tax were said to be a public expression of disapprobation of the trade and the preservation of the character of the Republic. The argument from the political dangers of slavery was emphasized by recent events in St. Domingo, and the injuries to the industry and the wealth of the country, to arts, science, and manufactures, and to the condition of the laboring classes were dealt with at considerable length. There were one or two attempts to propitiate the sensitive Southern element by explaining that the remarks of the speakers were directed not against slavery, but against the trade, but from neither North nor South was there any defense of either. Mr. Mitchell of New York spoke of slavery as a dark spot on some members of the national body, which was spreading wider, turning blacker, and threatening a gangrene all around. Mr. Macon of North Carolina regarded it as an evil which no one regretted more than himself, but to which it was necessary to submit until an adequate cure could be found. All agreed in reprobation of the conduct of South Carolina and in the desire to put a stop to the slave trade, but opinions differed as to the effects of the measure proposed. The arguments of the opposition were directed against drawing revenue from an act that rivets the chains of slavery on any of the human race, against staining the national coffers with the price of liberty, and against pointing the finger of scorn at a sister state. It was also urged that as South Carolina had been unable to execute her previous acts against the slave trade, the present measure would be worse than useless. Slavery was said to be decreasing in South Carolina. The people of the state were declared to be as desirous as any others of doing away with the institution, and if they were let alone, they would of themselves repeal their act. Notwithstanding these flattering promises, however, it is evident that the action of South Carolina in removing her prohibition aroused an anti-slavery sentiment which was becoming somewhat languid, and a defiance must have done much to promote the passage of the Prohibitory Act of Congress in 1807. End of Chapter 6, Part 1 of 2. Read by Kerry Adams, your book voice, at Mesa, Arizona, on the 2nd of December, 2021. Section 14, Chapter 6, Part 2 of 2, of Anti-Slavery in America, from the Introduction of African Slaves to the Prohibition of the Slave Trade, 1619 through 1808. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Anti-Slavery in America, from the Introduction of African Slaves to the Prohibition of the Slave Trade, 1619 through 1808, by Mary Stoughton Locke. Section 14, Chapter 6, Part 2 of 2, The Victory over the Slave Trade, 1783 through 1808. The same stimulus, no doubt, following so closely upon the annexation of Louisiana, stirred to action the American Convention of Delegates of the Abolition Societies. This assembly addressed a memorial to Congress, presented January 23, 1804, praying for a law prohibiting the importation of slaves into the new territory. The memorial received little attention. In the Senate, it was merely read. In the House, it was referred to the Committee on the Government of Louisiana. A few weeks later, Mr. Logan of Pennsylvania gave notice in the Senate, February 18, that he should bring in a bill for a duty on the importation of slaves. A motion to expunge this notice was made 2 days later, but though it received only 5 votes against 21, the bill was not brought in. A clause similar to Mr. Harper's amendment for the Mississippi Territory was introduced into the bill for regulating the government of Louisiana, and a motion to strike out the phrase "from any port or place without the limits of the United States" and substitute "for sale" received in the Senate but 6 votes against 22. An attempt to limit to 1 year the term of servitude of all slaves imported into the territory from the United States or any American province or colony was voted down by a vote of 11 to 17, but a motion prohibiting importation except by citizens of the United States moving into the territory for actual settlement was passed by a vote of 18 to 11. A House committee, with John Randolph as chairman, recommended the prohibition of the importation of foreign slaves as a measure equally dictated by humanity and policy, but importation from within the United States was finally permitted under a provision granting to Louisiana the same privileges as were enjoyed by the Mississippi Territory. March 2, 1805. The slave trade of South Carolina was now flourishing. A representative of that state, however, moved, February 7, 1806, a resolution for an inquiry as to what measures might be necessary to prevent the importation of slaves into the territories. If, as is probable, he meant only the importation directly from foreign ports in evasion of existing laws, his weapon returned upon his own state, for the Committee of Inquiry reported in favor of a resolution against importing into any of the territories any slaves thereafter imported into the United States. This resolution was adopted, and a bill was brought in and committed to the whole House March 27, 1806, but went no farther. The importation of slaves into the territories was regarded with a surprising amount of indifference, but the events connected with it were among the influences which brought about the act prohibiting the slave trade in 1807, and it was probably the anticipation of this act that caused much of the lethargy and apparent indifference of the preceding years. It was believed that the time for action had not yet come, and that the prohibitory law, soon to be enacted, would be all sufficient. There were symptoms of uneasiness, however, from the time of the South Carolina repeal, and pressure was brought to bear upon Congress some time before that body could fairly be expected to take action. Early in 1805, the legislature of Massachusetts passed a resolution instructing their senators and requesting their representatives in the national legislature to take measures for a constitutional amendment which should empower Congress to prohibit the importation of slaves from Africa, the West Indies, and other places to the United States or any part thereof, whenever they should consider it expedient. It is claimed by a representative from North Carolina that such a measure was suggested by his state to the legislatures of the other states immediately after the South Carolina repeal. Massachusetts was followed in 1806 by the legislatures of Vermont and New Hampshire, which proposed a constitutional amendment prohibiting importation or empowering Congress to do so. Similar resolutions were soon after adopted by the legislatures of Maryland and Ohio. In the Senate, Mr. Bradley of Vermont, December 16, 1805, introduced a bill to prohibit the slave trade after January 1, 1808, but after a second reading, further consideration was postponed until the first Monday of the following December. February 4, 1806, while Mr. Sloan's bill in favor of a tax of $10 was before the House, Mr. Bidwell of Massachusetts moved to limit the tax to the period before January 1, 1808, and offered another amendment prohibiting the trade after that date. Nothing was really accomplished, however, until the opening of the session of 1806-1807, when President Jefferson introduced the subject in his message to Congress, December 2, 1806. The part of the message relating to the slave trade was referred to a select committee of the House, who brought in a bill. In the Senate, Mr. Bradley of Vermont gave notice that he should bring in a bill on the subject, and it was this bill, with amendments, which finally became law. It is a happy coincidence that the state which had been first to emancipate its slaves led also in the prohibition of the slave trade. The House bill was debated at considerable length and with great warmth of feeling. The two chief difficulties were, A, the penalty to the importer, and B, the disposal of the cargo. By the committee who reported the bill, the crime was regarded as felony, to be punished with death. An amendment was offered changing the nature of the crime to a high misdemeanor and the penalty to imprisonment for from 5 to 10 years. This amendment was supported by the plea that the nature of the crime was not sufficiently serious to justify the extreme penalty, and that the law would be utterly ineffectual under such severe conditions. It was said that no one would inform against the slave trader, that it would cost him more than his life is worth. It was argued also that the importer, if brought into court, might plead that the judge and jury, in holding slaves, were equally criminal with himself. The South, it was said, did not look upon slavery as a crime, but only as a political evil, and a large majority of the people did not even regard it as an evil. How then could they consent to execute such a law? It would be broken every day of their lives. In opposition to the amendment, it was urged that the crime was worse than piracy or forgery, since a crime against liberty is more serious than a crime against property. One member satirically proposed that the importer himself should be enslaved. It was declared that if the South were sincere in her objections to the slave trade, the law could and would be executed, and that the death penalty would put an end to the trade. The importers were assumed to be Northern men, and the South was assured that it need feel no compunctions about informing against them. As for the great body of people at the North, said one member of that region, so far from charging their Southern brethren with cruelty or severity in hanging them, they would acknowledge the favor with gratitude. It was urged also that the South would inform out of a regard to their own lives and the lives of their posterity. But when the question was finally put, December 31, the death penalty was struck out by a vote of 63 to 53, and imprisonment for from 5 to 10 years was substituted. In the bill as finally passed, the penalty was increased by a fine. The disposal of the cargo was a still more difficult question. The committee proposed simply forfeiture. The opponents of this clause regarded it as assuming a right of property in the imported Negroes, and as implying that the Negroes would afterwards be sold, thus establishing a monopoly of the slave trade by the national government and recognizing slavery to an extent never before known in the national laws or Constitution. The title to the slave would, in this case, be given directly by the United States, and it was hoped that the national government would never degrade itself by selling human beings as merchandise. It would be equally effective, it was thought, and more in consonance with the truth, to state that the importer had no property rights in the case. The supporters of the original proposition declared that forfeiture was the only practicable method, that otherwise slaves would be smuggled in from East Florida or Mobile, and that although the South would gladly put an end to the nefarious traffic, she would never consent to the introduction of free blacks. It might be cruel to sell them, but it would not be more cruel to place them in a position where it would be necessary to get rid of them. If they were all owed their freedom, said Mr. Early of Georgia, not one of them would be left alive in a year. An attempt was made to simplify the question by considering forfeiture as a preliminary stage and the later disposition of the cargo as a distinct matter. Mr. Quincy of Massachusetts summed up the situation by declaring that all were agreed in wishing to stop the importation and that it was evidently impracticable to introduce free blacks into the southern states. It would be possible, however, he thought, to accept the proposition of forfeiture and to trust to the wisdom and justice of the national government to make suitable provision for the Negroes thus placed in its hands. Without the assumption of forfeiture, said another member, how could the United States claim jurisdiction over the Negroes, even to bind them out as apprentices, and to leave them to the tender mercies of the states to which they were imported, urges Mr. Quincy, is the same as condemning them to slavery outright. Note, some Southern members also doubted the expediency of leaving the fate of the Negroes to state regulations. And note, the principles of those opposing the proposition of the committee were denied by none, he says, but forfeiture is the only practicable method. Thus, as so often in the history of the slavery question, principle gave way to what was regarded as practicable, and with the usual results. The amendment opposing forfeiture was lost by a vote of 36 to 63, December 29, and a similar measure was lost a few days later, January 7, 1807, by a vote of 39 to 77. Now came the opportunity for the national government to fulfill the hopes of those optimists who had trusted in its wisdom and justice to make suitable provision for the helpless beings placed in its hands. But the Southern members next insisted that the Negroes should be sold by the United States. Mr. Sloan of New Jersey had wished that they might be declared free as soon as they set foot on American soil, as was the case in England. But as this seemed to be out of the question, he proposed that only those brought to the free states should be immediately declared free, and others should be transported back to Africa or bound out as apprentices. A few days later, he proposed that those brought to the southern states should be declared free and suitably cared for until they should be transported back to Africa or removed to the free states, where they should be bound out for a term of years. Note, the plan for apprenticeship was favored by Mr. Pitkin of Connecticut, Mr. Findley of Pennsylvania, and Mr. Fisk of Vermont. Mr. Smiley of Pennsylvania was willing that the Negroes should be sent back to Africa, and Mr. Macon of North Carolina thought this suggestion a good one, but doubted if it were practicable. End note. The Southern members, however, failed to find any satisfaction in these devices. They declared that no information would be given, that the national government, now by the principle of forfeiture becoming a slave owner itself, would be subject to the state laws, which required the immediate sale of the Negroes, and that any provision other than sale would affect the rights of property. The amendment against sale was finally lost on a vote of 60 to 60 by the casting vote of the Speaker, Nathaniel Macon of North Carolina, January 7th. The bill was now recommitted to a committee of 17, including one member from each state, which reported January 20. It was then referred to the Committee of the Whole House. By this time, the Senate bill was nearly ready for the third reading. It was sent down January 28 and was also referred to the Committee of the Whole. The questions of penalty and disposal of the cargo were still the main points of discussion. The proposal of the Senate against enslavement of the persons imported, somewhat more definitely stated than by Mr. Sloan, was finally lost, and the final arrangement left the imported Negroes subject to future regulations of the states and territories into which they were brought. At the last moment came the question of the domestic slave trade, through an amendment to the Senate bill, introduced in the House by Mr. Early of Georgia, relating to transportation from one part of the United States to another. The Senate refused to concur in the amendment. and a committee of conference was appointed which finally forbade transportation of slaves in vessels of less than 40 tons with a view to sale. This limitation called forth violent opposition from Southern members of the House, especially from Mr. Randolph of Virginia, who declared that the clause might sometime be made the pretext for universal emancipation, that it affected the rights of property, and went to blow up the Constitution in ruins. If disunion should ever occur, he said, the line of separation would be between the slaveholding and the non-slaveholding states. He despaired of ever getting any help against the slaves from the northern states. All that he asked was that they should remain neutral and not erect themselves into an abolition society. His excitement over this feature of the bill is significant of the new attitude which Virginia was taking at this time, indicated also by her own legislation with regard to the slave trade. After this, an expression of anti-slavery sentiment is seldom found in Virginia, and that usually in comparatively humble quarters. In the debates, whose history has here been traced, no genuine anti-slavery sentiment has been found to the south of Virginia. There are apologies and regrets and palliations, but the institution is evidently there to stay. Objections to slavery, such as there are based not on justice or humanity or the rights of man, not on any feeling for the Negro, whatever may have existed in the hearts of an individual owner, but solely on the sense of danger. There seems to have been little, if any, appreciation of the economic disadvantages of slavery. At the same time, slavery is not yet regarded as a positive good. It is only by many not considered an evil. And while reflecting men apprehend that incalculable evils may arise from it, few, very few, consider it as a crime. From the border states, Delaware and Maryland, little of a decided character is heard on either side of the question. Of those to the north, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Massachusetts are the most conspicuous, and the attitude in these states is distinctly a moral one. Congressmen allude to the sentiments of their constituents as so repugnant to slavery that no consideration whatever could induce them to give it their sanction. They refuse to consider the prohibition of the slave trade as a purely commercial question or one merely of political expediency. It is to them a question of the rights of nations and of humanity. Morality, says Theodore Dwight of Connecticut, is concerned in the question and has long been eager to proscribe the trade. The direct results of the crusade against the slave trade were less satisfactory than they appeared at the time. If the Southern members had really expected that the trade would be entirely suppressed by the Act of 1807, they would hardly have been so apprehensive of the disposition to be made of the Negroes after forfeiture. The law was, in fact, continually evaded, and the abandonment of the cargo to state regulations was, of course, utterly opposed to the principles upon which the prohibition was supposed to be based. Worst of all, the act served to quiet the public conscience and to give room for an impression that slavery would gradually disappear in the wake of the slave trade. The troubles with England, following so closely on this event, occupied men's minds so fully that the question was probably allowed to drop more easily than it would otherwise have been. And by the time the war was over, King Cotton had established himself on the throne of slavery and could not be easily disturbed. In regard to the territories, the prohibition of importation from outside the United States must be considered of less importance than the failure to prohibit importation from within its limits. For the new lands of the Southwest still furnished the much-needed outlet for the expansion of slavery and gave a stimulus to the revival and continuance of the slave trade. The movement against the foreign slave trade, however, though its direct results were of no great importance, accomplished much more than its immediate object. It aroused the abolition societies to something beyond their local interests and gave them greater breadth of purpose. It united them in a common cause and led to the formation of an association which continued its activity until a new era of state and national anti-slavery societies for which the earlier societies had prepared the way. Above all, it furnished a legitimate outlet for anti-slavery energy in connection with a national cause. Cut off from interference with the importation or emancipation of slaves, or even with the regulation of their treatment in the several states, the national conscience might have gone to sleep for almost a score of years, had it not been for this opportunity. It was, in fact, the entering wedge for the anti-slavery sentiment behind it. End of Chapter 6, Part 2 of 2. Read by Kerry Adams, your book voice, at Mesa, Arizona, on the 19th of January, 2022.